Hello and welcome back to the LCS for our final day of play here in Week 10, the second week of the postseason. We've got Evil Geniuses, Cloud9 going up against each other today. And right off the top, I want to thank you all for your patience, for bearing with us as we work through those technical difficulties that delayed the start of the show. And on that note, as we would normally have 30 whole minutes in the waiting room to break down the matchup, in an effort to get you guys these games at the regularly scheduled time, we are going to truncate our intro here and do our best to get you into that game right at the scheduled start time. So what that means is where we would normally go over the bracket and talk about yesterday and do all kinds of stuff. We ain't doing any of that.
Can't do that.
We don't care.
You can't do that.
Well, actually, we are going to real quick just mention the fact.
But I know why the problem existed. You know why we couldn't go live.
What?
We had to shoo Jensen away from the network room.
Raz, I just told everyone we had very little time. I just told everyone we had such little time.
To get that? That's kind of a
And
deep
you decided to waste 20 seconds of that time. All right, refresher on the bracket. We got 100 Thieves who beat TL yesterday in 3-2 fashion. Of course, we also saw earlier in the week TSM over FlyQuest and CLG over Golden Guardians. Speaking of Golden Guardians, we're joined by Blaze Olive today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Sorry that you're missing out on 25 minutes of waiting room.
All good.
But I'm glad that we have you here to talk about this marquee matchup, EG versus Cloud9. Let's get into it, starting on the EG side. Our first look at them on the postseason. We've got to talk about the man in the mid lane, JoJo, Rookie of the Year. He's been absolutely stellar throughout the split, something we must celebrate. And of course, we'll be looking for him to continue his, kind of reign of dominance throughout the postseason here.
Yeah, NA Talent, man. Rookie of the Year also was voted first team All-Pro for mid laners. The spring champion made it through the MSI group stage, 15-3 in the summer split, and a huge catalyst for so much of what EG does. He's so active on the map in the early game, as well as still having great mechanics in team fights.
Yeah, that's kind of the cool thing about it, is talking to him about how he's evolved as a mid, where going to MSI, he came back and he's like, wow, other mids do so much for the rest of the map. When he initially came on, we expected him to be like just this massive carry force, right? But it's been more about him trying to facilitate things for his team with Inspired, with Vulcan, and that's been really cool to see his evolution.
And I think a big part of that is just the confidence that he has in himself.
Yep.
And I think that only became more realized after MSI. I think that the confidence that he has in his own mechanics and in his own team fighting ability has really exemplified EG's strengths.
And as far as I can tell from his Twitter, he's very confident coming into today's matchup as well.
How he stays motivated.
He's definitely. Up against Jensen, though, that's no slouch of an opponent. And I'm definitely curious to see how kind of that veteran aspect of Jensen, who we've been waiting to recapture his former self after taking some time off, he can be terrifying in the postseason. I think it's going to be a good first test here for JoJo in the summer split.
Absolutely. I mean, their name's been intertwined since off season. That conversation has been there. And Jensen, as great of a player he is, has been fairly inconsistent. That's been the conversation around him. So it's going to be exciting to see when the pressure is on, who ends up taking this matchup.
And of course, individuals can be the difference makers in best of fives, but as it appears so far in the postseason for 2022 Summer Split, things are coming down to team fighting. It's all about the mid game. It's being decided in the 5v5. So we're going to get a quick word from Blabber on EG's team fighting.
I actually think that TL, for example, have a stronger early game than EG, but what EG really excels at is team fighting and outplay mechanically, and their macro actually mid-game is not bad, but a lot of times it's like the game's going fine versus EG and then you just get aced, and then you're just like, what happened, And I think Inspired's been for sure playing really well this split. I think he's extremely consistent and consistently popping off, actually. So I think he deserves a lot of credit for their success. But yeah, I'm excited to play them.
Yeah, I love hearing the description from a player on EG's almost like magical ability to just win team fights, but it's also with part of their roster construction. Impact for years has been the best top laner for team fighting in the LCS. He's so incredible at making space, and then I feel like Danny is one of, if not the best AD carries at abusing that space that has been created. So they funnel gold onto Danny. Everyone knows their role in team fights, and they've actually taken a fairly average early game into a 15-3 record because their team fighting is so exquisite.
Yeah, and I remember you were pulling stats for 10 Thoughts this week, looking at Berserker versus Danny and like the resources that each of their team gives them. I also remember in finals we were talking about how like, wow, Danny must feel like Uzi because they're giving him like every ward kill, every side lane wave, and he repays that in this phenomenal team fighting ability that he has. Here are the numbers for damage and gold share, and this isn't to compare Berserker to Danny specifically, it's to compare what their teams give them and where the resources are going.
And I think kind of the understated part about Danny's phenomenal team fighting is how his team allows him to play. I think the frontlining that Impact and Vulcan and Inspire do when they're on those specific champions is a lot harder to do than it sounds.
Yes.
It just sounds like, oh, you stand in front of him and you take damage, but a lot of teams don't do it as well as EG does, and that is why Danny can get so many phenomenal team fights.
Raz, I think this is a great point because you look over on the other side, you look at Berserker, and the thing that people have kind of always lauded about him is his team fighting ability, right?
Yeah.
But to Olive's point, we've been waiting for the rest of Cloud9 to really fall into the perfect rhythm, right? So that they're all team fighting properly around him as well.
Yeah, and that's the consistent thing we've heard from the team themselves.
Yep.
Is that like getting on the same page so Berserker is basically well protected or is on the same page with them. When they're in reviews, having it be a lot longer so he understands what the takeaways are. And if that's like this split long conversation, they have gotten much better at it, which should make this series closer, right? It really should. If you have this kind of generational talent in Berserker and you're matching up against Danny, which is realistically the top 3, in terms of like bot laners in this league, clearly, then that should be the avenue that Cloud9 plays through. I think that's what we're going to see. I mean, we've seen this from basically every team this meta, but if you have Berserker, there's no excuse.
Hey!
Except Jat!
Hey!
What do I see there?
It's because Berserker's so freaking good, man. Like, okay, when the opportunity presents itself, you have to go for the upset. I said I'm going to predict one upset in these 4 games.
Yeah.
Maybe I missed the TSM upset, but I'm going to get the C9 upset. And what is this, 16 predictions?
I tried
Only
this yesterday,
one
by the
person
way.
picked C9?
Didn't work out for me.
Listen, if I'm right about this.
If you are, you're gonna look real
really
good.
good.
This man's a gambler at heart.
Real good.
C9 social media will love you.
It's, okay, they have the most unrealized potential.
I actually
do
don't
agree
disagree with that,
I agree
yeah.
with that
And
statement.
EG, they're not just going to win team fights forever, I think. So if C9 realizes their potential, step up to the pressure, they have the talent to stand up to EG.
All right, well, Jat thinks Berserker is going to be the difference maker. The unrealized talent of Cloud9 will come to fruition. For the rest of us, we are indexing into the defending champions of Evil Geniuses. We'll find out soon enough who takes game number 1 as we head out to the arena to kick this show off.
Hello and welcome to the caster desk for our 4th and final match of the weekend. Of course, more to play, but Evil Geniuses and Cloud9 are fighting for a spot at the World Championship and a shot at 100 Thieves next weekend as well. For a battle of the championship weekend, it's going to be exciting. I can't wait.
And the hearts of these fans over here, there's already been a lot of chatter in the pregame lobby about how many Cloud9 fans showed up in the audience here. Seeing a lot of blue.
The C9 faithful definitely showing up. But they are the underdogs today, you have to say. EG has been so strong throughout summer. They are the reigning champions. heard their That's a good one. This is going to be a really exciting series. I mean, you want to say, by the numbers, it should be EG, one-sided, but all the playoff series have been going the distance. 4 to 5 hour playoff series have gone all 5 games.
And Champ Select should be very fun with these two teams. We haven't, seen in a while what tricks they will pull out here. Cloud9 as well. I want to hype this up now because Nila was played in LCK finals or in LCK playoffs. It was played in LEC playoffs as well, and Berserker has played the most Nila of any single North American player in Champions Queue. So hopefully the Nila will come out here as well.
He doesn't want the most on stage with 1, but he's got first place in it.
I'm also really interested to see, is support Ashe going to be a big consideration here, right? That was a key pick for Cloud9 in their previous playoff series. Sven brought it out twice. One game, they absolutely turbo-stomped with it. The other did not go so hot. So will be interesting. With the Twitch ban, that makes me feel that you're going to go for Sivir first pick.
No Zeri or Sivir on the board yet, with the Kalista and Twitch taken out. Draven's still on the table, though, as well as one of those, lane priority counters that you could try and go with. So a lot of stuff here still circulating. The bottom lane is one of the biggest topics for these two teams. Berserker and Danny constantly talk
5
over
ahead
as
impact.
the top 2 AD carries in the league.
So Zeri, Sivir, Yuumi, Lulu, Azir now a bit unchecked in mid lane with Silas going away. We've seen like a Kali. Yeah, Poppy was another unanswered jungler here. So what's interesting is you do have trades of marks. When you have trades of supports, again, Lulu is going to be okay here overall. I like the Renekton, however. Thank you, Fudge. But it feels like Poppy and Azir feel a little uncontested in the draft right now.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle generally is the answer to the Poppy that we've been seeing a lot in pro play. We've seen Sejuani a bit. We saw that earlier in the LEC today. People kind of taking that tank versus tank matchup.
But the AD carries, y'all. The Yuumi split up from the Zeri, so I assume they'll go with the Lulu or something like that with the Zeri to buff it up for layer to really give it that scaling potential. And the Sejuani has been super highly prioritized, both as a flex pick for top lane as well as jungle. Could be the tank presence that they need.
Alrighty, well, Shreeman's represented here on Evil Geniuses. Definitely a lot of team fight power. Lulu, an expected option as the answer here to buff up the Zeri. Obviously, plenty of shields there. She can kite out, can kind of be the main character here in Berserker. I mean, just an absolute stellar player with a Lulu in his back pocket, can do a lot in these team fights.
It will be interesting now to see, what Cloud9 is going to actually focus their bans on. Is this a Sejuani jungle? Do they start banning out junglers here and tip their hand a little bit? Or is it going to be more bans towards top, towards impact? It will, in fact, be jungle bans. Of course, this could be Blabber playing Sejuani. It could be Fudge playing the Sejuani. We don't really know. But if you really want to thin out the jungle pool to a point where none of those S tiers are there, you could very well just put Sejuani in the jungle, 5th pick top, and try to give Fudge an answer there.
The thing is, I feel like there's so many junglers available now. It's really hard to take them all off of the board here. But they are talking about the Vi specifically. That is a counter to Zeri, the point and click. And so they ban away the Vi and the
taken last weekend.
Number 1 and number 2.
1 week ago, that photo.
He dyed his hair since
and
then.
he got his hair dyed. That's why he looks different.
Oh, okay, that's the only difference.
Oh, he hovers the Nila, playing with my heart. I expected to come out late in the series, obviously, so hopefully we still get some shout-outs there. Berserker trying to keep it fun, but we do expect, especially with Sejuani, Viego is such a good champion to pair with it because you can proc the stun so quickly. Something along those lines. But since it's Blabber and you have a Lulu on your team already, the questions of the Olaf and these types of, charge through champions also come through.
And I do wonder, would Fudge be willing to go to an aggressive, split pushing top laner, right? And actually put that in top lane, put the Sejuani in the jungle. You can have those pairings that we used to see in the past. Aurelia Sejuani was this pairing that was so popular. We can see it also with things like Fiora that can work really, really well.
I feel like now it's going to be kept in the top lane for sure, into the Ornn. Sejuani is a good matchup into the Ornn. Despite us seeing some people mess up the matchup, still has been super popular. Let's see, Evil Genius is going to round out a very standard, huge scaling.
Ooh, I like this.
Oh,
I like this.
It's such a strong pairing with Yuumi, right?
Exactly.
This is one of the throwbacks, is that Hecarim, pairing up with the Yuumi.
Yeah, please.
Do that hard engage here. Singe is a great answer into Ornn. You can actually completely stop the redirecting of the ultimate.
And is so buffed right now. Singe got buffs on the last round from the patch. Is so strong right now.
Do it, do it, do it. I heard you in the audience. Camille, pretty fun as well. Singe, of course, also a shout out to
so
the
it's
recent
Sejuani
LCK
jungle.
finals. Yeah, it is Sejuani jungle, the early pick, the flex. We have seen her go in the jungle a lot more. Camille will be the Ornn answer here instead, but I'm still excited about this Yuumi Hecarim.
Yeah, this is really, really exciting. It's going to be so interesting to see how C9 is going to play around top. It does feel like there has to be a lot of attention up towards there, because when you're playing Sejuani jungle, you really want to focus on the melee pairing, stacking up that passive very quickly. So can they actually, get mid lane prio even and try to move up towards top lane, try to punish impact? You've got to really hammer home some dives you have to feel to put Fudge ahead.
I honestly expect a lot of farming in the early stages of this game. Both teams are set up for front-to-back team fighting here, for scaling carries from both the bottom lane and the mid lane.
What's it going to be now? Evil Geniuses make their post-season debut. Spring was a slow start, but they ran the lower bracket. And ever since then, summer has been theirs to toy with. They've been in first place the entire time. They're now making their best-of-5 debut in summer here against Cloud9. And will they stand to the task? Only Jat had them getting the upset victory after a narrow fought win over CLG last week. EG poised to be the team to beat, poised to make it to the World Championship. Will it be enough, or has Cloud9 got enough in the tank? Let's find out, because Game 1 starts now! Summoner's Rift is here. Let's get it going. Number 1 team in the LCS, reigning champions, first place regular season, Evil Geniuses, up against Cloud9, the historic best international team that the LCS has ever had, looking to make it back onto top. Sven role swapping into support here on the Lulu. His trademark has been the range supports, the enchanters, and Berserker, the man of carrying games on his back, on the Zeri, probably the queen of doing that as a champion. We'll see if Cloud9 can step up to EG's level.
This crowd is hyping me up rather than us hyping the crowd up. I love it. Game number 1 here. This one's going to be hot. I do expect, like I said, though, there to be a lot of farming in the early game here. So we are getting pumped up, but with the Hecarim and Sejuani as the jungles especially, and both mid, bottom lanes being farm lanes.
Mana flow, huge. Level 1, victory from Evil Geniuses. Mana flow stacked, area damage in, Vulcan far ahead.
It is worth noting also that Fudge is playing Ignite, so this is a flashless Camille. Can get preyed on, by these ganks sometimes if you do push up too heavily. He's got to try to create some sort of an advantage. Danny, though, taking a bad end of that trade.
I will say, too, you see a long leash here from the Ornn to the Hecarim on the side of Evil Geniuses. So we have, not only is it a topside start for Inspired here on the Hecarim, but it was a long Ornn leash, so really boosting this Hecarim ahead. This has been a strategy. Whenever we see Hecarim come out, and it's not just, turbo OP champion at the time, always really trying to put effort into the champion to get their clear started super quickly, because it does scale so nicely with the move speed that you get later from the Yuumi on you, the engage guaranteed, basically. It also means he's going to be pathing away from that top lane, away from the Ornn, of course. And Impact's job is just to mitigate losses up there, just farm up on the Ornn, try not to get into a dangerous spot versus that Ignite Camille.
So what build are you expecting then from the Hecarim? Given that we do have an Ornn, do you think it's going to be more damage style, or are you thinking just turbo chem tank, more playing that?
I would for sure expect turbo chem tank because they have Azir and Sivir. Like, that's your damage for later. You don't need to invest in, Trinity Force or anything crazy like that. So I do expect it to be the turbo chem tank. But, Inspired is carry jungler at heart.
I was going to say, I really want to see Triforce Death Stance or Triforce Cleaver.
It does have a Yuumi on his team, so.
Yeah. Pretty good damage right here. Looking solid as, decent bit of trades going on. Early Boomerang Blades and Ricochets are nerfed, but the damage is still landing, and ultimately, Vulcan getting a free pass through this lane, and Danny's, to be fair, down 4 CS against Berserker and Sven.
Yeah, but I mean, the sustain here is really making the difference. Danny and Vulcan are fighting so heavily, constantly using that Yuumi passive every time it's up to get the mana return, to poke them down. So yes, they were down on CS a little bit, but they fought the wave so heavily to deny Berserker and Sven from being able to reset that wave, get the timing that they wanted. Sven's out of potions, he's too low, so they have to go back to base. And we'll see, you know, is Berserker going to be threatened off whatsoever? Looks like no, but it will be a better reset for EG.
I want to see what's going on with this top crab as well, because Inspired has crossed over, but that is Blabber territory here, with Orianna using the teleport back. Blabber gets both crabs. Oh wait, the smite is coming in. Inspired wants it.
Yeah, smite up, but he's gonna get stunned up. Can't get much more going on there. His ghost is down. Then looks like Blabber gonna claim it.
If there's one thing we know about Blabber, very protective of his crabs. Okay.
That's my crab. Get away.
He cues Inspired back, chases him off. Inspired can't get into range for the smite steal.
I will say, though, early crabs are diminished in value, and Inspired took Krug. So, yes, the camp is up, and Sidoni's on it now. So, yes, obviously, scoreboard looks better. Krugs are going down now, but we should have Hecarim on the map moving around a bit sooner.
And the experience was nerfed, but the gold stayed the same.
Yeah.
So, gold value definitely still there, too. And we'll see, because you really, really do want to get your Lucidity boots pretty early there. We'll see if the recall comes in after second clear.
Pathing on his way down right now. Obviously, the boots and the Ruby Crystal are in for Inspired already. Technically, could still be the Triforce build. Again, not expecting it, but can think the prediction. I'm going to hold out hope, okay?
Yeah.
I love me some Trinity Force champions. Got to bring that meme back a little bit, and Hecarim, one of the best users of it. See which way it goes, but yeah, is on the map. And again, Blabber is up 2 crabs, is down a recall, so his gold is higher, but the inventory is not as good.
Absolutely, but at the same time, the respawns are working out, you know, with these jungle camps, that he'll get towards this bottom side, he'll finish off his wolves, he'll take out that last camp there on the Gromp, and then he'll have time to recall before any camps do respawn, right? So he's optimized his clear pretty well. You know, Kobe talked about it. It's going to be focused on farming from the junglers in the early stages, so he doesn't really care about that later recall too much here. And is going to have time without missing any camps. So still very efficient. And I do like that he was actually, you know, contesting for those crabs early on, because they had lane prio, and you want to be making sure you're getting something from that.
Well, first recall comes in from Impact. Wants to be able to walk his way back to lane. Theoretically, the wave should be in a spot to allow him to do so and save the teleport. He dropped a CS or 2, but decides no. Though the lane is going towards me, I want to maximize income. Teleports back all the same.
Yeah, this is always an interesting choice, right? And I've discussed this with a number of top laners, because I do think it's low reward oftentimes when you TP back when the wave is slow pushing towards you, but top laners will make the argument that every little bit of experience is really what makes a difference in some of these matchups. So clearly Impact prioritizing, making sure he maximizes XP there, not missing out on any of the minions. But if you do get ganked after that TP now, you're not going to have to get back to lane, so it's way more punishing.
Yeah, I do understand it too, because especially Ornn trying, you know, experience is one of his most valuable measures for success for the team, trying to get that level 13 so he can start upgrading items as well. Meanwhile, it is the push out here. Blabber helping Jensen get the shallow ward here towards the Raptors and some river control.
And bottom scuttle going to be 3
Crowd
in a row
number 3!
He is unstoppable. Cloud9 with a shellfish buffet, just maybe unstoppable.
Gotta get in there for these crab takes, baby. Inspired, now under attack again from the flail of Blabber.
And gets the stun over the wall, but the lion's share of the damage is actually the auto attack afterwards, so not a big hit there. We can see 48 to 43 in terms of CS marker. Again, the scuttle difference is a pretty big deal. Sven has taken his first recall, full ability power. Berserker happy to play the lane 1v2, but Sven, careful, you still get Ricochet on and chunk down to 200.
And I just like how EG is playing this out with their bottom lane. They're trading so aggressively. They're constantly pressuring Sven, taxing his resources here, you know, pushing him back time and time again, you know, maximizing the use there of that Yuumi passive, constantly getting mana back and being able to sustain Danny up with this relentless shove on that bottom side.
Okay. Ignite ready here for Fudge. Hextech ultimatum ready.
Ulti's up for all 3 members. Is going to be enough. Scribesman may have spotted what was going on as Azir tagged it. Looks like no. Impact playing relatively far away. This lane is in an awkward spot. He's got more minions, but it's on the other side.
I want to call out that question mark ping. They blew question mark ping from the side of Evil Geniuses because they think Blabber's here, and then Impact is an under attack anyways. Has to end up flashing.
Doesn't want to get locked in place at the turret range, so out he goes.
Really good job, though, forcing out that flash. And I have to actually, you know, credit the pathing, because they're able to circumvent a lot of these wards. There was a pink ward here. There was a pink ward here. There was, you know, I think a ward somewhere around that area as well that they're able to kind of circumvent.
So, and that's why I wanted to call out the ping here, because Impact from the movement of Fudge is thinking, hey, this guy's got to have a jungler here. So good read there, and then ends up still having to flash anyways, though.
Blaze gets cleared down. Fudge will be taking his CS back under the turret. Looks like we're going to see our next recall out of Impact in the exact same state it was in the last time, where it's meeting up in front of the turret. It will slow walk down. He TP for the first one, got a couple extra, bit of XP as a result, and he'll be in the same boat this time, but walking. Absolutely, and now it's going to be up to C9 to try to find that repeat window, right? They have a couple minutes here with no flash there on Impact, where they will have all ultimates. They'll have the Ignite, everything available, ready to go. You really want to kill Impact during that window and start farming plates on the Camille to kind of slingshot her ahead. So at the very least, she always has lane prio and can threaten these moves towards mid, start getting something more done with this last pick. Okay, looking at Jensen here, splashes down. The fear is perfect, has no agency anymore. And first blood comes through for Jojo Pyun.
And Freak, he does have a Sheen in inventory, but I still would think it's
Sunder.
It's Sunder instead. It's a higher chance there, but that is first blood for Evil Geniuses into the hands of Azir too. The perfect place for them. Super rich Jojo here, as you can see on the FTX total gold graph. Really, really good stuff for the snowball.
Yeah, and it's so big they didn't commit summoners at all, right? And they got the flash off of Jensen, so Jensen now gonna have to be playing this very carefully. Blabber in the area, trying to make sure that no sort of repeat shenanigans happen.
I like that play by Jojo, by the way. Here he puts the W down early. If you're paying attention and your W's already down, you can on reflex go back with E and dodge Shockwave. Instead of being able to cast it together, where otherwise the animations are too long. So he's very smart to pre-cast that one. Is not ganked by Blabber, who is now going for the bigger crab.
Yeah, he has circumvented the vision of the Scuttle Crab. Fudge is going to walk over it here, though, no problem, as they've got the bottom lane already up here. Sivir making the move, though. Evil Geniuses, with this move for their bottom lane, they're actually coming for the fight, but they're too late.
Ooh, knock up there. Decent damage here, Fudge. He does not have flash. He might try to jump the wall, ult for a bit of time, but is it going to be enough, though? Rewards arrive. Lulu ulti buys a lot of time, and Inspired goes down. Orin hits 3. Here's Jojo. Jojo, no ulti. That might not be enough, because Shockwave's going to be here. Going to land on one more champion. His impact falls down as well. Fudge finds a stun. Blabber as well. Jojo has no flash. He's got no flares, and it's a 3-0 fight for Cloud9.
Evil Geniuses fumble it so hard. Cloud9 will take the kills and the Riptail. That is massive.
And bot plates! Zeri didn't even move. Berserker's down there pushing in bot. Yes, the EG bot lane will shove in mid, but Cloud9 massively ahead off of that play.
Oh, EG were so frustrated. They moved late to this Rift Herald play. They called their bottom lane up, and then since they had already invested that call, seems like they felt like they had to force something here, but they were down resources. No Azir ult from the first blood in mid lane, and they get crushed. Cloud9 just turn on them. Look at this. Let's take a look once again. Blast going over here for Inspired. Fudge, though, with the Hextech ultimatum, going to be able to dodge there on the initial E and buy some time for Blabber to get over and get his back.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Hecarim ult. There's no ult on the Azir. Cloud9 have the extra man here with the support roam from Sven. So, an ill-advised fight there for EG, but I agree, Kobe. It felt like once they had committed to moving up and the Herald's already gone, they're like, we at least got to kill someone on the exit, right? And it's just too much, too far there. Cloud9 able to punish, still very close game, but Herald in pocket means good things for Cloud9.
We'll see when first rate comes through. Right now, hasn't been touched. It's all been about the gold gain, champions, camps, neutral objectives. See when they go for more. Blabber finds another crab right in front of him. Lovely. Had dropped the, fourth Herald of the game on the top side. So one was claimed by Inspired. But I believe it's 4-1 in Scuttle Crabs right now.
Yep. That's the crab count. What really matters, baby.
3-1 kills, no.
Exactly. 4-1 in crabs. He's thriving.
Yeah. Take down the scoreboard, put up the crab counter.
Let's get that Cloud9 crab count. Honestly, though, too, look at the vision that they were able to place around the dragon as well for the setup. Now that they've already taken Rift Herald off top side, of course, they're going to turn their sights down to the other side of the map, where we do have constantly shoving Sivir lane here, just annihilating the minion wave, getting the push for Evil Geniuses into the recall.
Going to be the blue buff handoff with a steal to boot. Jensen going to keep putting the damage down, so the auto won't nuke it just yet. And there's the pickup there. Jensen gets a blue.
So it is Sunder, obviously uninspired, so going to be having at least some damage in there. Wouldn't be shocked to see him just go like Deadman's or whatever next into more of a tanky style. And it is more this kind of, I don't know if I want to call it new meta, but we're seeing a lot more Crown on Azir. And sometimes into things like Assassins, like we saw into Akali, but now into the Orianna and everything as well. So really just afraid of that upfront burst potentially, but you do have to be careful about not getting it poked off because your damage is lower and it is absolutely useless if you're getting poked.
Yeah, I think Camille threatening backline as well. Going to be pretty scared of the all-in. Blabber just going to use the Herald towards mid here. Always a good choice. It's never a bad choice to take a chunk of the health out of the mid lane turret, especially if you resign yourself, hey, we're approaching 14 minutes, I just want my plate money. Mid lane turret is one of the most valuable just to get the damage on it so you can take it later and take away that area of safety.
You can see Jensen walked in to get his share of the gold, wanted to make sure it wasn't all on Sejuani. Obviously, Orianna certainly scales the gold harder than Sej does, so I think a very smart choice.
How dare you?
He just said, Blabber, I'm taking 160 from you. This would go to you, but I'm taking half. And he's like, yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yes, as we all do.
Yeah. So you got to play Master Yi and be like, no, just backping the guy. You're playing Karma for me. All right, let's go. But 2,000 gold lead. Cloud9 off to the races here in game 1. And Berserker hasn't been part of any kills, but his farm's been good. He's been getting solo plates down there. Most gold in the game.
Yeah, what a player he has been for Cloud9 as well. Hugely talked up rookie.
Stun, Ignite, second stun. 4-1 kill score. Cloud9 keep coming.
Yeah, it looked like the true damage Q was already prepped there for Fudge on the dive. So after the abilities are used in that trade, he's got the Q ready, goes in, gets that huge chunk of true damage. Blabber nails the ulti. They made that dive look simple.
It was simple. It was simple. Meanwhile, the dragon picked up on the other side here for Evil Geniuses will be their consolation prize. But the gold lead ballooning here for Cloud9 is going to become very difficult to deal with.
As the Drake gets picked up right there, I believe it's another crab 5-1 for Cloud9. Top crab, I believe, is the marker over in that river. So still going even better for Cloud9. And the one thing they have lost, yes, they lost the first blood. A good gank by Inspired and JoJo, but Jensen's flash has since back up. And that one Drake that's going to be happy to get gold instead for.
Yeah, so next play just seems like continuing to play here around that mid lane, covering Jensen as best as they can, playing for that vision. And every time that Q is prepped, he's going to go in with the hook shots, look to play aggressively, utilize the Camille passive in these trades to absorb any sort of kind of trade back there. And with the early Mythic completion, an Impact very far behind the curve here, you know, he's actually had to sidestep, get some armor in. It's rough now because Fudge already has sustain in the build. Looks like he is going for that full-on side lane here, you know, getting some early sustain. Going to be playing with the Ravenous Hydra, full-on split push build.
Yeah, having a Camille this far ahead here is so nice for Cloud9. It's going to get them the first move towards these objectives as they start to come up. Fudge keeps going for these little chunks and chip damage onto Impact. With being the first to level 11 as well, it gives you full priority to start up on this Riptail side. JoJo does have teleport though. So Evil Geniuses with the Azir bottom, they have the possibility if they wanted to make the call to go for it, but it looks like they've said, hey, we're too far behind. Give it up to Cloud9. We don't want to fight quite yet.
And I think, honestly, JoJo might be able to kill that tower. So if he actually gets the tower down on that bottom side, that would be first tower gold for him, which I think is just more valuable because it would be all isolated onto him. So I'll be interested to see if Jensen or Fudge or anyone TPs to actually stop this, because otherwise you're just giving solo first turret gold over to the enemy Azir. Yep. That feels more valuable than whatever you're going to get from the Herald.
And he's going to be first place in gold now. 6,800 gold on JoJo Pyun. Now the richest man in the game. Thank you for the donation. 450 onto him, but now you've got a nice attempt here by Fudge. Will be in front of the Azir turret, but knocks off the shield, and that means round 2 could be better because Blabber's on the way, Zven's on the way, and a 3v2 could be enough. Inspired spotted, TP comes in, they want to fight right now. Can he ult to immune the stun? Takes it anyway. JoJo's looking on the way out, finally ults out to safety with 100 HP left, holds on to just enough combos. Shockwave already burned. I think that was the one immuned by the ulti, as out goes EG.
And with that teleport too, it leaves Impact pushing on top side, so Ornn kind of catching up now. Gonna get the extra waves of experience and gold to try and catch up and slowly work away.
The crowd with the pop-off every time Blabber gets a crab now. I'm loving it.
6-1.
What's that crab count, baby?
6-1. If I count correctly.
1.
Domination in the crab game.
Insane
Worrying
crab count.
friend here for EG.
Honestly, too, here for Cloud9, with the towers getting opened up on the side lanes, it gives even more potential to Fudge. This Camille that we've been talking about, this lead that he has. Divine Sunder with the percentage health damage and the true damage of the second Q activation is just so good at chunking down Ornn that Impact can't really answer anymore. So they're having JoJo on the side lanes here, matched up with the Camille. He was able to self-peel away so that Inspired could live down there, save his jungler at least for the time being.
I gotta say, JoJo's gotten some pretty sick value from First Strike already. You know, nearly a full kill worth of gold. 275 gold already earned from that rune. It's very, very nice this early on. It is a rune that really scales well because of the percentage damage amp on your on all your abilities, plus the gold that you're getting. So it's gotta feel pretty good.
Blabber's going Warmogs. One of the most underrated items in League of Legends. Warmog's second is coming. That item is so good.
And I know you love Data Freak. Warmog's second has always been, since they made the change to lower the threshold, has been the highest win rate second item for Sejuani for many, 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 many patches. I'm always tracking the tank builds. And Warmog's is so massive because, especially when you're a player like Blabber and you have that playstyle of always jumping in, going for this crazy engages initially, they will be able to heal him back up if with the extra speed, they can save him, get that reset. So definitely will be a massive front line there. Sejuani does have good health scaling, even into damage with the second part of the W hit with the flail. So.
And your play pattern can work pretty well for it. You know, you'll see Sejuani players sometimes just go in with the ulti and then save the Q, so when they get low, then they Q out. You can Warmogs back up. So it can be pretty powerful. Cloud9, though, going to be able to knock down a tower here. So evening up the turret count, using that to get Pryo towards this bottom lane. They are roaming down to threaten JoJo, but he knows it's coming and will be able to back it up. It'll be interesting to see if Cloud9 looks to actually challenge at this next Drake here.
We've had almost every single series be 5 games. I'm just glad that with the predictions, again, completely one-sided, we're already getting a look here where this series is going to be closer than anticipated. Fudge in the side lane versus Impact is exactly what he wants.
Yeah, already down a half HP right now. Gonna hold ulti for, I think, the right thing to immune. Goes in now. Impact W does absolutely nothing, puts his own ulti down, but guess what, buddy? You pressed R and just got shot down. 1-0, an ult for safety. And now Danny getting chased, has some move speed, but there's still more from the other side. Now Fudge does not have his ult anymore, but can try to go for more of a chase. Will not get the slow, but a jump in for Berserker, still going for it. Red buff slow is on. Danny needs the move speed. In again is Fudge as the kill comes through. Berserker finds another.
Cloud9 going off across the map there. Impact way up. Fudge takes the easy solo kill in the 1v1, then TP's down a bot side where Berserker flashing in, chasing down Danny. That Zeri ultimate is permanent. The Sivir ultimate is not.
Oh my goodness. Cloud9 are such a momentum-based team as well. They're just building up in this game, in this series. 6-1 is the kill count. Catch it up to the crab count. We're going to get Dragons evened up afterwards as well. Jensen does not stick around to try and put any more damage into this turret, though. They're not getting greedy, going for the reset. More important, so they can swap back to the mid lane.
And here it is just one more time. You know, Impact, the amount of move speed you actually have here as this Camille, there's no way you can really outrun him, so you're kind of locked into this fight and just no shot.
Exactly. This is why I was highlighting, when the towers are down, it's an opportunity for the Camille. So big there, and he easily takes it. Then guess what? I finished up my solo bolo so quickly, I'm coming down to lead the charge in the team fight. And Zeri with the Orianna speed, with the Yuumi speed, with his own ultimate speed, catches up. Red buff burns him down.
And Sivir is really quick as well, but the Ghost expired, the ulti expired. Zeri was able to keep the ulti stacks going, so he kept that move speed running. And is able to just barely chase down Danny there. That was a long chase, and it's got to be frustrating to die that far back into your jungle.
Everybody's been chased down by Zeri at this point. Everybody's had that terror.
Yeah.
Not me.
No?
Fine. The only game I really dislike is Shaco. I think the ult is a questionable spell. It's like, I know what the clone is. It's hitting me. If I kill it, I get feared. If I don't kill it, I take 800 damage. What's my choice? I don't have one. It's exciting.
Ah, we're talking to an AD carry. I can tell.
Yeah.
The only people
Kobe, a
more
Shaco player.
Yeah, the only people more frustrated by a different champion than Zeri. Let's take a look though. Cloud9 again in this beginning of an upset here in game number 1. 2,000 gold, split the Dragons. Actually, Blabber's got to get out of there. Yeah, I know that there are groans from the crowd, but a single Sejuani, unfortunately, not going to have a great chance.
Not going to take that 1v2?
Not going to have a great chance versus the Sivir with a Yuumi on top of it.
Well, 7-2, I think, to score line on Crabs now.
And we got to keep in mind how good EG is in team fights, right? Because how many times have we seen them in these kind of situations just fight their way out of it? So Cloud9 has to make sure they're on point with their execution, where they're choosing their fights, because EG is the best team fighting team in the league. And JoJo is monstrously fed. You know, even after all these kills and stuff, he's still equal on gold with Berserker, and he's way ahead of Jensen. He's almost to his death cap. I guess he's still got a ways to go, but he has that first large rod in for his third item. When he hits that, it's Azir's time to shine.
Exactly. We got to focus in on the differences here in the comps because while they do both have good scaling carries at their backs, in Evil Geniuses, for sure, they want the full 5-on-5.
Yeah.
They want it more structured front to back because that gives you a better opportunity for JoJo to peel for the Sivir, for the Ornn ultimate to get more value there. Meanwhile, Cloud9, they just need more room, more alone time for Fudge. Side lanes are your friend. Your Camille is so fed here. 2-item power spike. Can instantly heal up these waves. You can see with the Ravenous completed. Also gets so much healing and sustain with the Divine off of the Ornn hits. And there's no way. Impact has learned his lesson. They gotta give up the pressure. The biggest strength here for Cloud9, the advantage in the side lanes.
Absolutely. Impact's just going to have to give up that tower. We'll have to back it up. It is worth noting, though, that Berserker, of course, is not playing any sort of cleanse. There's no Mikhail's complete just yet. So when you go in as that Hecarim, and he's actually going Death Stand second, so he'll have some respectable damage. With the Yuumi strapped on top, Hecarim Fear, nothing you can do about it. Yuumi Root, nothing you can do about it. The Ornn ult can come in from long range. The ricochets from the Sivir, all of this can get layered, and that is very, very scary for both Berserker and Jensen. If they do get caught up in that engage, it's very explosive from the EG side.
Something that they touched on themselves even, the Cloud9 members citing Evil Genius's ability to come back in games where they're facing a deficit due to big team fights. We're approaching that stage of the game. 25 minutes in, the neutral objectives in the mid game. Evil Geniuses have been in this position so many times.
Yeah. And
playoffs after playoffs, best of fives.
Absolutely. Unfortunately for them, right, the Dragon Stack's not a thing. It's like, if you keep Baron control and they can't just Baron dance you, 7-3, 7-3. 2 crabs in a row have gone the way of Evil Geniuses.
Is it a reverse crab sweep?
Oh my God! Could it be the first ever? The first ever? Yeah, I don't know how many the total count would have to be.
Yeah, I think he got like the 4th one, so it was like it's like 3, then 1.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
That's
here.
true. Here we go. Cloud9, the best team the LCS has ever seen against the upstart underdogs and Evil Geniuses in their first LCS playoffs. I don't know. We're going to stop here.
Everyone liked that.
Doubt. I'm pressing X really hard right now.
Same. Yeah. All right, Dragon's coming up.
Everyone liked him stopping. To be clear.
I see. Yeah.
I see. Yes.
Dragon's coming. Dragon is coming up, though, boys. And Cloud9 look like they've been able to plant their flag here already. They've got the control here through the river, and with pushing out mid lane first, should easily be them stacking up number 2.
Oh, Dragon's gonna get hit right now. And we keep the scoreline looking good Cloud9 wise. Now we are again 10 minutes and change away from a Mountain Soul, but they are on the way here. 37 minutes about for that timer. Certainly far into late game when it happens. IE is done for Berserker. His single target damage is definitely there.
So we know what all the Cloud Souls do, or all the Dragon Souls, but what do the Crab Souls do?
Crab souls?
Crab Souls.
You can summon a horde of crabs.
It's like the Belveth ulti. They just walk down.
It's just scuttle crabs?
Yeah, they die and give up Moose Speed Shrines.
It's basically Zerat Portal then.
Yeah.
Bring it back.
Oh God! Don't bring back Zerat. I'm sorry we opened that door.
Yeah.
Let's close that door very quickly. Evil Geniuses, though, we've been trying to set up this scenario where heading towards these neutral objectives, and the bigger one here, of course, Baron, as you see the transfer of vision over to the Baron area. They've been scaling up. The big thing that they're waiting for is, of course, Danny. You're always waiting on Danny, that Infinity Edge. If they can get that Infinity Edge done, then you'll see Evil Geniuses really try and commit to something. Cloud9 want to force it, though. They know, hey, we've got the Infinity Edge advantage on our AD carry. Try and bait EG over.
JoJo does have his death cap, though, and EG are aware this is going on.
Well, can we look for it now? Inspired is nearby. 4 or 5k health left on it. Is this going to be it? EG in playoffs in front of Baron. Cannot find the Yuumi ult to land on any target. Inspired, so zip it around, but doesn't have his engage either. That's going to be Ghost and his charge timing out Fudge. Still on the flank. Tagged a little bit, stun's gonna land. Is that the kill on JoJo? The shield pops. Will he die? Shovels back, stays up for now, gets out, stays alive. On the back, is Danny running away. Danny's firing at a blabber. Damage is pretty good. Over the wall he goes, stays alive. Fudge gets a stun. Down goes Inspired. Danny's got a kite, but Fudge is tanky. Shot back in is a triple kill, and nothing else JoJo can do. 4 unanswered, and Baron this time will go to Cloud9.
Oh, and it all starts off on Blabber with the gliding Sejuani ultimate. Slides right past every EG member, threads the needle, hits the Sejuani ultimate on to JoJo, and Cloud9 wipe Evil Geniuses off that Baron. Again, I want to emphasize the timing we were just talking about. Really good awareness here from Cloud9. They forced it before Danny could get his Infinity Edge. That Sivir was auto-attacking for a good 15 seconds there. No Infinity Edge crits come through. Cloud9 win the team fight. They get the Baron. Huge, huge stuff. And look at this, Blabber slips right in, finds JoJo.
Yeah, and it's only the Crown that keeps JoJo from just dying instantaneously, because the Crown, did have that couple seconds where with the reduction of damage, but JoJo's almost completely out of the fight. Then you look at the top end, you see Danny here free-firing this whole time. Sven not quite able to get knocked down. Inspired not able to actually connect
Blabber
as
and
well.
Sven both would have died with IE.
And then really nice spell shield by Danny. He actually spell shielded Fudge's ultimate there as it's about to land, immuning that, so he's able to keep running. But the shockwave from Jensen pulls him back in. And they are really hurt by missing the Yuumi ult and the Ghost from Inspired. Miscommunication from EG, very untypical. The Yuumi ult got popped, and Inspired was backing up, so he couldn't actually get that initial route onto Jensen. And then the team fight right after goes way in the favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9 on point this whole game. Pushing the game forward, taking proactive plays, forcing the tower dive, forcing the play here on Baron. And they don't lose anyone with the extra stopwatches that they were able to pop at the very end there. Fudge surviving the tower shot as well. Now with Baron buff, they are free to push in. And how do you stop this Camille split push? They're actually 1-3-1 with Jensen all the way up in top lane with his Unleashed teleport. And they've got Fudge in mid, slowly pressuring all 3 lanes here. Cloud9 need to be careful as far as rushing through, but oh my god, Impact's got to be careful even going outside his own base.
Yeah, it is rough, and Impact, building towards potentially a Warmogs, could also just be Anathemas, which is much more popular. But if you do want to answer split push, Warmogs, definitely is a good option there. They're going to potentially look for a pick, though. The only way EG can stop this is by getting a kill on one side, because they have no one that can answer Fudge in the 1v1, and if you send multiple members, Cloud9 will just overshove on the other side and be able to get those towers down.
JoJo, not an easy way out, shoves around, doesn't matter at all. They lose a mid laner, here comes the charge of Hecarim. Is it going to be enough though? Danny gets away from Fudge for a second, and it's time for Orin to find a knockup, but already 2 members are dead. Danny's got to be careful. Danny goes down, a triple kill, and one goes back over to the top side. Impact left alone, Impact locked in place, and he's got nowhere to go but the graveyard. The Bloodlet Ace comes through, Cloud9. 15-1 in kills. They won in Crabs, they won in Drakes, they won this game. 31-30 on the clock, and haters be damned. Cloud9 take the first game over EG.
Whoa, what a game here. What a game. Cloud9 unleashed. Blabber, Sejuani, control the Crabs, control the game. His Sejuani ults, though, towards the end, he finds JoJo both times. Great initiations from him. Great follow-up from the team. Fudge was so massive in the 1 versus 1.
Yep.
Really punishing Evil Geniuses for that tank pick. Blind picking the tank. They flex the Sejuani into jungle.
This was, some of the best punishing we've seen of Orin this whole year, right? In the LCS, people get this Orin. They're usually able to stabilize. Even if they're down, they're only down a little bit here. The early game from Blabber forces the flash. Then we see that re-dive there. They get the kill on a very clean dive. Then again, we get the solo kill. All of this kind of snowballing, that pressure, that momentum snowballing, to the point where no one could answer the Camille in the side lane whatsoever. EG's options became very limited at that point, so Cloud9 just forces them into a fight when they don't have their spikes.
Yeah.
And they dominate them, and that's the game. This was just so beautifully played out by Cloud9 start to finish.
When Cloud9 are on, they are so exciting to watch. Actually crazy stuff here, dominating Evil Geniuses. The undisputed best team in the LCS here.
Sure.
Under dispute.
Good job by Cloud9 here, 1-0 in the series, but of course, many more to play. Now, while we gear up for game 2, heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much. Hello, and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Hey!
Is undeservingly happy.
Too happy.
I predicted C9. Nobody else predicted C9.
Good job.
Bring it back up.
It's one game. Is it going the way you thought it would?
They only need to win 2 more games, whereas EG now have to win 3 more games.
That's how math works. Is this going the way you thought? Is this the way you thought C9 would come in and play?
No, actually.
Okay.
So I was a little surprised that EG was willing to handshake bot lane, especially after Sven's interview at the end of the season where he said, yeah, bot lane's really simple. You just handshake Zeri Sivir and Lulu Yumi, and then you win because that's what we're comfortable with. They put them in their comfort zone, and I feel like the thing that surprised me actually was Fudge just dunking kids with Camille the whole game. But the draft was, not exact. I didn't expect EG to do the handshake.
So the really interesting thing for this draft for me from C9 are 2 things. One is Jensen's Orianna, which not only is he just phenomenal on that pick, as we saw from the stats, but additionally, Orianna is really, I think, a slightly underrated pick in this meta because of how bot-focused things are, right? So we've been asking, when stuff in the mid lane is going to come out to also help protect your AD carry and set them up for fights. And then the other thing is obviously the Sedge flex. I will admit I'm not the hugest fan of Sejuani jungle. I've seen JJ play it on EDG. I've seen it elsewhere. But this flex is what allows for the Camille pick, which ran rampant over that top lane. And if you are going to beat EG, I don't think it's a bad strategy to try to split them on the map. You saw once they got Baron, there was no way, EG couldn't get the fight they wanted because they were split in so many different directions.
Yeah, I will just throw in a little bit of color that when the Orianna was locked in, Jack just went, oh, Jensen means business.
Jensen is serious.
He's serious.
Bjergsen has Zillion, Jensen has Orianna.
And Bjerg waited until their backs were against the wall. Jensen's I'm coming out and I'm going to smack you across the face with the Jensen. You may have saw the little the side boop during the game. 55 and 15 record on that Orianna going into the game. It's now 56 and 15 of Blaze Olive. I mean, he is nutty on this champ.
Yeah, I mean, the stats sort of speak for themselves.
This stat definitely speaks for itself.
The crabs are the most important. Blabber absolutely dominating Inspired in this first game, as you can tell, with the only stat that matters.
Can't come back from that.
In reference to Jensen's Orianna, I think the Azir matchup for Orianna, in theory, is bad, especially in the current meta, but I was actually quite surprised with JoJo. Normally, somebody who focused very hard on lane domination opted into the much more scaling runes with First Strike instead of Comet, and also went Crown with Nashers, which is normally attributed to going with Conqueror. So I was a bit confused by that. I wasn't particularly happy with how JoJo was playing, and I think Jensen really showed his confidence level on the Orianna and made the pick work.
Yeah, and looking at the draft, I like both sides. Just if it made sense to me that, Evil Geniuses wanted to play towards team fights and scale in that direction. And then while Cloud9 had good side lane pressure through the Camille, and then can play through sides first so they can be at the objective first. That didn't happen. Evil Genius is a team that initially were criticized in early spring of just taking too many fights. Took a scrap that was just really bad at the top side of the map. That was the first replay that we showed. That really set the tone for the rest of the game. Orin was really far behind. And then, Cloud9 could really just play for objectives while at the same time Camille was going for top side. So they had just such an insurmountable lead that really Impact himself could not play this game. And you could say the same for the AD as well.
Sorry, I think you can kind of see it on the gold graph here as well. That first Herald fight was actually so huge, and it was really interesting to see that EG actually went for a late rotation to contest instead of, we've talked how many times about how they will just give up Herald to get plates onto Danny.
Yeah.
In that situation, not only did C9 get the Herald and the 3 kills, but then Zeri got a plate on the bot side, and it really set up how the rest of the game went.
And it really never came back from that. It felt like EG was kind of thrown off by that Herald fight. And it really felt like C9 was in control of the rest of the game. Every single fight was also going their way. It wasn't even like the fights were extremely easy. There was one fight around Baron where Berserker tried to dash over a wall and got pushed back. And I thought, oh, this is where EG comes back. But nope, they still just cleanly won the fight.
Yeah, and I think that what is in front of you right now, Evil Genius is shooting red side. was something that's the most surprising of Game 1. Game 1 being the fact that Camille was 5-pick. The early fights was really favorable to C9, and the fact that they can have the options to play through sides really helped them, where it felt like after that Rift Herald fight, EG just didn't have any options. So this is the first series where it really feels like red side is a priority rather than blue side being a main dominant point.
I was about to say, I'm like, how different from everything we've seen over the last few days?
TL chose to play red side in
later in the series, exactly. But
yesterday.
they kind of got pushed to that almost as a last resort.
If I have to guess what they think happened, and I see Zazel in Cloud9 colors as well, old throwback, but
Absolutely.
if they're just going to trade bot lanes like that, I feel like having the counter pick at the end is what they feel would be most valuable if I'm going to have to guess. And EG, weirdly, they probably didn't expect to lose first game. I'm surprised. I've been looking at their faces kind of this whole time. They look a little bit either angry or annoyed.
Well, I was going to say, Danny's not normally the most expressive person after a game, but that was the blankest of blank Danny stares that I've ever seen coming off of the loss, and then inspired there as well. Yeah, definitely going to wonder. I mean, this is a team, right, that, as we mentioned, having displayed the kind of dominance they did to take the title last split, go to MSI, and then blow out their own scoreline from the previous split and end in a 15-3 fashion, they have high expectations for themselves.
This is only the 4th game they've lost since coming back from MSI.
Yeah.
And weirdly enough, it's the 3rd game they've lost either in top lane or at Rift Herald, right? The TL game where Bwipo completely popped off. There was the 100 Thieves game they lost where they just overcommitted to a Rift Herald fight. And this game, it was also them overcommitting to a Rift Herald fight where they uncharacteristically moved Danny up.
Yeah.
I think they should just, when you don't play for 2 weeks, sometimes it's hard to have that reset to get back to stage. But they spent their whole year funneling gold into Danny, and they weirdly moved him up for the Rift Herald fight. I don't want to see them do that, actually. I want to see them just let Danny get gold.
Yeah, the thing with that is that I think what they were doing makes sense. Like, they start Herald, they should contest Herald when their bot lane has move, but because they just killed Jensen on mid lane, they used both Azir ulti and Hecarim ulti right before that. The Herald fight isn't like that favored until the bot lane gets there. And you saw that they also just fought towards the top lane instead of the mid lane where the dual lane was. So the fight didn't end up going well, and that is like one of the best feelings as an AD carry. If I'm Berserker, I'm so happy because we got the Herald, we won the fight topside, and the enemy bot lane rotated. It's like a dream come true.
An interesting start to the series, as Jat mentioned. Evil Geniuses hasn't had to recover from a ton of losses here in the summer split, so we'll see how they handle going down 0-1 in the series. The reigning champs will have their chance to answer back in Game 2. As we go, we're catching up with another familiar face, Cloud9's kind boy, Rush. Check it out.
Look, he was on LCK broadcast last night.
Here comes the engage. Stixay again. Arcane shifts out, but Rush comes in, and he gets Stixay. Jesus, Rush, could you ever miss a skill shot? And now he's on to Huhi. Oh, but he trades it back. So now it's up to Rush. Huhi's out of mana. He ward hops. Holy crap!
Your 2015 North American Summer Split MVP, Rush.
After leaving LCS, as many people know, I'm a Korean, and Korean guys, males, need to serve for mandatory military service. So I have been doing my mandatory military service for 18 months, and after that, I started my streaming career again. And as you know, I'm a streamer now. I actually didn't really play League of Legends much while serving for military service, because like Korean military army base is pretty strict and you can't really have your freedom. So I was away from League of Legends, but right now I started League of Legends again, but I'm slowly getting my skills back, and I wanna be a player that people can easily look up to. Even if I don't play as a pro, maybe I can help people to be like improving, maybe I can coach people, something like that. That's my plan for now, but it can be changed. So my favorite memory for LCS is the time I've awarded for MVP. It was like so fulfilling, like people recognizing me, and it felt like before being pro and before getting MVP, I was just like a random one of the good player. But after getting the reward, it means that I'm kind of like proved.
Hello and welcome back to the Castle Desk. We have a special guest with us here right now. We have benched Kobe only briefly, but Ablaze Olive is here, recipient of a 5-game series recently.
Yes.
Hopefully we get another one from you as well. How you doing, man?
I'm feeling fantastic. I've never casted before, so I'm a bit nervous, but I'm really hoping
It's going to be a banger. Don't worry. It's going to be
I'm sure
good.
it will be.
Yeah.
I hope EG puts a bit. Oh, wow.
See?
Oh,
We got the crowd.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
They love you as much as they love Blabber killing crabs.
I
And
mean,
that's a lot.
I'm not sure anybody loves anything more than Blabber loves killing crabs.
But we're ready to go into this one. Vi, first ban here for Cloud9. EG with side selection chose red.
Yeah, and I think that's such an interesting adaptation, right? We're seeing, more of that. TL obviously went red later in their series. More people feeling like the counter picks, being able to see more of the enemy draft becomes more important. And I think it's also, somewhat to do with the addition of like Poppy and Sejuani becoming more flex picks. They had been like almost exclusively played in one role, and over the last couple of weeks in some regions, we're seeing them flex a lot more often, which does make red side, I think, a lot harder to kind of deal with.
And I think Poppy was something that I believe fell through the draft last game, which did surprise me because EG had priority on that at the end of the regular season. So I'm curious if that stays like that or if something changes.
Even with Trundle ban, right? Like, it was a Trundle ban on blue side. I thought Poppy would get in that draft, like, for sure.
Yeah, but it was the flex for the C9 side, and EG wanted a bigger carry, right? Like, well, we got Yuumi, so we could go Poppy and have a tank, or we can go Hecarim, Inspire 1v9, which is kind of his forte here. But yeah, we got a lot of different bans here. Seraphine at the table. Silas still gone on the Cloud9 side, but Sivir is now out.
Yeah, Sivir banned out, and Zeri. Very interesting. I wonder if Yuumi still remains really high prio here with kind of primo AD carries that you would pair it with Gone.
Yeah, something that we were actually thinking about in our series against CLG is when Sivir and Zeri are both banned, is Yuumi priority just gone?
Yeah.
Because those are the two carries you really want to play with Yuumi, and it seems like C9 is not really prioritizing that.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting, right? I think Wukong first pick does make some sense, but Poppy as an answer is really strong. It is in Inspired's wheelhouse. Like, that is such a strong answer for him. So I'm really curious to see if EG still has prio on Zeri. Are they willing to do something like Poppy Zeri here? Excuse me, not Zeri, Yuumi, I should be saying. Because, yeah, I mean, there are other pairings you can go for, and some of the jungle pairings can be really strong as well. Like we saw that with Hecarim. I think that's a really strong duo that we haven't seen a lot of. Obviously scales really well with some of the aggressive mid laners too. Like if you want to go like LeBlanc and things like that, which JoJo does love. So C9 not willing to grab it. EG still happy to play it, and now they're going for a potential flex pick here of the Sejuani of their own.
Very surprising. I think this Sejuani prio is quite interesting to me because it wasn't something that I was particularly seeing a lot of, but I did see it a lot in other regions, especially in the LPL. So I'm curious to see if this is going to just be another jungle Sejuani or it's going to go into the top lane.
Well, I think that's just kind of the beauty of playing red side when flex picks are powerful, right? It's what is the blue answer? Like, you don't know where this is going, right? So I do think it makes your 2-3 a lot more difficult. It gives the red side more options, especially in the second round of bans, because they know exactly where they want to put it, right?
It does lose some value, though, because C9 have already locked in Wukong, and you're pretty confident that's going into the jungle. So you're not necessarily getting a ton of value because you don't have to blind something still. I think EG is likely going to play something exciting, though.
I want to see what comes out of this one right now. Aphelios is in, though, for Berserker. Has been an absolutely outstanding champion for him, especially. Gets it alongside Not a Glass. Of course, Yuumi was grabbed, so triple Enchanter on the docket already at this point. Well, I guess just say double Seraphine's not really played support very much anymore, but Yuumi Renata is going to be the trade, and EG needs one final pick. They can take it unanswered mid, cover it with bans. Azir is up, for example, or go somewhere else entirely.
And Renata is fairly generically strong, but I generally feel like it's strongest into hard engage, right? And I actually love this Ezreal pick here now as a result. If you go non-committal here and you play like a long range, mage mid, you play Yuumi plus Ezreal, Renata ulti is just absolutely worthless.
Yeah, I really like this Ezreal adaptation. I was wondering what they were going to pair with the Yuumi, and one of the old counters into Aphelios a few seasons ago was Ezreal.
Yep.
You don't see much Ezreal anymore, but when C9 blinds it in this situation, Ezreal is perfect with Yuumi.
And this was totally a Danny special. Like when Yuumi plus Ezreal were absolutely meta, they were going for all the time, and they were dominating with it. So I'm really interested to see, what JoJo would grab here. We talked about things, like pairings like LeBlanc and Yuumi can be really strong later on in the game. What would you be thinking about in this draft with what you've seen so far for mid lane picks on both sides?
Well, I like the Renekton ban. I think Renekton mid is quite underrated. It was played a lot in the LPL by Joinby, unsurprisingly, but I think it is actually quite strong, and especially when you have Sejuani, that is such a strong mid jungle. So I'm not surprised to see C9 banning that. I am a bit surprised that, I mean, I just don't know where this is going because I feel like Impact's not the kind of player to really abuse the Sejuani combination. Like, I don't see Impact playing a lot of Camille.
Yeah.
So
maybe like an Aatrox or something along those lines.
Maybe Aatrox
right?
is good. That's a good one.
Because I do think, you know, there are a number of those melee pairings that can be good with Sejuani. They also can just slap him on the Sejuani, and then that's really his style. You know, he is more of like the bruiser guy than the like hard carry split push style guy for sure. But there are some of those picks in there that can work really well. And if Fudge ends up having to blind and does go something more on the tanky side, could be good.
My thing is always, I want to see a fighter with Yuumi. I think her best synergy, like, the reason that she scales so well is getting on a 4-item fighter and been like, you like move speed, you like attack speed, you like the shield, you like the heal, your melee range for my ult to attack the entire team. Like, you don't want to be on an Ezreal late game. It's fine for a while, you're safe, you'll scale, he likes the AD ratios, but get the entire kit, something like Aatrox.
Yeah, and there the Aatrox is coming in. I think if what C9 needs to do is make sure that JoJo cannot pick Akali on 5, because Akali Sejuani Aatrox is like a really good topside 3v3, and I really like the LeBlanc cover because I think you want to make sure that they can't get that Akali. Don't give another melee for Sejuani to synergize with. So I really like this LeBlanc lock-in because a lot of the counters to LeBlanc don't synergize well with Sejuani. You want to pick stuff like Lissandra or, you know, Vex, but those don't do well with Sejuani. Wow.
This is like the solo queue answer to Aatrox. It's so easy to get the parry on Q3 every time, and Aatrox cannot win the all-in without landing the Q3 generally. So it kind of relegates Aatrox to trying to poke away and prod and not really look for these committed all-ins. So it is, I think, a very Fiora-favored matchup. Lissandra, one of the answers that you just talked about, you know, as you're saying, doesn't necessarily synergize as well with the rest of this because it feels like you kind of have, you know, a bot side that wants to poke and play it slow. Now you're kind of pairing that with some hard engage. But that being said, you know, Ezreal can throw a lot of damage over top. You know, if you are having, you know, the Aatrox flanking in, Lissandra and Sejuani going in, trying to lock someone down.
This is definitely a very interesting draft from EG. I really do not like Sejuani and Lissandra together, though. I think they're basically the same champ. They both have really powerful CC ultimate abilities, and as the mid jungle from C9, you can very easily itemize against that. Once Wukong gets Merc's Maul, he's unkillable against the mid jungle, and LeBlanc just has to get any tenacity from anything, probably Merc Treads, and he will be really safe the whole game. So I really don't like this because I feel like this doesn't play to JoJo's strengths. Like, I don't think he wants to pick just for the team comp really weak laning in the 2v2.
Yeah, but it's the play he's got right now, so we'll see if it's going to work out in the end. Damage maybe a bit mediocre. Ezreal, of course, can pump out damage, but a lot of it is poke, a lot of it's pre-fight. We'll see if that gets sustained back up or anything else. But we do have the end of the draft. Evil Geniuses and Cloud9, quick fist bumps to the coaching staff, and EG, surprisingly on the back foot in this series. They got a single kill. They got a first blood in mid lane. JoJo and Inspired combined to kill Jensen, and then nothing else happened all game long. Cloud9 ran the map. EG say, okay, we'll come back. Game 2, pick red side, rely on counters. Ezreal, Yuumi, they've got an Aatrox here for impact. And hey, Lissandra was the answer into LeBlanc. Will it happen? Or are Cloud9 going to be on match point early in this series? Get the rift to see who it's going to be. Game 2 between Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses.
It's going to be a really interesting one. You know, with EG already down a game, it becomes such an important one to actually be able to take back. I have to say, though, I do like that Cloud9 is committing more to having Fudge on these split pushers. I think he plays them so well. You know, I think back to some of the games he had early on in this split, even in losses on the Fiora, like where he almost had these 1v9 performances. There's this fight that's burned into my brain on bot side tri-push.
Yeah. I remember that one,
right?
too.
It's like, you know, so he definitely can do it. Just had a monster Camille game. And if you can win back-to-back, you know, on these split push threat carries, it's like, that kind of takes away a lot of the comfort picks from Impact, right? Because that is his wheelhouse where he goes for these kind of safe, stable blind picks.
He can't know he's on this ward, right? There's no way he doesn't know. Oh, he's prepping Q3.
But then that would be useless unless you're willing to actually flash.
Yeah, it doesn't seem likely that that'll work. I will say I'm not a big fan of this EG draft. I think the 5th pick counter pick for Lissandra in this game is really not, I feel like the impact's not going to be felt because you really want to synergize well with the Sejuani when you pick these champions. I think LeBlanc needed to be banned so you could pick something like the Akali. Akali can be played in a lot of situations, but not necessarily into LeBlanc.
Alrighty, well, we'll get a second opinion on this draft because we're getting a word with Cloud9's head coach, Max Waldo.
Thank you very much. I am here with Max Holder. Max, I've heard that scrims have been going pretty well for Cloud9. You don't have to tell me if that's true or not, but how are you feeling with the team in preparation for the week?
Yeah, I think it's pretty true. I think right now we're the best we've ever been, like the whole year. So I do think scrims have been going pretty well. I like how we're playing. I think we're doing really well.
Yeah, certainly reflects. Obviously about this game though, especially for Fudge in the top lane. Obviously Camille last game, Fiora this game.
Yeah.
Is you just giving him more agency? What's happening here with these a bit more aggressive counter picks?
But yeah, it's really important that like when Impact's blinding a tank that we're able to get a counter pick that's like winning and convincing in the game. So you pick like Camille against Ornn and it's actually winning. It's beating him in side lane, so it's really important. It sets a tone. You're not just going to blind pick a tank.
Yeah.
We're getting a counter pick out.
All right, so far so good. Oh,
yeah.
You have more?
Similar stuff happening in the bot lane where there's a lot of bot lane bans coming out and there's a lot of pinches happening. We beat their Yuumi in game 1, so now obviously they ran it back. We're going to see we're probably going to beat it again.
Yeah, all right, seems like it. Max, seems like things are going well. Get back there and thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, back to the cast.
That's very cool. I mean, it's kind of what I was talking about in draft, where it's like if you can get these picks that are punishing these blind tanks, it totally changes how EG has to play. But inspired with the wraparound, this can swing the matchup heavily.
Fudge is 3 though, so he has her post now to get rid of maybe Sejuani EQ. You just stun her out and you're not going to get stunned yourself, but
yeah,
they want to make this play.
They're waiting for 3 on Impact, and I think they're going to look.
See if they get it right now. Chain's going to land pretty good damage here. The chain across. No, the claw doesn't get reactivated in time. First blood early here for Blabber.
And that is huge. This matchup is not as hard for LeBlanc as it may seem. It is actually a very swingy matchup. If LeBlanc gets ahead, Lissandra will have a very hard time, and this is the perfect start for Jensen.
And the top side doesn't amount to anything either for Inspired. So committing the time up there, Fudge now way up in farm. Going to be just needing to reset that.
Oh, that was about the crab. I don't know. I guess we're still doing it. That's fine. It's like the wave in the audience.
That's what JoJo wanted to do on the gank.
Oh, yeah.
Right there, where he eased out and doesn't get hit by the root, but
yeah,
maybe a bit of nerves. Maybe a bit of nerves.
Look at the damage per minute there that was just popped out for Danny. His average was almost 900 DPM on Ezreal. Like, that's excuse me? Like, just casually putting out 1,000 DPM.
Yeah, that's like a season high for like plenty of players. Like, I got one game, 900, and it's like, wow, good job, dude.
Just another Tuesday for Danny.
Across 7, dog. Like, no big deal. Well, JoJo, gonna look for, wave clear plus tag enemy champion. Always the ideal here. It baits the Cloud route, doesn't get anything.
So you're talking about how this matchup can get, very difficult for Lissandra now. So, if you're a Jensen, how do you actually push the pace of this game, right? You've already gotten the first kill on JoJo. He does still have his flash. Are you calling your jungler back? And how do you want to play it out?
Well, I think you really need to get some more levels. I want to point out that he has Resolve secondary, so I assume that he has Unflinching there on the...
he has
Resolve
Unflinching, Bone Plating.
Yes, Unflinching. And that will really help against the Sejuani Lissandra. It does look like maybe Wukong took a lot of experience because this lane is not going as I would have expected, but if you look at the items aren't actually like that favorite to LeBlanc. It's actually Lissandra with Doran's Ring, which is a better laning item than Dark Seal. So I think once Jensen maybe gets to Mercs, if he's building that, or gets some more gold, this lane will feel a lot more comfortable. Right now, he just got through the early game.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't actually get to watch the early trading because we were watching mostly on top lane. We just got to see that kill. But JoJo, at the time of the kill, it was 18 CS to 10, right? So he was actually significantly ahead. I think in the early trading that had been happening. And as a result, like you say, First Blood goes on to Lissandra, but Wukong got the kill. LeBlanc didn't get the kill and was already losing that lane. So it doesn't always put you as much ahead as you would expect. It's like your lane opponent died, but your jungler is the one who really got ahead off of it.
Looks like the recall, both TB back in, and ultimately feels pretty solid here. Mana plus Boots on the one side, Boots plus Amptome on the other. Feels probably slightly better for Jensen, a bit more damage in the trades. Overall, a 300 gold to Cloud9, with when you consider it's 500-600 for the First Blood. That is overall slightly better laning for the EG side. We can see gold in individual places, slightly up for Danny. Mid lane just bang on equal, and everyone else pretty happy. It's just Blabber holding the lead.
I want to call attention to the timer in the game. It's 6 minutes. This is generally when pro teams will start talking about Herald. This early, you want to talk about how your bot lane is setting up, because generally you talk about if you win the 3v3 in the top side, and in this case, I might honestly favor it to... I mean, it's a bit of a toss-up, but it's probably just skill-based, and that means it's going to really depend on the bot lane and the bot lane situation.
Oh, that's going to be the root in place, so he jumps into double guns, and Danny has to flash back out to safety. Summoners are down for the entire EG bot lane. Berserker flashed in for the slow, and Danny serves himself up on a silver platter and turns his bot lane into gold.
Oh, can JoJo get both?
Yeah, I mean, he can't even recall, so it's going to be JoJo set up for a double right here. Thank you very much. Berserker knows best he can do is an execute, buys as much time as possible. Yuumi, both kills are unassisted, so the best it could have been for a 2-for-2.
Still, great roam from JoJo to actually bail them out, right? Because that was an absolute disaster. Berserker getting those kills. Danny just shifted so aggressively. I'm not sure, you know, if he thought he would just dominate that trade that heavily that they wouldn't be able to actually fight back. But when you shift in early, the E cooldown is super long now at those low ranks.
Yeah. I'm curious how much he's practiced this situation, because I feel like Sivir's area is so common as a matchup. You might not have practiced this Ezreal lane that often. So it might be maybe some uncomfortable situations there.
I mean, it's a 28-second cooldown at rank 1, which is where he is. So he hits the E, and he just goes in for that quick trade. But the root is there, right? And Danny realizes his mistake immediately, does heal early before the Ignite went up, but there's just no outrunning this. The bailout from Renata giving you that additional move speed is going to close the gap.
Yeah, I mean, super well played by C9's bot lane. I think this also ended up being C9 will have a push now. Oh.
Last one to the Jensen, but here comes a little bit more attention. Not going to matter too much. Out to go. Good gank by Inspired. You know, JoJo didn't ult anything. It was already down, so just getting the flash out of the mid lane.
Gotta say, JoJo's doing great in this lane. Despite the fact that he actually died, he has been the one that, you know, is up pressure. He's up 2 waves, maybe thrown out.
Beautiful. JoJo trying to flash to make room for the claw. Not going to happen.
Cursed. It's the classic.
You know, I always thought about saying, like, in a game if I died, oh, the caster's probably said something bad. That'd be a funny way to get over it.
I will say, if Sunger praises a lot this split, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah. You've spent on too many Golden Guardians.
I appreciate though. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Well, Danny, just going to get his farm on the bottom side. I will say, best mid Tom Kench in the LCS. Blaze all over here.
True.
Not in meta anymore.
Bring it back.
Actually, really?
It was a meta for what?
No.
One game?
No.
I think
No, it was like almost the entire last summer split was like a lot of mid TK. There were like 8 games of it.
Really?
Either way, though, it's going to be Herald grab. It is Evil Geniuses claiming it. Now down in gold, but not only has Inspired grabbed 2 of the 3 small crabs, he gets the big one as well.
Cool.
Yeah, and I think this really came about from the kill.
Crowd not happy.
Crowd very unhappy with that. This, I believe came out from the kill. Something that isn't talked about a lot is death tempo. When you die, you actually come out faster than the opponent because the opponent has to kill you and then push out the wave and then recall. And when you die, you get a speed boost to get back onto the map faster. So I believe JoJo had TP.
It helps me out a lot.
Yeah, I believe JoJo had TP, so the speed buff wasn't super important, but EG felt confident to start the Herald because he still had ulti and C9 didn't.
Yeah, it was really good. So it is JoJo 1 and 2, but again, thankful for him. Jensen only getting assists on these kills, so not paid back nearly as heavily as you would expect. And you can see the XP bars right there, both level 8. So JoJo more or less fine. Yeah,
doing all right in the matchup for sure. But Blabber on Wukong, you know, definitely a champion that scales pretty darn well with gold. So it is going to be a problem still. And he's going to get to an early Sunder as a result. Already has all the components. And that is going to be very threatening here for Danny. You know, it's going to be really up to, it feels like, Blabber and Jensen mostly to try to threaten Danny in these team fights.
I think it was really big that EG got this Herald because I think both side lanes from C9, Fiora and Aphilos both really utilize Herald well. They both absolutely shred towers. The top lane is going a bit, pretty well for Fudge, up 10 CS, but usually this matchup doesn't get too bad until like that 1 item spike, maybe 2 item. So EG needs to maybe do something with the Herald to get Aatrox to be comfortable in this situation because I don't think Aatrox wants to be just sitting farming even against Fiora.
It's such a hard matchup because it is one of those, oh, nice sidestep on the riposte there from Impact, but it's just a tough one. It's like, it's one of those matchups that's not that easy early and you get outscaled.
Yeah.
And those are just really, really difficult ones to deal with because Grasp Fiora is not a weak laner, right? Like,
no.
Level 1, you're really strong.
Yeah.
You know, it's like there are opportunities for Aatrox, as you say, pre-1 item to be able to kind of get those winning trades, but when you're down on itemization, you know, he has a worse buy, it's very difficult to actually find those windows. And it's always kind of that ticking clock of Fiora is going to get to that point where you stand no chance in the 1v1.
Both junglers here, but information known about Inspired entirely. He was basically on a war. They're going to try right now. Here comes a play. First root comes in. A stun as well. Claws to safety. Can they get the re-engage, though? Damage coming across pretty well. Half health on Inspired. No kills.
And this is kind of the power of that C9 2v2. Sejuani Lissandra kind of do the same thing, and Wukong blocked, I believe. Oh, it just knocked up Sejuani. Sejuani didn't end up ulting. I'm sure if that was just a standard gank, that would be Inspired ulting LeBlanc when she got CC'd, but because of the Wukong ulti blocking for LeBlanc, they end up winning, getting the better end of that 2v2, And if you look at the item difference, it's not really surprising they won. Blabber sitting on a full Divine Thunder, extremely strong in the game.
And down towards bot side, we see the trade of flashes there. It's Ven looking for that flash handshake. Danny having to respect it, does flash back. You know, yes, they did go down, but his farm is still fine, and we know that Danny is going to be a terror in the team fights. But it's been such an impressive start from Cloud9, and I have to say, I don't think I gave them as much of a chance as they clearly deserved in this series. You know, I was looking at EG as the heavy favorite. I think based on the predictions, most people were. But Cloud9 is coming out, and we heard Max Waldo talking about how he thinks they're playing the best they have all year, but looking for a gank now.
Sun's on 01, is it going to hit the kill off Sven? Is the question, because here comes Wukong. No look for the Berserk's going to hit it at Ezreal. Otto's coming across, locked in place. Blabber, 3 kills in a row now. Inspired trying to stay alive, but his flash is already down. Yumi will not save him. Double kill comes across, and a Claw to safety. 2 for 0. Blabber everywhere at the right times.
And I have to say, C9 is playing so well right now. This is the second time in like 2 minutes that Blabber has counter-ganked Inspired's gank in a lane. And both of them were so critical. I think his Herald might be running out as well.
Oh, these gonna...
Okay. They're both so critical because if either of these plays happened, that would have given EG the timing to get a Herald play off.
Herald gonna expire before he respawns? Oh,
yeah.
He's got
he just spawned it, I believe.
Did he spawn it?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. So it's literally in base though, which gives you so much time to actually respond to it, right? Yeah. And I don't even think it's gonna get plates.
Probably not.
Probably not. Like it seems pretty easy to at least hold it to prevent plates. So
yeah, I mean the problem is that you have it's in the top lane where the Fiora has a Divine Thunder and you have an Aatrox. So I don't think you're gonna go top lane and feel confident that you're gonna get this Herald any value out of this because you just lose 2v2.
And Wukong just running straight up, right? We see on the mini map that Blabber is just heading right up there.
Yeah, but the Yumi is also coming up, so maybe there's something to happen there. But it's almost dead.
Yeah, that's a rough one. When that's kind of like your big advantage that you've got, and you do lose that. But so much credit deserved by Blabber. He's had an amazing game, right? You said it, right place, right time. Counter ganks mid, down towards bot, counter ganks that. Those were plays that would have been EG winning plays, and he's just kind of had Inspired's number so far in this series.
And you can't understate how important those counter ganks were because both of those, like I said, would have led into a Herald play where that lane would shift to another lane to drop it, or they would just drop it after killing them. So, yeah, really excellently played by Blabber.
I mean, absolutely. Based on the way that EG plays, I think if they kill bot, they just give the turret to Danny, right? It's like that's generally EG's style, is that they drop Herald, they leave it, give as much of the gold as possible to Danny, really try to accelerate this Ezreal, but he is not ahead. It is Berserker that is on the Gale Force, has the tier 2 boots already, is playing Cleanse, so gonna be feeling pretty good. Do you think that Sven should just like do a really early Mikhails this game? Mikhails feels such high value against List and Sejuani.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I do see sometimes supports just rushing one of the other like enchanter items.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I see Chemtech Petrifier.
Yep.
Mikhails is quite high value here, but I think because there's a cleanse on Berserker and LeBlanc is going Merrick Treads and has unflinching, maybe not as high value as it would be normally. So I don't think it'll happen this game, but I think that is going to be a good second item at the very least.
Yep.
I do want to talk about builds, actually, because EG has some interesting builds. The first thing I noticed is Divine Thunder on Ezreal, which I think used to be really bad. And I want to go to Freak because...
I haven't looked since the Divine Thunder like rework, so I actually couldn't tell you if it's definitely great. I mean, Triforce builds used to give you like the first big power spike. There was so much power all at once. Hold on. Yeah, Impact is get away. One more Q would kill. Fudge could flash follow. He's going to try, and he gets into the tower. Fudge solo kills Impact.
Back-to-back games. Fudge finds the solo kill with the counter pick here. Cloud9 are just looking like a completely different team, showing up huge in playoffs.
This is like what you would think would happen if you swap the names. Like you come into the series, you like, oh yeah, EG just cleanly won game 1. Second game, they're just stomping C9. But no, this is C9 playing amazingly. And I think you can't take credit away from them because they're not, like EG is making plays that are good, but C9 is just countering them so well.
A little bit of damage coming back around here again. Good sidestep on what would be the slow. Gets the chain. Jojo might have to self-ult. Health bar is so incredibly low. Knows he doesn't have the damage to kill him, and Jojo holds the ulti, gets out.
I gotta give some credit to Jojo there. I would have self-ulted that chain 100%. Like, there's no shot I'm not doing that. knowing the damage thresholds, is that something that you would have felt comfortable taking that damage? Because I think that is one of the most impressive skills when I'm watching pro play, is people knowing the numbers exactly, not feeling that they have to flash an ability coming out, not feeling they have to self-ult.
I'm not surprised if he would do that in a scrim.
Yeah.
Like, I would expect that to happen in a scrim, but to do it like on stage is pretty ballsy. So, I mean, it's very good from JoJo to not ulti there because it was not necessary, but you really have to be confident in yourself, and JoJo's not lacking confidence, clearly.
That's definitely true.
Lever tries for mid. If Daddy wanted to go for any poke at all, he'd be getting himself killed. Herald will drop the turret to about 1,000 health, a bit under. See if they can go for any more out of that one. 0-0 turret score. Fudge crushing in the bottom lane. Engage looking at the mid lane, but they only root Blabber's clone. Re-engage not going to come through. The flash in, knock up to there, but they stun him. Oh, in front of the Ezreal. Just a complete int by Blabber. Gets nothing done.
Blabber goes really deep, and they can't even follow up on it because it was an instant TP from Impact. And Danny gets a shutdown. That is a worst case scenario there. That was a 750 gold like total kill. So 450 on the bounty, I believe, because he was 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you get with Blabber, right? Like, he has an amazing early game and then randomly just jumps in 1v3. Not necessarily 1v3, his team was there, but a bit too overzealous. And I think that was a weird timing for them to look for the kill.
Oh, wow. Fudge is on the flank. A flash for Danny. A stun's going to land it for now. Didn't manage to repost it in time. Will the re-engage look good? Fudge is almost out of mana. Impact's here. Double root comes in for JoJo. And it's going to be Berserker falling. Bailout will not last long enough. Zen's trying to run, but he's just run out of with no summoners. Impact slows the moves. He's got a Yumi. He's got a knockup. And we're going to see EG with signs of life. Couple of kills coming through. We're back in this game.
EG just like that, fighting their way out of this deficit. They've done it so many times here. Fudge trying to go deep onto Danny and gets punished big time. And Danny's basing now with 1,700 gold. Inspired's basing with 1,700 gold, 1,500 gold on Aatrox, and almost 1,200 there for Yumi to spend up. So gonna be some big purchases coming in here.
And I'm really happy that we got to see this from EG because the momentum of the series was so bad. And I think C9 going too far for this is maybe part of their confidence. They felt like the game was going so well that anything was working because everything was working. But this was too far. JoJo had a good flank from the side. Getting to blow Berserker Cleanse is really huge for the next few minutes, and we'll see if EG can punish that even further. But really good for EG as a whole.
Oh, your Rock Flips was replay. Really good engage by, or re-engage by JoJo on the double root. Though Berserker cleansed it, still got the damage down on him, so well done. But it is a 2,500 gold lead still. 2-0 on Drakes as well. Perhaps, who knows, but Cloud9 by the scoreboard at the top doing very well. Fudge gets away with a nice little dance there against Impact. The pressure is still on, 170 CS.
It's looking definitely pretty rough up there for Impact, but as long as he can hold on and defend his towers, it doesn't really matter if you're winning those trades. And C9 haven't really been up there to kind of slam home the advantage with tower dives, so you're just trying to hold the tower, trying to scale. Danny now, though, has his second item, only 6 more mana until it's fully charged, so he is absolutely really strong right there. It just ticked over, so Mana Moon 8 already done. Berserker on 1.5. Danny is, like, can run the game at this point.
Yeah, and it looks like C9 is not even bothering to fight this dragon because they lost the previous fight, and they have this Fiora. They're going to look for the dive.
Get a little bit of damage on a Blabber. Does not want to go for any more there. Doesn't find his second knockup. Q3 will go for the minion wave there instead. Then no harm, no foul. Third dragon spawning now. And of course, Blabber was just seen top lane. So you have to believe Drake should be yours to claim.
Yeah, and this is actually something that's quite it's not done by the lower tier teams that often. EG, instead of just all gravitating towards the dragon because that's the objective that's coming up, they actually were going top to defend Impact.
Yeah.
Because they know that C9 is not contesting this dragon at all, and they're actually doing it again. They're still not doing the dragon because they don't want to allow C9 to have this play.
Yeah, I mean, it's really smart, right? It's thinking about what your opponent's win conditions are instead of just yours. You're saying, all right, dragon is ours for sure, so what are they going to do? They're going to go top, so we'll defend that play. You can win out on both sides and prevent a potential trade. But at the end of the day, they are going to have to give that up as they move down into the bottom side river. You can see Impact is just farming Raptors. He knows he can't actually be up there anymore. So as soon as the coverage is gone, he backs it up, avoids any sort of death, just checking the Baron, making sure there's not any sort of sneaky rush.
Yep. I have to say this was a very well-played sequence from both teams, to be honest, because I do think C9 opting to fight at this point in time, when the AD carry items, you have no cleanse on Berserker, and AD carry item difference is so big.
Yeah.
Probably a losing fight. And I think, especially when you have the Fiora, you want to get her ahead. So C9 going for that top lane, I think, is correct, but EG doing a great job to lose the minimum amount.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no cleanse, no flash on Berserker when JoJo has flash ult is like, you're dead.
Yeah.
There's not
no
really any
counterplay.
living that.
That's when you need the Mikhails.
Yeah, true.
That's why you get it.
Yeah.
He did go Australia, so.
Yeah, second item is much more common. I do think he should go with second item for sure. I do still think it's really high value, even with cleanse.
Yeah, and I think just speaking about items, you see on the C9 side, 3 Merc Tracks on the top 3 members. That's because they have the Sejuani Lissandra. And that's going to make those champions feel so much worse, and their value to be so much lower whenever you're CCing any of these top side champions. Even Fudge is going Mercs because even though he's against Aatrox, who's all physical, essentially, he needs that CC reduction for a massive amount of CC coming out of the mid-jungle duo. I also didn't get to mention it, but I think Everfrost in a game like this from Lissandra isn't that high value. I would have liked to see potentially a Ludens or a Leandries, because when the enemy, you know the enemy team is going to stack so much tenacity, the route is not that long. And it's essentially only good against Aphelios because he doesn't have any tenacity, but he has the cleanse, he's going to use that, and if he doesn't have cleanse, he's dead anyway. So I don't personally like the item choice, but he did make it work in that mid-fight.
You know, going to play towards the top side. Shirley's popped there. They want to get into there to the 4v1, but it's not going to happen. Fudge plays safely enough to stay away. We sit 3,500 gold separating the squads. Yes, the third Drake went the way of EG, but if Cloud9 get control back, they are 2 items and a Berserker. I think any LDR second build, you're making it a 3-item build. LDR, he has like no damage to scale, but once IE comes in, now he's multiplying the IE damage and you really get to punch through. But this is the biggest power trap Aphelios will have.
Yeah, a lot of the other C9 members, though, completing their second item, and they are on pretty big spikes. You can see Fudge is actually already on the way towards his Ravenous, so 3-item spike will be massive for Fudge in that side lane. He's already very far ahead. Shadow Flame plus Ludens is done for Jensen, so a lot of flat spell pen there. You can see the Cleaver done as well there for Blabber, so big items coming in across the board. It's interesting to see the Anathema's second here for Inspired. Feels like he's probably just going to link up to Berserker, feeling like that's maybe the biggest threat for him.
And just looking from items, it looks like there's a huge item difference in top lane. And that is about...
Oh, we're already trying out of the tower. Wow. Yes, and they get it. Jensen gets kill credit. Ulti comes through. Tower dive. Beautiful. Cloud9 farther ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the lane is completely unplayable now. Yeah. The Aatrox cannot fight, especially if you have a LeBlanc there to help out. There's no chance you're going to live that. Impact time ends up burning Flash. I think as the later this game goes, I was trying to think about like who benefits more from the game going later. And on EG's side, you do have Ezreal Yuumi, which is really good the later the game goes, but you don't really have an answer to this Fiora. Like, you don't... Yeah. The 3 core of Aatrox, Sejuani, Lissandra will get 1v3'd at some point.
And he's going to try to get away. Chain doesn't going to much. Nice, I think. Vulcan jumped off, tanked the chain, came back in. So ensures that Danny gets out with just a single summoner down.
Yeah, really well played by Vulcan to actually be able to absorb the chain. You know, it does cost him the exhaust, but is able to get out of there. And I agree with you, right? It's obviously going to come down to how you can play the map, because to me, the late game becomes C9 trying to create advantages through side and avoid any sort of engage. And EG is going to have to collapse and look for those engages with Lissandra and Sejuani, right? And it becomes really, really difficult. As nice Gale Force there. We'll dodge out on the ulti.
Relatively similar cooldowns. I think Gale Force is still 90 seconds right now, and with a little bit of tenacity, or I should say a bit of ability haste, all 3 items for this edge. Might actually come up first. Yeah, it looks like it will, based on the ticker so far. So that could be really important, because Drake comes up. Gale Force should still be down, but Sejuani will be up.
And something that will come into play, I'm sure, later in the game is Danny having teleport. Ezreal is really the only person that's going to be able to kill this Fiora, I feel, in this game. And obviously he won't do it 1v1, but he will be able to go into the side lane to help out Impact to deal with the Fiora and still be able to TP into the fight. I have a feeling that'll come in play soon. Coming up for this Dragon, though, I'm curious if C9 will fight, because they do have a huge item lead on the Fiora.
Thank you, crowd. I hope the mic's picking that up, but they are giving us some nice crowd interaction. We'll get more later, I'm pretty sure. Ward goes down, Ward goes up. Can't explain that. Inspired getting control for Vision on that side of the map. 15 seconds on Cloud Drake, everyone's favorite, most maligned soul. And right now, Cloud9 have a couple extra wards down there. EG gonna try to fight back for this one. They have the group.
Fiora going up to top lane right as Dragon spawns. It's a bit late. I feel like you want to do this a bit earlier right now than right now.
We're trying to the same. Blabberback over the wall. River control should belong here to EG. As bit of spot for Danny can knock down the cannons. Top tier 2 maybe traded for a Drake that won't mean much.
Yeah, it feels like they're just deciding to give it up, right? Just buy more time for Fiora, try to open up the map. You're going to take that tier 2 down. JoJo almost gets killed by Jensen, and now they can actually potentially contest because JoJo's got to go back to base.
Yeah, they see him with the blue trinket. He's got to get all the way across, and be careful. Jensen's on the track. Jensen's going to look for him. Jensen sees him. The flash in, a self-ult. But they're going to have that kill, you got to believe. TV comes in for Fudge. Quick reset on the Drake. JoJo gets out. Danny over the wall. They're going to try to find a single kill as recompense. And they might actually drop the Drake for now. Daniel's going to put the next side of the team fight. Impact still around. Blabber wants to engage. Can't find it yet, but almost. Inspired drops. Flash to the wall. Stays safe for now. Blabber clone drops. A quick slow out of the Yubi.
Oh, Danny on the chase.
Danny's got a red buff, but Danny's getting attacked. Danny flashes back, but Blabber takes him down. The crab in his eyes, and he kills him. Out of the tower, a 3-for-0. Cloud9 won't quit.
Cloud9 just going off, man. This team fighting. As soon as Danny goes forward, everyone turns and collapses onto him, bursts him down. Cloud9 are going to go right over to the Baron here. It looks like they're, okay, no, they're going to think better of that. They are just going to do the Dragon on the bot side, take away some camps, push out mid. Health bars are a little bit too low. Baron would have been pretty overzealous, but the pings were coming out immediately on it. You could see that they were getting a bit hypey.
I'm curious if they didn't do Baron because Ezreal has TP.
Yeah.
And that could be something that they're thinking about. I do think they could have gotten the Baron if Ezreal didn't, like they knew Ezreal wouldn't be there, but they're taking the safe play. They have 3 Drakes now, so they will always have that potential soul coming in. And this chunk from Jensen is absolutely critical to the situation.
Yeah, I mean, 90% of his health is gone, right? And JoJo backs it up, doesn't actually have any vision in that area, so doesn't realize that Jensen's coming over. Does get the self-ulti off, but you can see Danny's collapsing back to try to help him out. So then Cloud9 just hard engage on the other side and completely push them off. You know, Danny's kind of doing this ring around the rosy with Jensen. You know, does find an angle to start getting some damage out here on the side, but Fudge on the right side of your screen is winning out, you know, in that scrap. And as Danny goes forward, just everyone watches and turns on him.
And Berserker essentially is doing the same thing as Danny, but it actually worked. Danny was trying to make the big play to win this team fight, but Berserker still had all of his juice. He's had the ultimate, he had the Gale Force, and this is one of the things that I feel he can do. He can randomly just one-shot your whole team, and it's why this champion isn't as prioritized as Sivir and Zeri, but it's still a very strong champion.
Ooh, the double Berserk buys some time.
Oh, Fudge in trouble.
And Fudge, they knock him down. Chase in for more as Sven was locked in the brush now as well. 2-for-0. Maybe a chance at Baron for a comeback.
I think they should go for it. It's objective bounties. You know, you are so far down in this game, 2 people dead. At the very least, you can look for a turn. Blabber has no flash. They'll have the timer on that, so if they can track him.
Huge engage by Blabber. Doesn't find the kills just yet. They go back out for a second. Jensen plays it well also. Health bar's gonna be a bit low, but they've got a Humidity heal back up. Summoner heal is down, but at least he can spam buttons. They're gonna try on the 5v4.
I don't know about this one. I think this might be...
It's desperate.
Ooh, it is very scary.
I mean, you're down 6K. Maybe this is your only shot at winning the game, right?
It absolutely could be. JoJo does still have ultimate, so that is something to keep in mind. They do have a turning tool. I think C9 is probably going to try to fight this, and it'll just come down to mechanics at this point.
Can you find Blabber? He's got half a health bar. It's going to be a smite fight pretty soon into the mix. Danny gets one in a chance. They trade back Aatrox. Blabber's coming around. Wants to find it. The bounty is claimed. The smite comes through.
Oh, Danny's
alive. And Danny in the Baron pit just kills all of Cloud9.
Danny and the Baron pit. Name a more iconic duo. This man just can't miss around the Baron. Danny gets a triple. They get the objective bounty and the Baron. They were down 8,000 gold. It is now 2.5K here. Let's watch it one more time. A good job here over on the side, getting that chunk down onto JoJo, but the ulti comes out on Jensen as he goes in. He gets deleted, and then creating a lot of space here for Danny. He's able to nail so many of these Qs.
So well played by EG. Danny coming up huge for them. This is why everyone thinks he's so good.
Yep.
And he makes plays like this, especially at Baron, and these are the kinds of plays that are the most important.
God.
That damage is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, this is every single fight though, no? Both AD carries have 10 times more damage than everyone else in the game combined. That's always how it
AD
looks.
carry is weak? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it probably needs buffs, you know?
I just think it's funny. It's like, oh, it's Zeri, it's Sivir. It's like, they're doing on like the 5th, 6th picks. Like, these guys just really cracked, it turns out. It's like Yumi's pretty good at making AD carries carry a game, so close into the game as well. Now, that said, it is 3-1 in Drake's.
Yep.
Red Bull Baron power play, yes, it included the shutdown, so it's 3,500 gold. But they're still behind. They still cannot win top lane.
Yeah, and that's never going to change. I mean, Fudge is up over 3,000 gold here. You know, should be able to run this one out, no problem. But they do have a way to win the game now, right? You know, Danny is now the richest member in the game, right? He's at 14,000 gold here. The richest member over on the side of C9 is Fudge down there about 1K-ish behind him. Of course, he's going to run that side lane start to finish, but EG have ways to win now, and it's realistic to think that they can compete in the team fights, right? They can show up at this next dragon, and it's down to execution. It's not just a wallet diff guaranteed.
Yeah, and realistically, it comes down to Danny's execution.
Yeah.
Danny on Ezreal in this moment, he has a Frozen Heart and the Divine Thunder. He is so tanky. He's actually quite hard to kill. Has the Yuumi as well.
Of course, almost a root. Decent damage from the ulti there as well as Sejuani lands. And Yuumi healing back up to full HP. It's going to be okay. 40 seconds on the Drake spawn. It would be Soul for Cloud9. It'll be as the Baron times out for EG.
I mean, you talked about it a lot, but like he has had so many iconic moments in such a short career, right? Like he has a number of plays that are like top 3, top 5 LCS plays all time, and he's been around for like a year and a half. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, he makes it happen in the team fights. And this is like this. Like if I was on the enemy team, I would want anyone except Danny playing Ezreal right now. You know, like Hans, anybody except Danny, because Danny is so mechanically gifted. He dodges spells and knows when to go in, and really accurately can assess the situation quickly to know when is the correct time to go in and make these game-winning plays.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be able to figure it all out like instantly, right? You have to have that. It has to be almost instinctual, right? You can't really pause. You have to see the moment and then go right for it. And he is able to both recognize it and then execute on these incredibly difficult plays to come up with these highlight moments that other players, I think, a lot of times wouldn't even attempt to do because they wouldn't necessarily have seen the window.
They wouldn't attempt to do it, and they would only think of it after the game. They'd be like, oh, if I was like really insane, I would, you know, jump this wall and go in. As soon as they rise all behind me, I run and jump forward on Tristana. That's what I should do. And, you know, he makes it happen.
Reading the game back now. Second Drake goes to Evil Geniuses. Cloud9, I think, rightly give that one up. A lot of mid-control, mid-tier 1 and 2 both dropped. Brings the gold back to 2,500. The pressure valve, though, still here. Fudge in the side lane. Very, very hard to answer. Danny goes for more defensive build. You can see Frozen Heart is in. Hex Drinker is next. So yeah, just goes for a very bruisery build. It checks solo queue data. Divine Thunder is still like not terribly performant. It's also not very popular for Ezreal's, but he's like, I'm picking the I'm very tanky option. He was one of the big players who was still doing Titanic. Zeri, for example.
Yes.
He tweeted about it. People were asking like, why are we seeing all these Titanic Zeris? And he's like, well, in some games you do it. Like, don't blame me, it's an occasional game kind of thing. This game he decides, also, I need to go for a tankier build. He's against a Fiora, Wukong, Lissandra, or LeBlanc. He's like, I want to not die to the burst.
And I think that makes a lot of sense, right? You know, all the builds are always based on context and based on the enemy team, based on what you think you can or can't do. You know, attack speed is going to be less valuable as well in this game because it's a Fiora and a Wukong, and all these champions are going to jump in instantly and try to one-shot you. So I think it makes sense.
And I think we were mentioning that C9, or excuse me, EG doesn't have really a way to deal with the Fiora, but C9 doesn't really have a way to deal with a super fed Ezreal with a Yuumi on top of him. He's going the Frozen Heart Mom Malmorius build on Ezreal, which means he's super tanky, but if they get the flank...
On the front, pull back into Inspired, stopwatch for some time. Danny running away, though. Fudge is on! Fudge is going to deal with them! And Fudge has got a full house cheering his name now as well! Vulcan dropped 3 for nothing!
They might try to end.
Blaze Olive, welcome to your caster curse, buddy. No one can deal with Danny's Ezreal except Fudge, who takes matters in his own hands.
You're welcome.
Yep. Go Fish EG. We got mid getting crushed right now. Inhibitor turret going to be there. Impact wants to cut the wave, but there's already a wave here.
Yeah, and so it's going to be up to JoJo. He does have self-ult, so maybe you just try to go in and kill the wave here right away.
Self-ult might die for it. Roots in place, pull back, there's the self-ult. No, it's a stopwatch.
Oh, they're going to get it.
It's going to be the turrets falling. A couple minions die. The Nexus falls. Cloud9 2-0 EG.
Cloud9 taking us to match point here off of a heroic BP from Fudge. Finds the angle to get in on Danny, even with the Yuumi ultimate, even with his flash, getting in on him, taking him down. It's that key moment, finding that engage there that gets Cloud9 the win. I've got to say, Fudge has been insane in this series so far. Both games finding solo kills on Impact, both games finding the window for the counter pick and for that, you know, kind of really deadly 1v1, going at him with, you know, really heavily skill-based champions, the Camila and the Fiora.
And not just Fudge, I feel like all of C9 is really clicking well today. They look like a completely different team than their series against CLG, where I feel they didn't look nearly this coordinated, but coming against EG, they just look like the better team. Just they might make some mistakes, but they're generally winning the fights. They're finding the angles even when they're difficult. things go wrong, they bring it back.
I'm just cool to see the depth of counter picks here for Fudge. He has been given the option of what lane he wants, and it's been stellar every single time. Gyokto yesterday on interview said, I really want me last year I just felt like I wanted a top laner who had good counter picks available, which is a friendly dig at revenge. But I just think back into the series. Yeah, in his interview, like it was a joke. But it's like, I'm just like, man, you could release a top laner who has good Aatrox counter picks because Fudge made Impact look silly, both games.
I mean, I just think it's so impressive, and it's cool because I think, when people saw this roster created for Cloud9, or I can speak for myself, when I saw this roster created for Cloud9, I thought that the ceiling would be incredibly high, but there were so many ifs, right? Is Jensen going to be able to return to form after a year off? Is this role swap going to actually work for Sven? Can Fudge get back to the level that he was at after playing mid lane? There's all these question marks, and this is kind of like the prophesized Cloud9, where it feels like they're hitting that skill ceiling right at the right time against the best team in the league, and they're looking incredible.
This is exactly what all the C9 fans were hoping for when this roster was created.
Yeah.
And there's no better time than now. Up against EG, if they win this series, they go to Worlds, which is huge.
Yep.
And I think, can you imagine an EG versus TL lower bracket for Worlds?
We got some bangers in this playoffs, man.
This is going to be crazy.
It's so exciting now it's gotten less competitive.
Yeah, and of course, CLG and TSM have a chance of fighting for that one as well, but it's going to be, of course, tough road. So thank you, Blaze Olive. You are wonderful as always. And now we're going to head over to State Farm Analyst Desk. See you there.
Thank you so much, Freak. 2-0 now for Cloud9.
Jazz looking great.
Preemptive victory?
No, you can't. No, I did have a question for you, but I feel like you've already answered the question I was going to ask. Does it feel good to be you?
Yeah, it does. Congratulations to C9. There's no way EG comes back from this.
There it is. There it is.
Not the Alex.
I better not see any
the
tweets
bag.
now that it's already been said. Let's talk about how they did it, because you heard Azael, Freak, Blaze Olive talking about it. Fudge is popping off in this series, Emily, and C9 is happy to give him picks to run wild with.
Yeah, so obviously on EG side, we have something they're super comfortable with, the Lissandra counter pick into LeBlanc. I actually thought JoJo played phenomenally well in this game. But focusing on getting Fudge counter picks since EG did pick that Aatrox first is a really interesting strategy. And again, when you're going up against EG and you feel like maybe we can't out teamfight them, I definitely like C9's focus on being like, we have this top laner, we can send to sides, we can set up a 4-1, we can set up a 1-3-1, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I really loved Evil Genius's first half of their draft. Did not like their second half, right? The first half I thought was incredibly smart. So you have Yuumi and Sejuani. The Sejuani is a good flex. And then, of course, like, depending on the AD carry pick that C9 would go for, they can either go for like the Ezreal, the Twitch, and if they go for early Draven pick, they can go like MF. Like, I actually thought that was incredibly smart. The second half, I really wanted them to go top lane 5th pick, because then the Sejuani is a true flex, and you wouldn't just be telling C9 100% we are going Sejuani jungle. And so when they put Aatrox 4 pick, then it makes for this counter pick so much more impactful, and Fudge is the type of person to really abuse it. He is one of the most creative top laners in our leagues, and so if you give him an opportunity to go towards a Fiora, he will do it.
I just love Sven's fixation on that tablet. Like,
yes.
Every time we look at him, he's in there. I feel like Sven
the notebook has evolved.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's the new C9 support. He's like taking over the history of Lemon Nation,
You know what he's saying at this moment right now?
Step aside, Max Waldo.
He's like, pause. Pause right here.
Pause right here. I mean, so
he's so intense about it, too. Look at him. It's great.
Moving a little bit less specific on draft and more general.
Yes.
The Camille and the Fiora are so against the grain of what everyone else is doing.
Yes.
So it's very hard for EG to have familiarity or practice against it. Almost no one has been able to win through split push. And even though C9 didn't technically win through split push, they created so much pressure. They made the side lane so difficult for EG to play. Like, if EG can solve this, they'll come roaring back in the series, but if they don't, we'd be seeing a 3-0.
Exactly. And kind of funny enough, when we talk about the top lane, it was not decided through that. It was decided through what was happening bot lane, the 2v2 kill that happened through there, and then the constant ganks that were actually levied towards mid lane. Jojo Pion was bullied through 2 ganks that happened. I think he played well around it. When he was after he died. After the first death, great. Then he died again. You're like, okay, so we're just in a deficit in both of our lanes.
Yeah, and I think the big hero of C9's early game here absolutely has been Blabber.
Yeah.
He's been able to track Inspired. Obviously, like, that's a team effort as well, but he's been all over the place in these first 2 games in C9's early game. And this, again, I know all have brought it up on cast. We've said it so many times. This is what we have wanted. This is the C9 we have wanted to see. Right?
Right here, it definitely felt like EG was pulling off their team fighting magic. They
that's what I was gonna
spent
say.
in the bottom river. They got back-to-back objective bounties. Ezreal hit Frozen Heart. And then this, I mean, he's a bruiser, so why not just kill him with Fiora? That's his solution. That's the genius of this play.
Yeah, I do like that we got a moment to look at that Baron play, though, because it does give us the inkling of the EG, you know, that championship form EG, what they are spectacular at,
Yes.
and that you can't give them an inch in that sense. If you gave them another mid-game team fight, that game is probably theirs.
We've had a few, you know, series around the globe that have, even just one yesterday actually, that even though it's a 2-0 at the start, you have to be concerned and you have to finish the series now.
We had one this morning.
There it is.
Yeah.
You're right. I don't even know why I didn't turn this
All
on.
the days are bleeding together.
It really is. And so you just have to finish the team off because right now Evil Geniuses can very well make that comeback. As you mentioned it, in this game, through that Baron situation, was making that comeback. So Evil Geniuses, as you can see right now, are choosing red side again.
Yeah.
I just want them to use it properly. As I said, I don't think the draft actually was impactful for this game. The Blabber ganks through mid lane was super influential. The 2v2 kills that Berserker had bot side of the map with Sven was super influential, but I still think it plays a factor.
Okay. As the only person to pick C9,
Okay.
I am now giving anyone the opportunity to join me. Dash, I know you frequently pick C9. You're jumping ship?
Oh!
I'm jumping ship.
Hell
Are you
yeah.
kidding me? Have you been watching the same games I'm watching?
And you gave me shit for flip-flopping?
Yeah, but he's going to be right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah, you were wrong.
You were wrong twice.
So-
I was wrong yesterday.
I
but
would
C9
rather-
just need 1 win. EG need 3. Who would not flip right
It's
now?
absolutely.
I would rather stick with my original prediction only because I always feel bad retracting. Like, I went in expecting one thing. If I'm wrong, that's fine. I'll take that out.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
I won't.
That
I'm a
must be
winner.
right.
You know
I'm a
what
winner.
I'm
I'm
okay
joining
with?
the winning team.
You know what I'm okay with? Being wrong
have-
just once.
Just once?
Just
Okay.
once.
You've only been wrong once?
Right now,
Is that
just
the case?
once.
Flip,
Today,
flip, flop, flip.
today, just once.
All right.
Okay, EG picked red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
How do they do it?
we saw vastly different drafts, right? Like they took out the handshake. They took out Sivir as well as Zeri.
True.
And I think the Ezreal actually had a fair bit of success. So do you think the tweak is going to be just 5 pick for impact?
I think so. I really do. Even if it's just the same, even if he just goes back to the Aatrox, honestly, it just comes down to a more comfortable pick for impact into what Fudge is willing to blind here. And we might see something new. In the LCK, we saw that tank Mordekaiser, and we know that Impact is a Mordekaiser player. If the angle is there for him, he'll go for it. So that's what I'm interested in.
Well, it's not up to us to find the answer. It's up to our defending champions. Cloud9 have brought us to match point. We'll see if they can claim the series and their world spot in Game 3 right after this.
Danny's got a red buff, but Danny's getting attacked. Danny flashes back, but Blabber takes him down. The crab in his eyes, and he kills him. Out of the tower at 3 for 0. Cloud9. He's got half a health bar. It's going to be a smite fight pretty soon into the mix. Danny gets one in a chance. They trade back Aatrox. Blabber's coming around. Wants to find it. The bounty is claimed. The smite comes through. Oh, Danny's alive. And Danny in the Baron pit.
I'm just looking for
80 flash, 80 flash, no flash, closer join. Zero flash, change. We can end,
Okay.
Yes, we can end. Get away, we can end.
Welcome back to a shocking assist of the week, presented by State Farm. This assist goes to Fudge for a devastating shockwave follow-up after waiting out the first exhaust from CLG.
Alive, tries to get back away. CLG still here with the front line, grabbing the kill on Fang. Fudge slices them to pieces. A double kill twice. An 8 for 1 for C9.
It's the Fudge factor, baby!
Lion! Ah, yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a Red Bull. Red Bull? Still, you'll never be faster than a lion. I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just faster than you. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello and welcome back for Game 3 in this upper bracket match between Evil Geniuses and Cloud9. And one of these teams is about to punch their ticket to the LCS Championship weekend, and you can see it all happen live in the Windy City. Visit Ticketmaster.com to grab your ticket for Championship weekend at the United Center in Chicago. I've been to Chicago. It's pretty great.
I've been there too.
Yeah,
it is pretty great.
I was there 2 weeks ago. We have another championship just around the corner as well, with the Proving Grounds Finals live in the LCS Arena, kicking off tomorrow and continuing through Wednesday. Get tickets at Tixr.com, Tixr, to see the future stars of North America battle for the crown.
I saw Rafa tweet. He's in the crowd.
That's great.
And he's also on the screen.
That's good
Hi,
to see.
Rafa!
Hi, Rafa! You're named after my favorite Quake player.
There he is.
Exactly.
All right, first
accurate.
thing I got to do coming back up, represent for my boy Revenge. I was on the desk with him yesterday all day long. He would be all over that top lane matchup because he was specifically talking about Fiora into Aatrox for like 15 minutes, off screen, talking about how, oh my God, I wish Blippo would counter this Aatrox harder. And Fudge comes out with it, and he instantly slams it down. And this Fiora was magnificent. I think both games have been massive Fudge factors.
Yeah, he has been crazy, right? And so EG's on red side again, but do they actually fifth pick top lane, right? Because they blinded the Aatrox as a good pairing with the Sejuani, which was kind of like, it made sense. Yeah. But if you can get blasted by the Fiora, well, maybe you need to actually protect him, and he has to be last pick.
All right, so as Champ Select is starting, EG fans, I have a question. Do you want to see him go to Game 5 and get the reverse sweep? Okay, follow-up question. Cloud9 fans, do you want to see Game 5 in a reverse sweep? Interesting choice.
Ratio this. I love it. I love it. We'll see what they pick here. Get on through. 80 carry ban. The only 80 carry ban is Kalista. So the Sivir, the Zeri, everything else left through. But the double Enchanters banned off, and sometimes the support bans are enough to dissuade. Not this game, though. Instalock still on that Zeri, baby.
Fun to see. So, EG, what is your answer? Because this draft looking a lot similar. I guess 80 carries are left up. The Enchanters are the ones that are gone.
So, are we going to get, are they going to delve deeper to the Janna, the Sona, these other Enchanters that everyone's always talking about? It has always been this Yuumi and Lulu, and if those are off the table, okay, fine. Then we'll play Leona Nautilus style engage champions. Yeah. But there are more Enchanters you can delve to, and we already saw.
I mean, we've seen Renata come out, in this series as well. Seraphine does get locked, so most likely it is going to be a farming Seraphine for Danny. So it could be Senna Seraphine, like you're talking about, could be something different. But it's a really interesting early pick here. And back to the Sejuani. So Sejuani flex in effect here once again. But I do feel like there is the ability to like, just assume that Impact is going to play something that's going to be easily answered by the Camille's and Fioras and whatnot, because you'd be happy to play that in Sejuani as well.
This is kind of why I really like this hover, even of the Trundle, because Trundle doesn't even care. You're like, great, are you jungle Sejuani or top Sejuani? I don't care. I'm going to ult you.
Stats.
Thank you very much. Who's the tank now? It's the Troll King. So regardless, it is a nice matchup. The only thing is sometimes, if Sejuani's team is ahead and you have pushing lanes, then you have the CC advantage on Trundle, and you can try and get picks on him and kill him early on. But regardless, that is a very strong frontline counter pick there. There's a Renata that you're talking about coming back out again. I want to see what EG follow this up with, because they've got all of the support right now. They've got the front line, they've got the Enchanter here.
Yeah.
They need some of that killer instinct, okay?
Okay, so now with top lane on 3, you can actually ban to protect it, right? So you can ban out some of these answers that you could be worried about here. But it's going to be really interesting now to see what the pairing is. We saw CLG, I think, do like double Enchanter bot lane where they did Sona Seraphine. So you can do things like that where your marksman player plays Seraphine and farms. If you do the Senna Seraphine, you're expecting that the Senna is going to be played by Danny in the support position.
And we have to leave the door open for some really tricky maneuvers here. Seraphine could go mid, but Renekton could also go mid. So they do have flexibility here for EG if they want to get very creative with it.
It's very true. And Blazeolf was actually even talking about Renekton mid, how he thinks it's actually super strong, particularly with the Sejuani. The amount of lockdown and early game power that you do have there. Yes, you do have to augment that with consistent DPS from somewhere else, because Renekton isn't necessarily going to bring that, but it'd be really interesting to see where EG actually takes us with their backs up against the wall here.
Azir is still unbanned here. And so Cloud9 are banning some of the counters to Azir, saying, hey, EG, you know, if we whittle down this, we want to even pump up more this priority onto Azir, which has been one of the most blind pick champions across all regions. And it's dropping through second ban phase.
You're off the table, one off the table. Yone gone as well. Thinking that's still going to be a mid laner to look for. One of the answers that Cloud9 are, of course,
Akali as well.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're Fudge, you can just go Aatrox and play skill matchup into that. If it's swapped, you know, the Sejuani goes top, you're happy into that. Like, Aatrox is pretty good across the board here. And even if this is like mid lane Renekton and jungle Sejuani, then I don't think that Impact really has an aggressive answer to the Aatrox. So to me, if I'm Fudge, I'm going Aatrox like almost 100%.
I feel like I like Senna here, though, for the EG side. Their damage is incredibly low with Renekton and Sejuani not being damage-oriented team fighters. That if left up, though, Nautilus was the preferred ban. I believe that was the pairing that EG played last time. Danny has done one Senna lane. It was with Pumpkin. She's also done one Seraphine lane, and I believe that was with the Nautilus, and they get the Senna.
And I'm assuming this is the Azir, because this is why Cloud9 don't ban it out, and they ban out the Yone instead. We'll see if they actually bring out the Azir, or if there are even deeper tricks here.
Or a safe front line.
Huh.
If I just said screw it.
I actually really like it. With the Senna locked in, like, who's going to kill Sion, right? Like, this is problematic. You need to have some sort of super high DPS pick now as your last pick. Like, you need some sort of control maze or something that can actually deal with the Sion, because Senna, Renekton, Seraphine are not going to threaten a late game Sion.
Yeah, the Seraphine with the Leandros can, like, soften him up, you know?
Yeah.
But I think you are right. Does need something else to kick it through. And then there's that Azir, of course, with the... Oh!
Ooh! LeBlanc up through as the blind pick mid lane here for Jensen. One out of last time. The answer was Lissandra, but there would have no damage if it was Liss. Of course, if he wants to go for something else, like Gwen could be the answer. Top Protected could go mid. And Gwen top should chop up Sion, no problem. I think this flexibility could be useful.
I think their team fight will be awful, though, if you go that much melee into Renata. Like, I don't think you can do it, right? Like, I think you have to have some more non-committal damage here. I think the Azir does work. You need someone who's going to be able to actually deal with the frontliners as well. The Trundle, as Kobe was saying, is also going to be a real tank, because he's going to steal all those stats from the Sejuani. So it is a super beefy frontline here from C9. You need high DPS. The Azir will bring that. A very different style of game here, but I do feel like the C9 frontline is so much stronger with Sion and Trundle here compared to the Sejuani Renekton. So.
And I just feel like Berserker is poised to just run this game. Remember, Zeri can also steal the shield, so if you have to be careful there with the Seraphine,
It's interesting.
Very, very high priority.
It's interesting because Danny is the one playing Seraphine here. Seraphine is always the farmer in this lane. We don't really see farm Senna anymore. Vulcan, I want to see if he even has recorded Senna games in his career, because normally Senna is played on your bot laner who's used to playing marksman, even though your support player is the one farming. This is now going to be Vulcan looking for a Senna game.
I will say, Danny loved Seraphine before anyone else. Danny spammed Seraphine literally last year. He has always been a bottom Seraphine player, so I am not surprised at all that Danny is the one with his hands on that Seraphine.
I mean, I'm confident that Danny can play it. I'm less confident that Vulcan can play the Senna, right?
He's got two games.
You do have to be able to actually... I think the laning phase is honestly simple, and most support players have at least played some support Senna just regularly, so you're comfortable piloting it. But the team fighting is that difficult part where you kind of want the more complex champion, the more mechanical champion, you know, on the hands of your marksman player generally. This is everything down to this game for EG. Match point.
This is crazy. Is that Cloud9 3-0 sign going to be right?
Is it going to happen here? Look, I'm just saying, Raz, Flowers, and I all said 3-0. Ignore the icon. We said 3-0. Those ones in the graphics, so.
Good one.
Yeah, thanks very much. Chance for that one. But already some Spice at level 1, looking to get early work over bot side. Sven just getting a safe ward, EG doing something pretty similar, but that ward gives them more ability to play around the brush. Any 4x range lane, brush control is so important to dodge in and out and deal with skill shots, and so it allows them a safe route to the ward into Vulcan recalling for a sweeper and moving on from there. Now, we also will have a pregame interview pretty soon. I don't know when it's going to be up, but Rigby will be joining us in a sec. All right, we have it. I've been told that we are ready to go. So Pastrom is standing by with EG's Rigby.
Thank you very much, Freak. You have been correctly informed. I'm here with EG's Rigby. Obviously, not the start you wanted to the series. What have you been kind of telling the team in preparation for the reverse sweep?
I mean, we were kind of thinking that it's not going to be that easy since like we have been playing away from stage for a while. So we were just like, for first 2 games, we were talking about now we're back on stage, let's get used to it. And then after second game, we were talking about like Casper was like, I never reverse swept in my life. And then was asking Impact for tips, and then like we all kind of want to feel it, so that's the feeling right now.
Yeah, and then quickly in the bottom lane, obviously Senna Seraphine here, very powerful. Notably the Vulcan, the support on the center. Is this something you've been practicing, or?
Oh yeah, like all of the things that we play are something that we have practiced like enough amounts, so we're pretty confident with like the picks that we got.
Yeah, makes sense. Best of luck with the rest of the games.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys, the cast.
Alright, early CS grab, no problem right here. As Danny goes and knocks the minion again. Going to be the farming Seraphine Vulcan on support. Senna, 1-1 record across his career. Of course, most of his champions tend to be engaged supports, so it will be a bit of a new look for him, at least one that he hasn't done a lot of. Early camps going around. Jensen gets the nice chain. Good damage there on a Jojo Pion playing it aggressively.
Curious to see what Inspired's full route is going to be here on the Sejuani too, because he has skipped Raptors, which is kind of rare. Raptors are so easy for Sej to take. Makes me think that he wants to wrap back around really quickly on his route. Meanwhile, the Trundle is headed up towards that top side, towards that Renekton matchup, as Impact is pushing up here. Do have full wards on this river, and Trundle has no like crazy jump move to get around for a sneaky gank behind him.
Yeah, Trinket Ward both time out before too terribly long. That's what it looks like. Good trade out by Impact. Yeah, the junglers, the Trundle's way sooner. Now the red Trinket will see him pretty soon. Can the wave get in before Impact is ganked? I don't know if Fudge can do enough as a level 2 Scion for it to matter. Blue buff's going to be claimed, and Blabber not even going to look. He's like, yes, there is a Renekton under my tower.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Not a lane I can go for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with Fudge that low and down a level, and the mini wave that big, if you try to gank into that, can go bad.
Near mid, though.
But looking for Jojo here, who is down on health. Blabber's on that other side.
Yeah, here comes Vulcan to the side, gets the first chain. It's going to be enough, though. He can flash for a Q. The pillar doesn't quite kill him. His E shield blocked enough damage that red didn't kill him.
And Jojo doesn't even flash, man. The ice in his veins here. Able to get away. No summoner burned.
Now he's going for that top Renekton gank, though.
Only a slow. Still might not matter. Impact, if he saves double dash, is never going to be in range of dying.
Also, when you're ganking Renekton, you have to be careful to gank from the side of him, not directly from behind, because of the double dashes. You don't want to give him that reset.
But, I mean, if he's that far up and you just walk up to him and you hold pillar till after he dashes, you're probably going to get flashed at the very least. So we'll see if they're going to look for it here. It is Inspired now moving up towards top side.
Next wave.
Yep. Well, it's going to slowly walk towards him. Is there going to be enough damage, though? Because Inspired's on the way over. He'll be spotted by a ward. Blabber gets level 4 off the finishing of the Krug camp. And Inspired is now on vision. And can they keep from giving this one away? Fudge knows he's down here.
Trying to waste some time here. Waste his time. I love it when my top laners will just put on some acting skills over here. Try and waste Sejuani, make him wait around. Still level 3, so Blabber with the counter jungle on the Krugs got his level 4, and he's going for the reset. He did not go for the greedy engage there.
And now Inspired knows. He's like, yep, there's the ping. By the way, my Krugs are gone. They were taken. And Blabber, we can presume, is level 4 off that one. Blabber comes back down to get a second clear going. Has bot, though. Has the sword, has the crystal there as well. So Blabber's happy. He's got tempo and farm in his favor.
Sneakiest Trundle I've ever seen.
It's looking good so far. Inspired just continue to farm down towards bot side. Jensen knows there's no vision in this brush, and it is a potential wraparound. I'm not sure, was the Trundle actually spotted there or not? He did try to skirt the ward.
Pillar is up. WE gets pretty far, but still blocked up. Burns a flash. Chain lands. They're going to get it. They need 2 more shots. 1 more auto kills as Blabber holds the aggro. First blood again. All 3 games the mid lane twice in a row for Cloud9.
How are they going to stop this Cloud9 team? They've got so much momentum. Getting first blood in the elimination game as well. This would be the end of the series. This is match point already. It's so early in the day, and yet it could be over in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely, and this time it's Jensen that actually gets a kill that is so big, especially when it is a Trundle jungle. You want that gold on your LeBlanc here. Just barely skirts the vision. Oh, no, he didn't. He was spotted.
Yeah.
Jojo wanted to get that wave in.
Yeah.
but his Q was down, at least not enough mana for it, so he couldn't go any farther. He just had like sort of the short hop, because he couldn't Q to get the minion farther away to jump farther out, so no blocking needed, just the kill is there. Now, gold, of course, still very, very close. Top lane, yeah, plus a full wave, plus a turret plate. Expected for Renekton, to be fair. And honestly, ooh, wow, a crab taken by Inspired, and now Dragon just attack off the bot pressure. And a plate taken down here as well, so like honestly, EG are doing very well in the bot lane.
Look at Impact too. So Impact has come down. He does have his teleport. He's just walking down to make sure EG get this Dragon, this counter objective. So Renekton power here is being felt. It's a meager CS lead, you know, versus the Scion. But I like this use of the teleport cooldown. Walks out just to make sure he could get it back there. Scion even pushes so slowly, doesn't have to burn the teleport. Could just blast cone right back up there. Only loses 1 melee.
I do want to bring up one topic about later on in this game, as we build towards more climactic fights. The idea of AD carry scaling, because obviously we know Zeri puts out a lot of damage, but a lot of her damage tends to be splash, right? It's the lightning from her ulti, it's a lot of Hurricane builds, Titanic sometimes here as well. But Senna and Seraphine are going to shield and heal everyone. It gets to nullify a lot of that chip damage, which makes the team fight feel maybe decent on their side, as thanks for the leash buddy, Inspired, gonna get his red buff.
It's also worth noting, you know, I haven't actually touched on this yet, but it is Spellbook on the Sejuani for Inspired. So Spellbook out of the jungle here. So can open up some interesting opportunities. Not something I see often, but it's one of those things where in games I have seen it, people can forget that you can all of a sudden have a jungler TPing on you and things like this. So it is something that C9 are really gonna have to keep in mind.
So I really do like the surprise aspect of it. Also though, it's a really good answer always into Trundle, because you're not looking like Aftershock is gonna get shredded anyways. You're thinking about the Trundle ultimate on you.
Yeah.
So it's a perfect opportunity to go for something like that. And it reminds me even of like the Fiddlesticks spell books that we've seen to have those crazy teleports in behind you.
Totally. I mean, TP is cool. Obviously, you know, there can be a lot of value with things like exhaust and heal later on, you know, just bringing that utility. So just kind of just further indexing in towards that utility. Sven here supporting mid, just going to help him get it pushed out so Jensen can have prio. This is going to help secure that top side take of the Herald for them.
Even reminds me of some of the solo queue strategies of countering the Sejuani Trundle matchup of taking the Hell of Blades Sejuani. Saw a couple of those in my day, watching for the really quick pops of those stuns, but is going to be Rift Herald picked up.
Ulti actually burns it to do a bit more damage, but I think realizes, now Blabber's on the side. Maybe he wanted to think if he could like get Fudge to burn his flash or something, I don't know, but top lane here, and 2 plays are taken by the Renekton, but they could be handed back to Sion.
I think it honestly, with the Herald going down, he just wanted to make sure that there was no opportunity for a dive. So he sees a window for a really good trade, thins out the wave, chunks down Fudge. He says, I'll spend my ulti, but you're not going to dive me now with Fudge that low on health.
And Blabber knows he does not greed on this crab. I repeat, he does not greed on the crab.
The crowd is unimpressed.
We
they
want
the
blood.
greed.
And I'll be honest, regardless who wins, I want a game 4 and a game 5, okay? I want to go the distance.
I actually love this audience. It's like we're in Rome in the gladiator pit or something, and they're like,
are you not entertained?
More crab blood!
Choo-choo! Fudge's train.
More trains!
Yeah!
The crowd has been so good these last couple days.
Good job,
man.
crowd. Let's go.
Been,
Give yourself a round of applause.
All right, where is Blabber going to drop this Rift Herald then? Because mid lane is kind of your default, and opening up the LeBlanc to roam around would be my #1 priority. You know, get Jensen into some of these LeBlanc scenarios where you actually are putting threat on the roaming members.
Yep, I agree completely. Take away that safety from the Azir, you know, really wants to kind of have that point where he can safely scale up, continue farming. Get Jensen unlocked on the map, can do a lot of good things. As this bot lane can definitely be, you know, threatened if they are pushing up here on the EG side, and you have LeBlanc Trundle down there. Don't really have the best ways to actually escape from Trundle Pillar.
Down goes the wave on the bottom side. You can see 99 to 99 in CS. -1 caster, but more farm overall for Berserker. Again, the plate difference certainly relevant. I believe EG's up 1 down there. Looks like also Senna was the first to transform, right? So Vulcan's already on tier 2 support item. Sven has not been able to get in range nearly as much. So overall, more gold is being earned by the EG bot lane. 400 gold lead of the team already. Danny still feels safe out there. Vulcan getting some time to move around.
And honestly, that's pretty unsurprising. You know, that the Senna is going to be earning more gold there. Very easy with the pass through Qs.
Gets them both.
Got both. Wow. That is not great for the Renekton, to be honest with you. I mean, he's going Blade the Rune King, so he's building for the 1v1. If you can't bully this lane, I think this build sucks. It's one of those situations where, already Fudge is in a pretty comfortable spot. It's going to be hard to push him out.
Sidesteps the chain. Second round comes around. That means the ulti is down. Now here comes Trundle. Stunned up. Does JoJo have what it takes, though? Senna ult helps. A flash out for Blabber. Flash follow. Q auto not going to be enough. Jensen can't get the kill yet either as everyone stays alive. Health bar's low. And, well, basically it's a LeBlanc and a Sejuani able to lane.
Yeah, very, very close fight there. The Senna ulti making a difference here, keeping JoJo safe. They're just going to push this in one more time. They do get 2 flashes for the price of 1, though. So EG, I think, pretty happy with the trade overall.
And that's right before Dragon comes up, too. So you're also looking at the ultimate cooldowns used. Sejuani, as well as Azir, ultimate's not going to be up as Dragon immediately comes. And here we see him trying to get some vision already.
TV back in, not all the way to land just yet, but that is the build path for him. Second Drake is up. EG got the first one early on. 2.5 plates farm to the bottom side. Blabber spots Inspired, but Flash and ult are down, making Inspired feel a bit more comfy.
The bite when Sejuani's got the passive extra armor there with the Sejuani passive.
Chip a tooth.
Actually, looks like it does 0, yeah.
Ow. All right, Blabber's got a good dental plan. He's got strong enamel. Oh, goes back in for a bit of a shuffle. Beats handshake though, and he's got new escape tools to set. He's got a pocket Renekton, but Blabber will not drop. Shield comes in. He'll stay alive for now. JoJo up enough here as Senna and Seraphine both do what they can to help. Now mid Herald is summoned. Will not kill the tower, but it is going to be 2 plates guaranteed to Trundle. Drake's still not attacked.
I mean, I think C9 are going to have the inner track now towards this Dragon. They get the Herald crash. Some big ultimates were spent.
You need more healing, though.
Jensen is recalling, so Jensen's going back to purchase. I wonder if he has full Ludens? That would be so early.
He got a kill. He was given first blood, so I think he
doesn't have it. Just blasting.
That would be insanely early.
If you get boost with first blood, I think it's possible, but the pillar nearly catches him, but just away. The rest of the EG bot lane is slow for Fudge to get the rest, though, trying to kite it out. Charm on it, too. Is it enough, though? Is there backline access? Impact shoved around. JoJo wants in. Bit more damage, but he's gonna die. Berserker kills him. Trades one for the jungler. Not the best target here. Science ult the front, and they're going for more now. Can they get away? EG kiting for their lives. Good amount of damage. Sven dangerously low, but not dead here either. Vulcan still looking for stacks here. Another couple of shots come through from Seraphine. Jensen wants more. Chain's gonna land. Impact could drop. And Sven and the rest of the squad is up. Berserker's on for a double.
Oh, Berserker is able to take over. No one has any answers after the Seraphine ult is already used, and Cloud9 will chase them off of the Dragon. They're going for the reset, though. Blabber heading back out from base immediately.
EG just couldn't quite get enough distance to actually drop the Zeri stacks there. As Trundle Pillar not working for them. They are able to play out the initial moments of the fight pretty well, but when this ulti comes through from Danny, there's just no follow-up. No one can actually get in over. Impact does not have his ulti, and JoJo's not able to go in until much later. Does find the scoop in on Blabber, but it costs him his life, and they're very low DPS without this Azir.
Yeah, and then Berserker cleanses off the Sejuani ult, and the chase begins. You cannot get away from Zeri. Chasing through the jungle here. They back up. They use the Scion Q just to reset. And then the W over the wall. Boom! Guaranteed crit.
The chain as well. Fudge flashes through. They just couldn't get the stacks to drop, but EG is back out on the map faster, so they will get the Dragon. It is Berserker way ahead of the pace of the game, though. And EG is going to have to make sure that when Zeri pops the ult, you can actually get the stacks to drop, because I think once those are down, it's a winning fight for you. And they were trying to kite back into that choke, where Seraphine can really take over. We saw that from 100 Thieves, I think, in their game against TL at the end of the regular season.
And this is exactly what I was afraid of in Champion Select, where I was thinking Berserker is poised to take over without that threat on him in the back line. Only thing he has to worry about is the Seraphine ult bouncing off people's heads to find him in the back line. You know, he's got a front line, a Scion and a Trundle that can try and block the Sejuani ultimate. And Inspired has swapped over to heal at the moment with that spell book. Yeah. Let's see if Cloud9 can actually finish this, though. 2.4k gold lead, but both the Dragons still to Evil Geniuses. So EG still have the Dragon stacking in their favor, and they still have this huge amount of healing and shielding for later on. It's just that, remember, the Zeri does sap away some of those shields.
Fudge, you can see in a single combo, no ulti used, no flash used, can drop him to half HP, and he's got Sunfire down, so it's not like it's, item difference, but Sun comes in, ulti traded. Here's a stun from Inspired, Senna helps as well, and there's nothing you can do. They tried to 2v1 Renekton, but it was 2v3.
And the shoe is on the other foot. Last game it was Blabber counter-ganking Inspired every single time. This time it is Inspired waiting and finding that. Now Jensen will be pushed back.
And Vulcan's here every time. Jensen goes for the trade, and he's like, thank you for the souls, I'll stack these up too. Feeling good right now on the Senna. Building up slowly. We'll see which build he's going to go for. Has theoretically components of a Kraken if he wants to go for anti-frontline. We'll see which way he goes. Turret goes down to the top side, so the gold back down to under 1,000. And I want to talk about one more thing, which is the build path of Berserker. I mentioned AoE damage would not tend to be good against Senna Seraphine, where all the AoE gets washed out regardless. So it goes PD second, is a single target focused build, which I think is the right case against this composition.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and we did see him go the IE build earlier already in the series, so...
But it was Hurricane in game 2, and now, PD for...
No, totally.
Yeah.
But just, shifting his builds, from game to game, right? And not just going that Bruiser build that people have been talking a lot about. Obviously, we've already touched on that a few times, but Berserker definitely playing really well, I think, so far in this series. All of Cloud9 has really come alive, is looking so good as a team. They already had one Herald crash on this tower. The second one should be enough to finish that off, and it's going to be first turret down, and that bastion of safety is removed from JoJo.
Speaking of the bastions of safety here, bottom lane river getting cleared out, all of the vision being cleared out. So with the towers gone and the vision pathway clear for the ganks, Cloud9 have tremendous threat as far as picking those champions off like we were talking about before. And now Jensen, the LeBlanc power spike of post level 11 with your Ludens is what you're always looking for, the big plays to start.
Oh, they want to dive him.
Lux the ulti can't get too far away. Inspired is here, and Fudge still no flash, but Sejuani not going to go for the dive, but the tower itself, I mean, they got the entire squad down here.
And you can see in the pings on the minimap, Cloud9, as soon as they saw that movement, they immediately spamming pings. Okay, push mid, push top lane right now. It's okay, Fudge will back off. He's playing Scion. It's fine, weak side Scion, just clear out some of those minions. Rest of the team, push forward. They're going to get the trade. They want more of these towers down.
It does mean good things for Impact, though. He's been able to keep ahead of the pace of the game here a bit. He's up, not quite with where Berserker is, but he is very rich. He has slightly more gold than Jensen, so is going to be a big threat in this game. And they're going to need him to get a lot of work done because your lead is only on Renekton, and you're down almost 2K even with that. So it's got to be a good fight from Impact when they actually do go for these 5v5s.
10 out of 10 doctors would much rather have a Fed Zeri than a Fed Renekton. Let's definitely say that.
But the Iceborne is in, so it is the build we saw a few days ago. And it's going to be, once again, Rune King into Bruiser Tank. Of course, you do get some damage out of Frostfire Gauntlet. As we move towards the next piece, it looks like a Force of Nature through for Fudge. Most likely build based on the MR in the inventory.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense as well. It's a Zero Seraphine, double the injuries as well, so definitely a lot of damage there that he is going to have to deal with.
We are seeing the Kraken version of Senna, though. It has fallen out of favor, I think rightly so, for more lethality-focused builds, vision control-focused builds, but as you had mentioned in champs like the Zale, someone's got to kill the Scion, and so one of the rare situations where I think you really do need to play attack speed Kraken Senna here.
So looking forward to this team fight, because this one is pivotal. If this Dragon, number 3, goes over the side of Evil Geniuses, all of a sudden you get so much more pressure put on this team that is built around, like you're referencing, Freak, so much healing and shielding for the AoE, for the clumping here, and their front line ready to charge forward. Inspired has Sejuani ultimate ready, but can he get around the big front line?
Stun, they're going for a Azir! He's got no way out. Berserker stopwatch for a second, but will it be enough is the question. Impact wants to find his flank. Out goes JoJo. Berserker doesn't get a whole lot, but it's Jensen finding a kill in the back line. Before the Drake spawns, it's 5v4.
Yeah, they're going to put a stop to that Drake second right now. Cloud9, 5v4, they reset.
Berserker still has ulti. He held it for this fight, so he can still go off in this battle. I don't know if EG can do anything. Stun comes across, wanting to kill Blabber. Charm hits one. Will it kill Sven? Yes, they get the snipe. And Trundle as well. In a 4 versus 5. EG making a 4 versus 3.
They walk up too far. Blabber gets bursted. Now it is Evil Geniuses sustaining backup. The Seraphine. Oh my goodness. Dragon number 3 at only 20 minutes.
Such a pivotal fight there for EG. Vulcan getting the last auto in on Trundle, I believe, to finish him off. And with no enemy jungler, they secure this. EG hanging on in this series.
Yeah, Blabber and Sven both walking up there very aggressively without the DPS threat of Berserker and Jensen right behind them. And they just get turned on. Vulcan there with the extra range of the Senna, able to combo him. Here's a look at the pick, though. Amazing stuff there. Fudge with the Q as well. Over from that brush. They jump on JoJo and they delete the Azir.
Yeah, just able to pile in through everyone. But they spend a lot of ultimates, and I think that's why EG felt okay to stay around. They have the sustain, and you can see as Blabber actually goes up here, he really starts taking so much damage. They try to actually land this pillar to knock in impact, but he can't get it. And then Vulcan sees the opportunity to turn in as Danny hits an ulti over the wall, pushing Berserker out. He's zoned out, so that buys the space for Vulcan and impact.
Yeah, Danny with the snipe there. That range, huge damage from range there on the Seraphine. Chunks out Sven as well as zones Blabber away, so.
Yeah. And the communication seems really good on EG. So Kraken Slayer done on the Senate, but I want to point out that Impact, as soon as he's stunned, dashed backwards. Like, I stunned a 300 health Trundle, yet my job is to dash away. We're kiting this. Like, range guys have fun. I'm going to make sure I'm not the target. And it's like, yeah, I'm not getting by Zeri. It's all your guys' job.
And I think that's the exact right way to do it. Like, they have to be so cognizant of not allowing Zeri to maintain ultimate stacks. If Zeri pops ulti, your job is to back it up unless you can 100 to 0 her. And that's not really what EG's comp is built to do.
Yeah, this EG comp, especially this bottom lane, this Seraphine 8 carry that Danny has loved for so long and played so much of, it's the unexpected damage that comes from it in those team fights, because it is very long range and you're focused so much on that front line, on your target. That plus the healing and sustain that comes through brings Evil Geniuses right back in control.
Yeah, she's a mage. Like, yes, her W is a shield, but you 1.1 that stuff, right? Like, I think it's second afterwards. Like, he has, like, no rank up, but, like, yeah, you're maxing a damage ability with a scaling AP ratio. You're going Leandri's Cosmic Drive. Like, you're a damage champion. He's doing good damage.
Which is why it's also much higher win rate as either carry bottom or carry in mid than it is as support. And people are kind of fooled by the masquerade of Seraphine supports not respecting the damage.
Yeah, she's meant to be like the initial design, right? She is meant to be a mid lane mage who has supportive aspects, can certainly support the team, right? Like, wants to be in a team fight, but is a mage first and foremost, and doing that role pretty well right now. Certainly above the 0-3 Azir. Jojo Pyun not quite having the series he would have hoped for. I think it's been a rough road for him, but the rest of his team game picking up the slack. 1,500 gold difference in Cloud9's favor. They still have more items overall, more wealth. But we are 2 minutes away from a Cloud Soul.
Yeah, and I mean, the stats overall should be very even, right? Like, EG does get all the additional stat bonuses from their 3 dragons. That is worth quite a lot. So I think we're in a very, very even game, maybe even slightly EG favored as far as the stats do go. But a lot of that gold is concentrated on Berserker. And as he's closing in on his IE, especially if he can get that done, he has enough for the pickaxe, so he just needs to combine. If he can get that done before the next dragon, he is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yep, especially with Cloud9 having the Trundle on their team. So if they're not chasing forward, if you have to chase into a Zeri and your front line has a Trundle ult on them, they get melted. And it's very, very difficult to play that way. So I think the team that overreaches is going to be the team that loses the team fight.
It's all about the engage then. It has been some overreach from Jojo Pyun, but he's gotten a Zhonya's Hourglass second item, aware of how much he's been the target. A more aggressive build could be there. But it's about Leandri's Zhonya's, make sure he's not caught. He looks for a scoop. Flashes up on everyone but Fudge for Cloud9, and even then, it's a Scion. He can ult to immune something. His Force of Nature is in, and we are a minute away from power spikes. Gold on Berserker is going to be pretty close if he can get IE.
And he's even going to have his flash back before this dragon spawns, right? Like, everyone's just cooling down. JoJo's is about to be up. Fudge is about to be up. So it's going to be all hands on deck here for this big fight to try to stop EG from getting Soul here. The move speed would actually be very impactful, I think, in helping to kite out the Zeri, to be able to chase down then after the Zeri ult stacks do fall. It's going to mean a lot here in this kind of matchup where it is a lot about that initial engage.
Yeah, especially when you have so much sustain to be able to kite back out, just heal back up.
Wants to farm the stack. That pillar makes him a little bit afraid. Vulcan, I don't think he finishes the auto attack. He's like, I should get away from the Trundle. Hold on. Aware that everyone else is pretty far away. LeBlanc running down from the top side. Crab attacked, inspired, claims.
And Vulcan,
every time.
As a result, like, you know, he doesn't actually have a crazy amount of stacks, right? He doesn't even have a 70 just yet. is at 69 stacks. So, you know, it hasn't been as fast as you would like because he has been very hesitant to step forward and farm a lot of these ones that are dropping from the minions. He's scared of getting pillared in and potentially getting taken out.
All right, Danny does have Unleashed Teleport on that Seraphine, going back for the purchase right now.
Oh, that is a stopwatch force out of Jojo. A great play by Jensen to get half health bar and an important cooldown. They are burning this dragon. I don't think EG can force it easily. He's going to try again, Jensen. Everything is too late. He goes right back out. Fight starts maybe all the same. Fudge takes some poke, but he's still tanking the front side. That Force Nature doing a lot of work.
I mean, that solo one by Jensen just breaking their ankles there. Jojo just TP'd back. He chunks him in half, gets the Zonias, then goes back in, gets both Inspired and Jojo's ult, and gets out. Really nicely done, buying the space for his team to secure the dragon and stop the stack.
Really beautiful, and so we get to wait even longer. The question is, does Cloud9 like their scaling? Because Zeri is on 3 items, level 14. Gonna keep going up from here. We'll see if Grievous comes through at some point. No one's building it just yet. Maybe Sven's on his way. Otherwise, they're just stacking up damage here.
Yeah, so much weight from the Cloud9 hopes put on the shoulders of Berserker. This young kid, great rookie year from him so far, with Cleanse and Flash, as Flabber does get rooted.
Still not an easy target.
Teleport comes into mid lane.
Is it a play? No. He's going to sit there in the brush, not find anything too special to do. 4 minutes now. We reset the timer until the possibility of a Cloud Soul. Red buff goes over to Vulcan.
So much weight, though. The battle of these two AD carries at the top of the LCS, Danny and Berserker, the most hype around these two young players coming down to this one.
They're just on it. C9 want to force fights. They're saying it's Azir that needs the additional time to scale. We're ready to go right now.
Gain. Sven and Jensen, player on the top side. They're never going to be near Tribrush. Jensen's still waiting around the wings to find a play. TP comes in further neck. Then is this the fight? Does this end it all? Cloud9 could 3 out. The ulti goes wide from Sejuani. Zap's not going to land for much. They got to be careful though. Fudge finds his stun, goes for frontline, gets the knockup. Send ult over the top of all 5. Jensen's still on the flank though. Can they find the kills? Not just yet. Does the next engage come through? Cloud9 just cannot get to the front line. Yeah. Inspired has too much support to be killed.
Yeah, really well played there by EG, not ever fully committing to it. And because they have so much healing, the longer these fights go, the better it is for them. But they do force the TP there off of Impact, so at the very least they got that. EG, though, gonna claim a tower.
Look at how strong that clump is, though. The immovable 5-person push from Evil Geniuses. They teleport in Impact. They do get the mid tower for their rewards.
No. There's so much vision. There's no way you can get anything sneakily done. But Fudge is TP-less, ulti-less on the other side of the map.
Yeah, so that's what I was wondering, if they're actually willing to start it. I mean, you have Azir. Azir, though, answering the wave top. It is a very safe Baron take without Azir, but it's very slow. You definitely need him in there to be able to kind of have the damage to actually threaten that Baron going down. But EG, happy to just have pushed them off. They are down the TP, of course. But they are playing triple TP, so it's going to be pretty easy for someone to eventually be able to answer these side waves. It's going to be all about the setup, though, for this next dragon. And C9 dominating vision in the area is so important, because if you can actually cut out all of the EG wards in this area, which they have for now, then you have Jensen able to make those plays where he's coming out of fog, and that's where LeBlanc is by far the most threatening, and that's how they were able to win that last dragon.
Cloud9 would much rather have the enemy team charging into them. They also have Renata Ultimate, so much better as this big AoE disengage tool. We shall see, though. Evil Geniuses have been so clutch.
And neither team's engage is all that good. Like, Seraphine ult is a reach, Azir ult is a reach. You can kite that one, then kill him outright. Sejuani is going to hit a frontliner. Trundle and, like, Sion are fine with that one. And meanwhile, you're like, can I Sion ult to Seraphine? I mean, maybe?
That's why I'm emphasizing whichever team is chasing is at a deficit.
Yeah, because you just don't have reliable up tools.
And that always means whoever gets at the objective first is going to be the one to dictate it.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And so it's wave control spilling into, river control spilling into, I'm here for the objective, deal with it. Danny always the second to wave clear. Berserker feels incredibly safe up there. I mean, his own innate escapes on the Zeri makes it safe to do that. And you can see EG can barely play in their own jungle. Baron is up, a minute from Drake. The cross map split. Baron's probably the better of it in either case.
And a bit of a weird build from Jojo. You know, it did actually go towards the Blighting Jewel for Spell Pen. There is MR being built up. But then it's kind of taking this pit stop. It looks like he's building towards Shadow Flame now with the X-Tech Alternator. So not sure why he's doing that. I mean, there is Force Nature on 2 members already. I feel like Void Staff was the play.
Yeah, Void Staff Blighting Jewel is actually really, really inefficient. You want to go all the way over once you start the item. But we've got another fight towards the Baron right now. It is at least a power spike. He wants 1,000 gold to spend at this moment. It'll be something. And ult's going to land. But guess what? Trundle just flashes the charm in time to keep his alive. Berserk doesn't land on a whole lot, but we got reinforcements coming in. Dives in for Jojo. Pyun burns a stopwatch. No kills, but is it too much for him? Blabber gonna be attacked, gonna die. Jojo won't just drop the heals coming in time. He will not die. They can't kill a single soul. Berserker! Vulcan flashes, Berserker tries, but it's not gonna happen. Everyone is falling. It's just Jensen left alone.
EG, do it again when it's all on the line, and this is gonna be the Baron for them. Jensen, the only hope for Cloud9.
Massive heals have come through. Jojo getting attacked, won't quite die. Still needs the heals to come in yet again. Jensen will try for his best. Can he do what Danny had done just months ago in the Baron pit?
It would have to be a miracle.
It would. The health bars seem far too high. Gets a root on Impact. Impact buys a ton of time. No smite, doesn't matter. Baron claimed, now can they recall?
Cloud9 took so much damage from this Baron. Blabber engaged that fight at 50% HP, and they chased through. Too much sustain from Evil Geniuses as they get everybody out of the Baron pit.
Man, that was so close. Jensen had such a good angle, and we can see it again in the Rocket flip the switch replay here. The initial engage onto Blabber here gets nailed by the Sejuani ult, barely able to flash in time to avoid the Seraphine ult, but then the kite is on here. Zeri pops the ulti early. Jojo goes in for the scoop, forces out some flashes, but not able to actually connect, and then Jensen hunting on the side here was constantly lurking around.
Yeah, Jensen pokes in there, but it's too little too late. As Berserker goes in, he almost takes the kill onto Vulcan. Blabber now under attack again.
Don't have flash to chase him down, so he won't get that one to go through. But the narrowest of margin, I think Danny had the empowered shield come through, a giant, like 40% missing health heal, and Jojo kept him alive.
Yeah, you see that huge heal in? He already had death cap as well prior to that fight. So that death cap amp on that massive heal was really all that kept Jojo alive. Between him and that Senna, there's so much healing in this squad, so much shielding. They're not hitting these massive spikes that they need. And EG, just like that, is now 4K ahead, plus has Soul. The move speed gonna make such a big difference in this one.
And the only healing cutting is that Bramble Vest, still.
Yeah, and that's only applying if you auto-attack that champion. Guess what? Why would Senna or Azir do that?
Yep.
Well, okay, Senna, but Seraphine and Azir certainly won't. And yeah, I think a mistake by not having better Grievous against so many healers, but right now it is EG sieging in the bottom side. Good damage into Vulcan. A couple of autos coming back and forth, trying to knock this turret down. Will do reasonably well. Vulcan back up mostly to full.
Yeah, the laser hit him for about 700, but 1 Q from the Senna is a 400 heal there. Plus you have the healing in from Danny. Mid lane tower going down to the Renekton. Bot lane turret already cracked here. They're onto the inhibitors. I think C9 just going to be giving this one up. We'll see where they actually decide to kind of make their mark and try to defend.
Mid lane inhibitor turret still 55 seconds. 3,500 gold to the Red Bull Baron power play. Blabber looks for something. Jojo gets over the wall. Theoretically, could be interrupted with a pillar, but it might have been down. That's why he felt safe. And doesn't find any way to lock down the Azir. Level 17 on the Emperor. As EG cleared the siege. 38 seconds on the buff. Jensen on a ward, still on the flank, wants to find his angle in. He can knock down that ward. Here comes the Scion. Does a whole lot for Inspire, but he's getting back over the wall. Impact finds a kill on his Sven on the flank, just dives the tower and gets one. Tower now gone as well. Inspired, not threatened. Fudge quite a bit low, and they'll knock him down, and the zombie will do its best, but Danny roots him and gets right back out.
Yeah, in fact, it's such a good job. He zoned Berserker out the entire fight. Berserker did not have cleanse, so he can't fight through the Renekton. You just get stunned up. And EG now on the march here will not go down, will not get swept out of this series. They're going to potentially push us right here to a game 4.
Danny's 500th kill on a Seraphine, the kill leader on his team. Mage power here, down 0-2 in the match. Looking to come back for a reverse sweep, looking for a banger of a series. Turrets falling, Impact. Zone in the back for now, a quick shield, but be careful, he's gonna lose Guardian Angel. Looking at some of the top side though, Toronto running for his life. Gets away for now, but they could target the Nexus. Health bar's getting lower. It's gonna be a fight real quick. Is it enough for Berserker? Diving in for one. Jojo tries for the scoop, but Berserker stays alive. Vulcan shuts him down, but 3 dead for EG. It's gonna be just the man running away. Impact will be TP flanked, and he knows he's got nothing to do. A stun to buy some time, and gonna be shut down. Bottom line ace comes through. Cloud9 stay alive.
They stay alive. This series, my goodness. 2 inhibitors down. Nexus exposed.
This is insane. 11-11. 35 in. Cloud9 defend the Nexus here. We can see it one more time. kind of split calls here. Impact, I think, is trying to zone, but the cleanse had come back up there from Berserker. The chains landing from Jensen, who has had an amazing game by the time then. And then Berserker just dashes over the wall there, has the bailout for the additional move speed. You can see the hostile takeover connecting on multiple members, buys him even more time. And EG weren't sure, are we finishing the Nexus? Are we taking the fight? What are we doing? And Berserker is just running over him.
Yeah, Vulcan goes in to finish him off, gets the shot, but he goes down in exchange, and there's nowhere out for Impact. He knows, he sees the teleport on his screen. It's too late. Jensen with the shutdown on his old teammate.
Morgan's coming in. 2,000 kills for Jensen in a game-saving fight. Now number 4 all-time in the LCS.
One of the best LCS players of all time, and really having an incredible performance in this series. I think has been very good how he's been playing with Blabber, and especially in this game, finding so many good angles to poke and prod at EG. It's been working well for Cloud9 today.
But Evil Geniuses, the spring LCS champions, not done with it yet. The base still wide open, and they come back to push. 4-1 split push, Renekton in mid. They gotta go slow. Impact does not have his Unleashed teleport, so they're just waiting for him.
When's it gonna happen? Top being left alone. Baron's up in 30, doesn't matter though. EG want to siege with no turrets. You can just walk up, and at some point, C9 must step to you. Otherwise, the Nexus will fall. Pillar, not gonna mean a whole lot. Inspire's gonna be fine. And they keep the death ball rolling forward. Always looking out for Berserker on the Zeri, level 16. Rank 3 ulti. Root will not land for Danny, but the poke will. Same for Vulcan, looking now. Pillar's gonna be up there, Danny safe in the side. Charm, sidestep, flashed away, but Fudge is the target. Staying alive for now. Redemption gets the health bars back up. Berserker now fighting. Scoop gonna be flashed, but it's 2 for 0 already. Quick stopwatch. Berserker Impact finds the stun. Impact will kill him off. And no one is left from Cloud9 to defend the Nexus. We got a series on our hands. Evil Geniuses win game 3.
EG comes storming back into the series, and Seraphine is their queen.
Oh my God, what a series already. Has been so exciting. Cloud9, really have stepped it up to another level here today, but EG back into the series now, going with the Senna Seraphine bot lane, a bit of a different look here. And it looked like it was going to be Cloud9 who was maybe running away with even this game, right? They were out to an early lead, it felt like, had control, especially over mid lane. But the Senna Seraphine bot lane paid so many dividends out in these later game team fights where they couldn't get 100-0 kill on that C9 side. The sustain would come through, and C9 was really running out of options.
I'm so happy to see it too, because Danny has been so outspoken about it on social media. Even before the big wave of the popularity of Seraphine took over pro play.
Yep.
And he gets to demonstrate it here. Pulls it back when EG needed the most. It is still match point for every game here on out, though, for EG. That's just one. They need to focus on game number 2 here for them, basically. It becomes, you must win 3 in a row. You must get the reverse sweep. You want to retain your spot in the upper bracket.
Well, we had it really recently, the almost reverse sweep, where game 5 went the way of game 1. So who knows what got in store for us, but the 3 predictions are dead. EC9 predictions and EG predictions, of course, still alive, though. And I'm just glad it's a fun series. I'm glad that EG have stepped back up. I like the comp. Again, I think Senna Seraphine can fit almost every draft, especially when you don't have enough lockdown to finish off a frontliner. You get to reset, and it looks really good. So well done by EG to win game 3. Gonna head over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. EG clap back in game number 3 to extend the series. We're going to talk through it. Before we do, we got a couple milestones to celebrate. First and foremost, Danny on the Seraphine picks up his 500th career kill in the LCS. He is also the player with the highest kills per game average in the LCS as well. So if he keeps that up, he'll be climbing that list of all-time kill leaderboard pretty quickly. On the flip side, Jensen as well, hitting a huge milestone and finding his 2,000th career kill on the LeBlanc. Worked his ass off on that pick to try and pull the game back. Unfortunately, wasn't enough. Let's go back to the draft and talk about how EG, found an answer here in game 3.
Yeah, I thought it was really difficult for them to be able to reach the backline of Evil Genius's comp, just because, hey, LeBlanc was doing her best. But especially as the game was starting to teeter off and it was becoming Evil Genius's stacking Drakes and the slight gold lead that there was there for Cloud9, it just felt really difficult for Zeri to be able to do too much in those team fights.
And from the LeBlanc perspective, you see 3 squishy champions on the enemy team, and you go, oh, LeBlanc is really good here.
Yeah.
But there comes a certain point where the Seraphine shield is like 500, and there's a huge Sejuani blocking you, and it's very difficult to actually find the angle into the backline.
Yeah.
He was doing a really good job, and the game was going very well for C9, but then that one fight sort of turned things.
Yeah, and something you never think about during draft is who on the team can build healing reduction, because you definitely really need it against Seraphine, Senna, Renekton.
Yes.
But they only had a Bramble Vest. I think in retrospect, Sven should have actually foregone his Mythic and just rushed healing reduction on the support, because no one else can build it smoothly in their path. LeBlanc wants to have assassination threat, doesn't want to go that way. Zeri is your hyper carry, don't want to waste it in healing reduction. And it's just a Thornmail when you're up against like Senna, Seraphine, Renekton for Sion maybe works, but he's going to have a hard time applying it. That to me was one of the big differences with how tense and close these team fights were. We had moments where Seraphine was getting 1,000 health heals on people, and you really needed a way to cut through that.
Yeah, I feel like last 2 days, Seraphine stocks through the roof.
Yep.
has only one. And so it's kind of crazy to be able to see, especially with the Senna being able to be picked in 4-5, made life really hell for Trundle Sion. Difficult.
The most interesting thing about that is that the C9 did buy Silas bands and then Seraphine last game. So this game, they left it open, which I found kind of interesting, because they were like, okay, you know, we saw 100 Thieves pick this on red side yesterday. I believe they also ended up picking on blue side later on. But this seems to be the NA answer, as piloted initially by CLG.
I mean, I can understand attempting to drop the Seraphine ban, but as soon as you see it picked up, I can't excuse letting Senna through. That's the part to me that's actually more egregious when it comes to the draft, because the 2 picks together seem unstoppable.
But take a look at this fight. This fight was where, for me, the hopium of C9
it gets spooky.
was beautiful. Because, yes, it was really spooky for Evil Geniuses. The fact that C9 was playing and positioning so well to allow Berserker to push through and get those kills, that was like, wow, this is going to be a 3-0 series.
And this fight here, after they're able to pick out JoJo and then disengage into the river, all of you and I were talking about this. It's a moment where you think, holy crap, the other team is trolling trying to contest this 4v5, but it is actually Blabber who is the troll, as he runs in way ahead of his team, and EG's able to pick 2 more up.
Yeah, to me, this is a really classic just overconfidence angle from Blabber. He knows that this is a bad fight from EG, and he's just trying to make the fight happen.
Yeah.
But the way he does it doesn't allow his backline to actually do anything, so he ends up just dying. And I really want to maybe talk about Berserker's build, because we see it a lot in NA, the Titanic Hydra third with Runans.
Yeah.
I think especially in this fight, just imagine if he had the Runan and the Hydra active hitting virtually the whole team. I'm very curious to see how these team fights would have gone, but I'm pretty sure they would have looked very different.
Yeah, he's the only one in NA that doesn't build it. You were telling us before that basically everyone who played against Titanic in scrims would then only exclusively play Titanic afterwards. But NA is like the only region that is doing it, but especially if you're playing against ball comps like this, I do agree that the build would have been better to go Titanic.
At the very least, Runans, right? Like, Runans has a lot of value in this situation.
I love that you can see again in the gold graph exactly where the Senna Seraphine takes over, right? Like, again, we saw it yesterday with the Wukong. It is, I mean, Zeri Renata is no slouch late, right? So, like, it's kind of, if we'd had that heel cut, maybe if we hadn't been as aggressive in some of these fights. But, I mean, good on EG to stabilize. I'm really curious to see what they pick in the next game.
Yeah, exactly. Stabilizing was a big factor into that one. Another thing that isn't kind of shown through that gold graph, once again, similar to yesterday, is the fact that, yes, Evil Geniuses were the one that was stacking Drakes on this one. So it was kind of forcing Cloud9 into fights where at times we were like, maybe we want to scale up a little bit more and get Zeri side farm. No, we actually need to fight for this. So that's one factor.
What do you make of this? Only from the perspective that, again, taking a loss, sticking to the same side. We had talked about the value of the red side and the counter picks possibly for EG. Cloud9 doesn't seem to think that's a problem.
What might be an indicator here for Cloud9 is that they get to now have a ban for the Seraphine. Whereas on red side, you're tied to maybe trading for the Sivir and Zeri, or banning both. Now they have more freedom in the bans. I think that's probably one indicator. And also, I think they're pretty fine just blind picking for top lane as well.
I think C9 probably chose blue side because you can pretty easily blame that last game on a Seraphine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just sort of go, yeah, we lost. Seraphine rolled us. It's easier to have a free ban on blue side.
Yep.
So we're just going to pick blue side again, ban it, not have to deal with it. I don't think they're going to pick it. C9 doesn't really seem like the team that wants to play Seraphine, so I think it's most likely just for them to ban it.
And the other interesting thing in play, I do agree, I think they'll just return to their Game 2 bans and just go probably Vi, Sylas, Seraphine. They seem to be more than happy to be kind of forcing that blind pick and saying like, hey, we have Fudge, like we might still be able to get him on a counter pick based on the way that EG have been drafting. So that's another really interesting thing to be on the lookout for, because I feel like him being able to lock in that Camille and the Fiora in games 1 and 2 was just such a massive part of their victory.
Yeah, that was going to kind of be my final question, Jadis. How do we feel about the pivot to a straight-up tank for Fudge?
I see what he's going for, because if you get to the right items, you will destroy Renekton in side lanes. But then because there were so many shields, Sion ended up being incredibly ineffective. So I think the Seraphine will solve that. I do want to see Fudge on a split pusher again, because that's the thing that can diminish EG's greatest strength, which is team fighting. If you're able to split them up more, it's something that they don't seem to have much practice against. And it's how Cloud9 was able to win the first 2 games. So I think Cloud9 should have some killer instinct here, not be too perturbed about that loss. Go back to what won them games 1 and 2, and then close it out.
One thing I do want to remind people of is that while we did talk about the fact that, a 15-3 record meant that first game they lost, in the best of 5, amounted to a quarter of their entire losses for the summer split. This is a team that in spring got knocked to the lower bracket and then ran it. So when it comes to resilience, I think it would be unfair of us to call, their resilience into question maybe as much as some people might want to when they see a team down 2-0, things like that. They've shown that they have the ability to climb through.
I agree with that. But it's a complete different situation where back then they were the underdogs in a lower seed. Now they're the expected winners of the split and the top dogs. And so it can be a different mental kind of pressure under those circumstances. So I'm interested to see how they do. I actually think this game is a great boost to their morale going into the next one. So I don't think it's going to be too big of a deal.
Very good point. Love that addendum. Evil Geniuses have found their footing and keep their upper bracket hopes alive. We'll see if they can tie up the series in game 4 right after this.
Yeah, I found it hella water.
Trick is doing like 3 balls per game.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Trick. G2, you drink like 2-3 balls per game.
What the
In Spain, they call him Aquaman.
Another couple of shots come through from Seraphine. Jensen wants more. Chain's gonna land. Impact could drop. And the rest of the squad is up. Berserker's on for a double. They can't kill a single soul. Vulcan flashes. Berserker tries, but it's not gonna happen. Everyone is falling. It's just Jensen left alone. EG do it again. Welcome back to the LCS Summer Playoffs ahead of Game 4 in the upper bracket banger between Evil Geniuses and Cloud9. Now, with FTX Most Improved Player Fudge making a big impact on the Rift, a reminder that fan voting has now opened for our 2022 FTX Most Improved Player. Check out ftx.us/LCS to make your voice heard and be entered for a chance to win a Most Improved trophy of your own. Fudge definitely has been good. Had the rough side of Sion into Renekton. Not a lot of champions can outlane Renekton. That was definitely a gap, at least via champion select. And overall, I mean, EG finally came back, won a game here in Game 3.
And in their wins, he was massive part of them. I think EG definitely much happier with having him on that tank.
Totally. I mean, you want to talk about a top gap, right? The first 2 games he soloed them, right? It was huge. The way that Blabber was able to play around Fudge, putting him in those early advantages, and then Fudge was slamming home those advantages that he was able to get. Making that heroic play even in Game 3, where it looked like in Game 3 with that Ezreal that Danny was going to take over the game, and it's Fudge finding that TP flank on him, getting that final kill that allows him to close that one out.
Impact is a veteran, though, and Inspired was saying, I've never reverse sweeped before. Impact, you got any tips for me?
Yep.
He's like, well, win the first game. All right, that one's done. Keep on winning. You got to keep it going through here. EG, can they do it? The Kalista banned out. Seraphine, there she is.
Yep.
I think a lot of people saw that one coming.
And Cloud9 getting rid of some of the champions that, they themselves don't really play very much. So now we're looking back at, all right, what does the Zeri Sivir trade kind of thing look like? It's EG getting rid of some of the top flight supports, Yuumi and Lulu. Pretty commonplace here. Vi getting off the table, which is one of those options that you'd say, point click CC, we can get on Zeri, and not available here.
And it's one of these interesting series where both teams are getting the side that they want, right? EG in losses was choosing red side. Cloud9 in the win, or in the loss for them, they choose blue side, right? So both teams staying on the same side here becomes very, very interesting. No Lulu, no Yuumi, but Zeri is just going to get insta-locked again for Berserker. They are happy to play it with Renata. They're happy to play it without those kind of 2 primary supports here. And Danny, now that Seraphine is gone, may just make his return back to the Sivir. Obviously doesn't have to lock it here if they don't want to. If they want to hide their other picks, that totally makes sense, but not going to be getting taken away by any means.
Yeah, I kind of like the option of grabbing AD carry on 1-2 here and then, finding something special, but using 3 as, okay, is it Renekton with cover bans? Is it Azir where, now it's not going to be an easy counter pick? Like, I think there's a lot of value in getting something good on 3 that you can cover and then, go again and counter on 5, right?
I think it's probably, could be Nautilus as the pairing with the Sivir as well, because you do want some sort of lockdown for the Zeri. And with the Wukong, it also sets them up really, really well. Nautilus ult goes into the Zeri, Wukong there to follow it up, or vice versa. I think that could be really, really powerful. There is an opportunity if Sven wants to take that away from them here now, but he has been more prioritizing the Renata and those enchanters, and it's been working well for Cloud9.
Certainly has. And then they're going to be looking at jungle. Maybe the Trundle, maybe the Poppy there for Blabber this time around. Renata will be locked in there. Bottom lane for sure secured here. EG, do they want to grab some point and click CC right now, immediately, or will they wait? I think Cloud9, though, probably grab jungle here before Blabber takes some more bans.
I mean, if you wait as EG and you don't pick Nautilus on 3, it's getting banned, for sure. I think unless you pick a different support. So it'll be interesting to see if they actually do prioritize it or not. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go Trundle, then Nautilus isn't really going to be an option here. Because I think whichever you didn't take will get banned out.
Yeah, you can flex the Wukong somewhere, flex the Trundle either lane as well. I think the solo lane up top is fine. There's not a lot of agency for you. So Ahri gonna get grabbed instead, saying, no, we want more playmaking. Ahri has plenty of wave clear. It should allow JoJo's to get out of his lane and go do stuff. And if they're saying, hey, you know what, JoJo get prio, we're gonna slap bot lane 4v2. Ahri fits the mold.
Then just ban out the LeBlanc here, banning out the answers, protecting the pick.
It's very interesting, right? Just mixing up a little bit. This was where the Renekton was picked last time with the protection bans. Now we're going to be going towards the Ahri, banning away the LeBlanc. We'll see what else is going to get. That's cute. We'll see what else is going to actually get banned out. The Nautilus taken away as I expected. If you don't pick a first 3, the Zeri teams are not going to allow you to have that. And they do have a good dive buddy for the Wukong with the Ahri, so they don't necessarily need it. But it'll be interesting to see where they do go.
One more to go on each side. Is it another ban they want to cover the Ahri? Is it something else entirely? Keep in mind, it is a top jungle flex right now for Cloud9. Fudge or Blabber could play Sejuani. It's Azir off the table as well, so just targeting at mid. Orianna is what Jensen played and looked good earlier on. Ari is playable. I don't think you're usually into that much threat of dying, but it's hard to land a shockwave, do anything offensive, but doesn't matter. Jensen's happy to play a lane kind of as a wash, then go into team fights.
Yeah, it will be interesting to track. Lissandra, Akali, also options there. Bottom side, though, again, they ban out the Renekton to try and protect. Renekton definitely is a good matchup into Sejuani if they wanted to put their Sejuani top, but Blabber was a pretty dang good Sejuani when he had it in jungle.
Yeah, and I think it's going to go to Blabber because I think they're going to do a melee pairing, with the top lane. Go Fudge on an aggressive carry here again, potentially. Could even go to the Aatrox if he wants to do it as a denial pick. You ban out the Renekton, you take the Aatrox. What is he really going to go towards?
It's going to have to be blind, whatever it is.
Yep, it will be the Alistar here coming through. Often picked into the Sivir, this time picked into that Zeri. Will have to be good with the E-buffers to try to really escape from that Alistar coming in with the combos.
You can't cleanse much of Alistar's stuff either, but you can still stay alive.
Oh.
Poppy might come through. I like this as a stop onto Alistar.
Really
I mean,
good.
it'll stop Wukong E, it'll stop Alistar W.
Ahri ult as well.
Ahri,
Yeah.
it's
At least she can re-ult. Everyone else is like, yep, not catching Zeri. See ya, folks. Ooh,
Did we get
Jensen.
Kindred? Did we get Kindred and then Sejuani top?
Blabber and Jensen were the two that spammed the combo. Carry jungle and Zillion mid.
Olaf is one of those as well.
Carry jungle.
To seal the deal, book a ticket to Worlds. Cloud9 hovering Blabber's famous Olaf, and he locks it in. Let's go.
I feel like pocket picks have been so big in the LCS playoffs. We saw Bjergsen, down 0-2, brings out the Zillion, gets them a win here. Jensen was right alongside him when that combo was really popular. These were the guys who would always go to, back then it was Kindred Zillion. Olaf was mixed in as well. You have that support, so this means it's going to be Sejuani top. Theoretically, it could be, still flex, but should be Sejuani top, should be Blabber on the Olaf. And this is really, really interesting. The answer of the Jack, so EG now going with the splash of split push here.
Impact. I want to see him throw down his own skin in this game. When EG need it, they throw down the impact carry. He gets the counter big jacks into the tank top lane.
Man, if you use your World Championship skin in the series to go to Worlds, that's kind of a Chad move, right? It's like, oh, you're trying to qualify for Worlds? Oh, I wanted it. This is my skin.
My goodness, though. Jensen pulling out the Zillion. There's a very short list of players that can play Zillion. It is Bjergsen, Jensen, and then Tempo. So you're going straight to solo queue after that. Let's see if their combo, the old Blabber-Jensen combo from the previous iteration of Cloud9, before Jensen even left on his Team Liquid journey, it was that combo that really took over.
I will say, though, early laning phase, once you get around level 5, is going to feel very Sejuani favored. She is such a lane bully. Yeah, you can dodge the autos for a second, but the Q's landing, the W's landing, and at some point the stuff's going to hit you. The Jax will outscale massively and it'll be a big deal in the team fight, but it is going to be a lack of priority in top for a while for EG.
So terrifying stat here for the EG fans. Blabber Olaf, 18 games played, 83.3% win rate on the pick in his career. Has been absolutely monstrous. Anytime he brings it out, he is synonymous with the pick. People forget every once in a while that he can play it. He brings it out, he smacks him down, and it's back on the ban list.
And part of the reason for the high win rate is that Cloud9 always put their strategy drafted around this Olaf. It is never just Olaf in isolation. It's always Olaf with some sort of supportive champion, whether it comes from mid lane or from the actual support role. And Jensen saying, I got you, Blabber. We will play for jungle this game.
Yeah, really interesting.
So, always really fun to watch his routes as well. Blabber, he goes for very simplistic Olaf routes. He never gives up farm. It's always this very full clear focused into whatever sort of gank is going to require the least amount of time to go for. Very efficient ganks for him while prioritizing camps, prioritizing his own farm to get fed. Because if you're an Olaf player, you have to be a greedy player. You have to be a greedy jungler, especially if your team is relying on you with a supportive mid lane pick.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to be stronger than your opponent because Olaf only goes one way, right? He goes in, you fight or you die, right? That's about it. Especially
the Viking way, we go to Valhalla.
Especially with the mini rework, right? The change in the ultimate, you have got to be able to continue autoing to keep that ulti active. So it is definitely very important that he's able to play with that farm, get level advantages, and really hammer it home with the support of the Zillion, who can funnel him even more XP with the passive to try to put him ahead of the pace of the game.
And that's why it's so important there. Even the little move from Impact. You always want to get vision of where the Olaf is starting because it is so predictable, almost always doing full clears, getting low health. Blabber, by the way, of course, you saw there, starting E. Still in solo queue, the massive, overwhelming majority of players start Qs because you're so used to starting Q, but E is faster clear for Olaf 100%. And he is going to be doing top side down towards bottom side clear. So EG should be well aware of this, and they can track this.
And mid lane, getting to see the pain of the early leveling on Zillion. I've played a lot of Zillion myself. The auto attack on the champion is so terrible.
CSing under tower though.
Did it really well. You know, missed 3 minions earlier from the kind of awkward little health points. The bombs sometimes, you know, can mess you up as much as they can help you on some of these last hits. So you really got to be proficient. Know all of the break points for these minions. Nice sidestepping there.
Yeah. Jensen always confident in his movement. Meanwhile, of course, bottom lane again, pushing in there for Sven and Berserker. You expect that versus Alistar. Alistar is never going to, you know, get the push on that lane. So C9 do have the pushing bottom lane to play off of. And again, that's where Blabber's going to end up. So you expect this Olaf through, you get a little bit of deeper ward, you get your bottom Scuttle Crab with your bottom pushing lane. Oftentimes it'll just be this pretty clear, but Wukong is coming down. And so you actually got inspired trying to jump the gun here on this bottom Scuttle Crab, trying to take away where Blabber will end up. I like this, and this is all from them playing off of the little bit of vision that Impact got on top side. He knows Blabber is going to full clear. Olaf always is going to full clear. So he gets there preemptively, takes away that crab, and he does so by skipping 2 camps, both Krugs and Raptors.
Yeah, and Blabber actually fully spotted walking in. So he's going to look to see if there's any camps up, because he counted the camps that were actually killed, but they're on the other side of the map. So he actually falls behind off this a little bit here.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important for these jungles to get the early information, and so Inspired can make this calculation.
Looking really good right now, yeah. We already heard the crowd booing, but that's just because they're biased. It is cool to see. Thank you. Yeah, we got like the one EG cheer.
I want to term them the crab crew. We've got the crab crew in the audience.
All right.
The crabbers for blabbers.
Who here likes Inspired getting crabs? All right, we got a few of you. Thank you.
What do we call them, though? Because the Blabber's already got a cool name for his crew.
We'll get back to this.
Yeah,
we'll get back to this.
That one's going to take some work.
Yeah. We'll get in the workshop. We'll get a whiteboard. You know?
Okay, good. Yeah, brainstorming some Send us some tweets, some answers. The enlightened. All right, Jensen going to put a bomb on his own head to help on pushing. Get this shove out, and as you mentioned for the Zillion, actually quite impressive to have good CS early on, and even keep competitive there.
Yeah, the record even better for Blabber when you just look at LCS. You know, 13-2. Has played a couple games internationally.
That KDA though for Jensen.
Yeah, I mean you've got an 80% win rate and an 80% win rate. That's a 160% win rate.
Holy,
they're gonna win more than one game.
All right, Cloud9 expected game and a half here.
So far, 450 gold ahead at just 5 minutes, and that's with losing crabs. So you know they're really doing well over here. 7 CS lead in the bottom lane. Even Zillion's winning his lane.
Meanwhile, checking back in on that Jax lane, actually not a problem at all for Impact with the CS early. That's very good news. Is going to scale up into a strong split push champion. Got an early no magic mantle up for him though, which is Sejuani.
Yeah,
Sejuani is physical damage, so while the tenacity is going to be important, the magic resist not going to help you here with the actual trades.
Attempts to Q to block out the leap slam itself, but Impact still able to get there in time. Fudge a little late in the timing. He was already basically on the melee range by the time he got the knockback. Otherwise, that you can preempt it, you can get away and not take the counter-strike hit. Gyoja takes a single hit there, gets the charm at Olaf, make sure he's not going to get axed, and indeed is fine.
Yeah, Blabber just going to be heading up towards that top scuttle. Could do an invade on the Raptors, has the respawn timer, it seems, on it. Because he's walking in like right as it's about to spawn. But we'll back it off now as Wukong's coming mid. And it looks like it could be a little bit of a scuffle here. I mean, if Jensen gets pushed, they could look to actually fight over this. Like, this is very classic Blabbers, willing to take scraps over these camps.
Jax has pressure over top, though, right now. He's actually got the wave shoved in, has some mana and level 6, which means he's got the extra damage.
I actually like the way this mid jungle is going. You know, Inspired comes back to help JoJo make sure this mid-wave prio allows JoJo to come help you. So it's the pay it forward system. I'm gonna help you with your wave. You help me protect this jungle, get this Olaf out of here. Make sure they have everything on their side secure. But Blabber will get his first crabber of the game. Top one secured for Cloud9. Always nice there for the Sejuani to slip in, grab Honey Fruit with your passive. The best Honey Fruit taking champion
I was gonna say, like,
game.
Is there anything that feels more like cheating than Honey Fruit on Sejuani, where you're just like, I'm getting him full speed, haha?
Yep, Zeri.
Got him. Case and points.
Touche.
Lawyered.
Yeah, if you're a pro. Solo queue is like 45% win rate, so most of
I don't want to hear it. No Zeri defense will be had on this
people
cast.
suck at Zeri. Some are Berserker, and they 1v9 games on it.
True.
Don't let facts get in the way of a good story.
Exactly.
It's actually on live Zeri is like 41% now with the so
I was being charitable.
Let's get into it though. Vulcan on the support roam actually doesn't have Inspired with him, so has to be a little bit careful about running into the Cloud9 duo. Looks like it is going to be a very conservative route for that vision, though.
Yeah, just helping him push out, very likely. Wants to cover him on the push here. They're hovering a lot around mid lane here for JoJo. I think because they are expecting potential action with Blabber, that is generally where he likes to go, especially with this combo. You want to play around your Zillion when you are on the Olaf, and you can see the amount of gold he has here already, you know, really maximizing that farm, trying to take all the camps here immediately on respawn and really make sure he stays maximizing that efficiency.
I've been wondering, like, is there going to be a repeat gank here for level 6 Wukong? You know Zeri's got no flash, and you have an Alistar lane, so that could be the spark to set off this fire here in game number 4. Level 6 Wukong, you're always looking. As soon as you get to your level 6, hey, is there a lane I can impact here? Is there a lane that's away from the Olaf counter gank that we can actually make something happen? And he's got options on both sides, you know. He's gonna find anything just yet, though.
Inspired, though.
There's 0% chance this is not solo queue. He's not taking that.
Oh, yeah. Nice little bomb.
160% damage on that bomb, hitting 2 people with half.
That's definitely exactly how the math works on that one. We've got the Herald is up, though. You asked for a lane with impact, and you've got it up here. He has the pressure. It's under the tower. Yeah, I know. And it's going to be a Herald claimed here. So Inspired then only got the double. A little Krabby's going to get Herald now here as well. EG close in gold, now surging ahead.
And it's also worth mentioning that Zeri actually did like a half roam up, so he's not even on plates right now. You know, they may get 1 plate in the extended play, but he's actually just going to base, so it wasn't like C9 was really even getting a trade on the other side. They started roaming up, and they were just late to the play, so EG definitely coming out ahead there.
Nice run the charm.
Yeah, very happy. And they have plenty of time to transition back down towards the dragon, too. So they've got freshly purchased items here for Danny.
Yep.
Full reset, and Inspired just starts it right back up with Zillion recalling here for Cloud9, for Jensen. Looks like it's going to be neutral objectives all the way of the evil geniuses.
Well, it reminds me of Abadaga in his interview yesterday was just saying, like, you're not supposed to be able to get Herald and Dragon. You're not supposed to be able to get both, right? In his interview after they had taken their series.
Vision.
We'll see if C9 want to try to scrap for this. It's almost gone.
Mightable. Oh, no! Inspired instant away! Cloud Drake goes to Blabber.
As soon as you saw that 26 health, you knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Oh
you knew it was coming. The timing works out. Blabber. Oh, my goodness. The axe steal on it. That's why you form good habits. You never smite early. We called him out. It was 2 days ago. Oh my goodness.
That is so tragic. That is such a mental edge now. I swear, you were so tilted losing that there as Inspired.
Well, you did say you're not supposed to be able to get both Herald and Dragon.
Well, yeah, apparently you can't.
The gods have spoken.
Yeah. Abadaga was right. It's not going to happen. Blabber just casually walks up, TY for leash, farms some jungle camps, axe a dragon, back towards mid.
You gotta form good habits.
Fast Olaf, though. JoJo, I think he put himself under ulti mana. but not going to get axed for anything. The charm lets him get away. It is a slow on that CC. No problem hitting the blast plant. He'll always live here. Slow won't matter. But he's off the mid wave. We'll see if he can get the golden XP soon.
Gonna be interesting to see where Jensen goes with his skill order as well. As far as I know, Bjergsen generally does Q max, 3 points W, then E max. So it will be interesting to see if he goes there from that.
And the observers had good vision toggle the first time around.
Oh,
so
26.
we knew there's no vision in there. As he's going right back in for it.
So
get it with the Q time.
Yeah. If Blabber's not here, you're maximizing damage by smiting and walking away. It will burn down on its own.
Yeah.
But he already saw Blabber's there. He's not allowed to play it that greedily.
Nice handshake.
Really nice. Danny Lowe has to flash to stay alive. Gets a minion wave, but turret plate down.
Damn, that was sick from Sven there. Actually just snatched him out of the air on his combo. And gets the stun even onto Danny, which forces both sums.
Exactly. Very, very vulnerable now for the bottom lane. Berserker and Sven should be able to make a repeat play. Blabber here on the Olaf, farmed up, has his isolated lead. See if they can actually push through and get some more.
Decent damage there. Fudge walks away. Berserker's already cashed in on his coal. In terms of total profit, you actually sell it, you go up 180. That's the actual payout for the item. But it allows you to buy a sustain item that eventually costs 0 gold because it pays itself back in the gold passive.
All right, we've got to use the Rift Herald pretty soon here for Evil Geniuses. So Inspired here in mid lane currently as Impact is working his own plays off top lane. And once they see Blabber, they know they can just hard push it. Rift Herald in mid lane, I think, for Evil Geniuses. Get those guaranteed plates. Take away some of the safety for Cloud9. Get your money, get paid.
Inspire gonna try for the minute. Charm's gonna land. They can chain the ulti there as well. Could holds it as long as he can. And now you let him burn down to 50 HP, then maybe come back later.
Drop that Herald. So get that money. Get a lot of damage on the turret too. Yeah. With forcing Jensen back, he's got no teleport.
Mm-hmm. That should be 3 plates. So pretty good look for EG there. Let's see if he can finish off that last auto or two. Should be able to with just Sven there. So does get the 3rd plate down. Nice injection of gold there for EG.
Yep. Shelly actually gets a swipe on the 3rd plate, so shares that one as well. Inspired, recipient of whatever half of 3 plates is, 240. We got there.
And great, more funnel money into the Olaf freak.
Yeah.
Mid laner head to back. Great, we're back to funnel meta. Olaf is eating up.
I'll push your wave, don't worry.
Yeah, Blabber's definitely farming very heavily here for Cloud9, keeping the gold basically even between the two teams. And with his steal on the Dragon, is a pretty nice advantage there for Cloud9.
Absolutely. I mean, he's up a good 30 CS, right? You know, even more than that right now. Yes, he did take some waves that were, you know, kind of pushed to the tower, so he collected that, but really maximizing farm. Already has the Gore Drinker here. Is likely going to go like Death Dance or something like that second. I assume he is just going to continue building for damage, you know, utilizing Jensen to really keep him safe. And Jensen now on the 3 points W, so likely going to go into Emax, and that's where you really start to kind of ramp up the utility, is at level 12 and onwards, where you're putting the additional points in your E, and you can really get that move speed very, very high. Because rank 1 E is good, but like you really need a couple points in it before it makes a huge difference.
Exactly. And especially if you are the Olaf, you really feel the difference there.
So wave going down the bottom side. Berserker was the highest gold earner in the game. Had a plate to his name, plus 147 CS. You can see, 5,500 is on that mark. Item is through now for Jensen. Everfrost in the inventory.
I still want to see Cloud9 focus on trying to punish Danny. You're mentioning Berserker and Sven. That lane, they were able to burn both summoners themselves. And the Sivir, without those summoner spells, so vulnerable, you know, for an Olaf rundown. He says, great, spell shield, don't care. Ghost is going to come back up here for Danny in time, and he is going to have his ultimate, but Cloud9 will force on this dragon, knowing they've got that bottom lane advantage, and that thing is gone.
I'm going to say, like, the more I think about it, the more I like C9's comp. Like, so much more than what EG has actually drafted, because EG does not have a tremendous amount of, like, AoE threat. Largely, you know, you're going to hit someone with a charm, you're going to jump in on someone and stun them, whatever, you're going to try to burst one person down. Zillion answers that so incredibly well. And if you're not perfect on your engage in EG and running over the fight, there's no escaping from a Zeri who also has Zillion move speed and the bailout move speed. So I do think EG have to be perfect with their engages if they want to win these fights.
Yeah, until that Sivir gets super fed, you know, has Infinity Edge crits coming through, definitely agree. Impact, though, doing his job on the side lane here, pushing in.
He's got to start hitting it, though. Like, first turret goal's going to go over to Berserker. He just could have... EG taking a lot of fundamentals and failing them. 150 gold just goes into Berserker's pockets because Impact hits the turret late.
And you know what he was thinking about that moment was, oh, deny a couple more minions. He's obviously not thinking about the bottom side rush that Berserker is at the same point of damage on this tower, so no communication there.
Now, 70 gold denied from Fudge, 150 handed over to Berserker, 150 gold denied from himself. Definitely a mistake. Again, yeah, it happens, but EG got to keep their heads in the game. 300 gold lead. Down to Drakes and Impact, who has them pretty well up here. Statistically, a very bad laning phase for the champion of the matchup, but not too bad right now, as again, he will outscale. Jax just, as items comes in, as level comes in, he'll feel really good in late game team fights.
Yeah, I mean, and definitely you need the levels, you need the CDR before you do feel good in those late game team fights, because otherwise it's too hard to actually stick to these carries. So I'll be interested to see if he goes Frozen Heart second. That has become so popular for Jax. Not only for that CDR, but also just have enough mana so that when you're in these long extended side lane plays, you don't actually run in.
Yeah, definitely takes longer for it to feel better in the team fights, but in the 1v1 on just Divine Sunder being completed with your tenacity, already starting to feel good in the isolated game. And that's what this game has been, isolated, 0-0, no kills still. The best action was the Dragon Steel blind axe over the wall.
Yep. And it is worth noting that C9 is also very physical damage focused, right? So I do think Frozen Heart super efficient this game. Yes, there is obviously a lot of magic damage that can come out of Zilean, and Zeri is mixed. But overall, you're going to be really happy with the armor. So Frozen Heart makes a lot of sense, and he is going to be building towards it. Already has the Warden's Mail in.
Blabber still being handed XP by the Zilean, level 12 now, tied up with the solo lanes and even ahead of Berserker. So he is definitely going to continue to be a very big Olaf. 154 on CS. Certainly high. I mean, that's nearly a 10 camp lead over Inspired, plus the XP donation, 2 levels up.
And it's one of those nice things about Zilean that you don't really talk about or think about that much when you're picking the champion. Mostly people focused on the ulti, but the passive can be very, very valuable for champions that scale well. You know, with XP, can really help you get those breakpoints a lot earlier.
See if it ends up coming to fruition anytime soon, because it's still 2 minutes away on that dragon fight, and I honestly don't expect them to actually go for the all-in until that arrival. Just more farming here. Hands off the blue buff over to Jensen. Should have no problem nowadays, just bombing the waves, getting them all.
And Azil, you are right, looks like double Frozen Heart for both top sides. Each component goes to one to the other, as Impact's got his
Our powers combined!
We all have, top lane has one combined Frozen Heart right now. And eventually we'll have 2.
Okay, who's forking over the combination money?
Whoever's got more right now, which I'm pretty sure is Impact.
Yeah, it's got.
Yeah, he's 700, so he's paying the combined cost.
Yeah, he's got to pay the
Reminds me of Licorice's tweet, you know, top lane isn't an island, it's an us land. It's like, why do I always, you know, say GG to the enemy top laner?
Yeah.
It's not an island, it's an us land.
Yep. They got to combine their efforts to slow down the attack speed of these damn 80 carries.
Yep. The Sivir, the Zeri, they're too OP. Build 2 Frozen Hearts.
Pretty good right here. Well, you got another attempt here by Blabber, looking at Inspired. Smite fight! Hey, this one goes to Inspired, and over the wall is Blabber, who's got his own flash, but Blabber's having to take this one. Gets a shield from his teammate, and now Ultsin wants it. Has to go back out. His ult's going to time out in a second, and here's Vulcan buying a lot of space. Blabber is going to be handshaken. He's going to be revived. Everything pushed onto him. And how about round 2, though? Is it going to be enough? The charm lands. Stopwatch. Berserker's attacking. Zen can't land on his target. Back in they go. Inspired will just barely live. First blood through for Impact. Vulcan cutting away. Vulcan stays alive. A double kill for Impact, and he's going for more. Flash out, though. It's going to be a dead Danny. Berserker not stunned. To get one back out of Impact. He's going to find his own goal. Jojo misses the charm, and it's going to be another kill. 4 in a row for Berserker.
Oh, the Zeri gets a quadra. They can't find the last one for Berserker's Penta, but it doesn't matter. Cloud9 are still going to get Dragon number 3 in only 20.5 minutes.
C9 take over in the fight here. We can watch it one more time. The initial play was really bad for them. It looked like EG was going to get a big advantage. They get out the Olaf ult early. They get out the Zilean ult and the bailout on the Blabber here. He can't really get much, but they can't actually connect to this Zeri. They can't deal with him.
Exactly. Look at the other side of your screen there. The ultimate from Berserker popped out, and then Sven with the Renata ultimate buys the space over the top of him. They jump onto Blabber. Everybody focused on that Olaf with all of the cooldowns used. But even after they headbutt Berserker over the back of the Dragon Pit, whoop, he just jumps back in. And here, Jensen's peel on impact changes the whole damn fight. Berserker back in with the double bomb peel for himself. He cleans it up.
And I mean, the amount of move speed amps on Zeri, who's already out of control fast, is just ridiculous in this game. The bailout move speed, the speed up and slow down from the Zilean as well is just incredible. And even with Blabber not being able to get a tremendous amount done in the fight. I mean, he did put a lot of damage out, to be fair.
Damages everyone on EG.
But, you know, it looked like it was going to be EG's win. And if that fight goes bad for you, I'm really concerned for what the later stages look like.
Guess what? The timer's short. We're 4 minutes away from Dragon's Soul because of Inspired's poor smite and Blabber's steal. Takes the attempt, gets rewarded for it, and now suddenly we are 4 minutes away from an Infernal Soul. And EG have limited time to find themselves back in. Gold is close, but stats heavily favor C9 side.
Vision control right now in the favor of EG, though. Cloud9 playing a little bit dark with this flank. Inspired is behind them. Berserker has no summoner spells. That's the one takeaway. Oh my god. For EG.
Damage here, saving his own ulti. Rooted in place. Tries to get out. Now it's Verna's ult, but Blabber's on the chase and Inspired. One more action could seal it. And Blabber keeps in the aggro. Here comes the engage. Berserker's on, but will it even matter? Zen's already gone. The chase into Jensen flashes to safety. Vulcan sets up a lot of space. Inspired stayed alive.
Huge.
And the revive on Zeri doesn't matter. She's still down.
This could be Baron. EG are going to go straight for it. A 700 gold kill there for Inspire. Gets a massive injection of gold as Berserker does go down. They force out the flashes in EG. The Baron is theirs. They're going to be way ahead in gold.
Sometimes you just got to YOLO it. And Inspired pulls out a play from nowhere. Hiding in the brush. Inside all members of Cloud9. Jumps out. Blabber gets baited into the rest of the team. And this time around, Berserker had no summoner spells. They had no more juice left because it was, again, all used on Blabber. And it's the turnaround. Inspired's just like, I got to create something crazy here. He does it. He goes in on a Jensen, the W backwards out, and he gets the support from the team as Blabber gets the Renata bailout on him, but he can't catch Inspired anyways. And then Impact comes in. Huge, huge setup here.
You look at the class from all sides, right? JoJo's coming in from the right. Impact's coming in from the left. It's a multi-angle flank there. Zilean has to get in onto Berserker to actually ult him, but then Ari's on top of you, so you got to flash out of there. And EG did such a good job of creating chaos that C9 couldn't kind of have the set of battle lines that they would want in a fight like this.
I feel like Legend Tenacity saved Inspired's life because Jensen landed Everfrost. You can't W, it's a dash. If you're rooted, you can't W. The bombs come out after he hops off the clone, so Jensen just, I don't know if the stuff was on cooldown or what, but doesn't get the stun. The guy walks away at 400 HP, and that rest of the fight looks so much better without a first kill to start it out. And now, yeah, 2,800 gold lead. Red Bull Baron power play. Still 2 minutes in that one. It will overlap with the 4th Drake of the game that they need to stop Cloud9's soul.
That is so big here. Once again, Evil Geniuses with the gold lead, but Cloud9 with the Dragons lead for themselves. But EG aren't done. Baron buff on for another minute and a half.
Yeah.
3 more waves to push with here. JoJo trying to get something done in the 1-3-1 split push. At the very least, they should be able to get that bottom tower into the Jax. Keep on feeding this Jax some more money. This bottom thing isolated over there to Impact. He is going to be super duper fed. Sterik's coming next as well. More beef for these team fights to actually be able to get in and join the team in addition to being a split push threat.
I wonder if he's going to go Sterik's or if he's going to go Hullbreaker and commit to split push. It'll be interesting to see which one he actually decides to go for.
Whichever one he decides, that's which way he's going to fight.
Yeah.
Sterik's team fight, Hullbreaker split push.
Hullbreaker, see you later. I'm gone, right? You know, and you do have the Sivir to kind of enable that with really good wave clear. But the reason I feel like I would prefer the Sterik's is because there's already 3 dragons on C9 side. So you're going to be forced to group every 5 minutes to be able to prevent this soul. But it is Hullbreaker, so, yeah. You know, I kind of had a feeling, but I feel like the teamfight build makes more sense in this situation. You have to group.
Unless he thinks he's not in danger of dying anyway. He's like, I'm thinking no matter what I build, there's at least stats in this thing. I want to crush the side lane and then still be good enough in team fights.
Yeah, but they immediately, like you said, the dragon is coming up. Here we go. Right, here's the team fight.
JoJo setting up a flank here, so they're trying to come from multiple angles.
Vision control mostly belongs to EG as they knock on this control ward. There's a very small bash for Cloud9. Kill a control, but not the invisible one.
Zilean teleporting in. JoJo kind of camping this blast cone as well for the angle. Can he?
Inspired. Information known. Fudge jumps the wall, wants to fight for some of his vision. Knows the control wards in that brush. Will go for it. When does the fight happen? Cloud9 gets soul with the smite steal. 12k health. on this Infernal Drake. Danny shoves out mid, but he has to play this 5-on-5. In goes the Jax, and Pack gonna keep saving his stun. Inspire gets tagged up by Zeri. Fudge holds the front line pretty well. Decent mana pool thanks to Frozen Heart. Half health now on the Drake. They gotta go soon. Vulcan, when does he find the way in? 3K, reset. Jensen still in the right spot to support his team. Crab will be claimed.
First smite from Inspired. Second charge is coming up. They can burn it.
They know he's got no smite. They can burn it. Berserk comes in. They're rushing for it now. This dragon's going to be a freebie. Another bad smite means a dragon soul comes in. Team fight starts now. Fudge attacked. Fudge gets us some time to revive, and he will get the Zillion ulti. Blabber on the chase, but Blabber now without revives left. They got to win this fight somehow, but Danny is live. Berserker gets one. A single traded back, and he's still on the chase. A flash forward, but Berserker just will not die. He's bailed out. And guess what, EG? It's time to jump ship. They get one to Zeri. Vulcan gets the kill credit, but Inspired able to walk back to his base.
Yeah, Inspired not going to be able to get the chase in there, but it's the Soul forcing C9. Such a good job of capitalizing on that because Inspired was chugged low.
They're not done yet,
for the heal.
Sven's gonna try to punch Sven. Here comes Inspired. He's out of the right character. He needs the auto to land. He gets one. But can he live? Triumph heal is huge. They get the pick on Sven.
Oh my god, Inspired and Sven pulled 2 more kills out of nothing there at the very end, taking down Berserker, taking down Sven. But the prize was already won. Inspired smites the crab to heal off of it.
Exactly.
But it's in full vision.
Yeah.
It's in full vision, so you know the second charge is not going to be up in time, and Cloud9 will gladly take their Infernal Soul.
And I love how they use that zoning ultimate there. The hostile takeover just comes through, pushes them back, so there's no opportunity for EG to just force the fight. Inspired pushed out immediately. Impact doing a good job, with the dodge zone there, tanking out a lot of the damage from Blabber. And you can see Danny and JoJo here getting people pretty softened up. Danny sees an opportunity to try to turn it around. Does get the 1 kill onto Blabber, but it's Berserker going nuts over the wall here.
Good re-engage, but the first one is not enough. He bails out on the kill on Impact. It's not until they chase deep over towards the Raptors that Vulcan with the angle from the middle lane over that little ledge of the wall gets the combo.
And it just gets so scary now. That damage is going to be amped up so much. They're hitting these later game stages. Yep. Danny is so far away from his IE because he did make that pit stop for the LDR. There was a lot of armor, obviously, on this Sejuani, who he feels like he's got to be able to punch through. So it does make sense, but he doesn't even have his first component. He's only got 800 gold in pocket, so the IE is miles away. And Berserker is nearly a full item up here. He's closing on his completion.
And you can kind of peg the 4-0 Drake plus Soul at, I think ballpark is about 7,000 gold. Now, those aren't item completions, right? There's no Everfrost or GA suddenly there, but in terms of BF swords and whatnot, and daggers, it's about 7,000 gold of power on Cloud9 right now.
And I really like that Jensen, you can see, is just going to go into a support item next, right? You don't need to do any more damage here as the Zillion. It's just about protecting the Zeri, amping her up. So, go for a support item here. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to look for. Maybe even like a Mikhail's could make sense.
And that is the key, too, because a lot of these cooldowns from Cloud9 are getting used on players not named Berserker in these team fights. And Berserker has to be the sole focus for both teams. For Cloud9, yes, for all the buffs, getting Mikhail's in there as well. Sven with the bailout, with the Renata steroids, but for evil geniuses as well. And EG have a scaling AD carry of their own. You mentioned that Sivir. Danny will be farming his way towards Infinity Edge. EG trying to funnel him as much. They're jumping on the Baron and trying to burn it down now.
Yeah, but they're on vision. Controller goes down. He's like, okay, never mind. It's spotted. Nothing else done right here. And the Hullbreaker, Jax, is not even willing to play for the lane right now. I think he doesn't know if there's people coming towards him.
No vision.
Yeah, and I think the key here for Evil Geniuses to make this game, a comeback and keep this series going is to really hard push their 1-3-1. Try and get a pick-off from pushing in both side lanes and then getting your Ahri, Jax, to have some hero plays. You actually don't want the full group 5-on-5. You would much rather the opportunity to get an outplay here with one of those picks. These ultimate charges from Ahri. Unleash Teleport is ready. Cloud9 know this, though. They're going to try and force you in.
Looking for it now. Baron down below 10,000 health. Dies rapidly here to a 4-item Zeri. Can they even get there in time? It's still burning. Do they have a chance at a smite? Engage comes in. Baron is secured. Zonia's buys a little bit of seconds, but a spell shift for Danny keeps him alive in the fight. Vulcan low, but not dead either. Shut down onto the Wukong. And here comes Berserker. there. 2 kills picked up, an escape for EG, but he still hasted for more. Just goes for the mid lane. They know they've got the Baron, they've got 2 kills, they've got the series in their hands.
Cloud9 are on the push here, 40 seconds on Danny. He's the only one who can wave clear this. Cloud9 want to punch their ticket to Worlds right here, right now.
And it's looking like it. Nexus turrets open soon. Mid-tier 2 is gone. Inhibitor's going to be there as well. 20 seconds on the Wukong back up. 20 still on Danny. They can go for at least 1 tower, but do they like this push? Health bars and mana bars both a little bit low. Bit of damage towards Fudge, who walks in. Headbutted back, though. Health bars are low enough. Wukong's up in 5. Stun's going to go wide. Charm is decent damage. Blabber still feels safe for now. Zillion ult is up. They can play to the edge. They know that Zillion will get one back up.
You need to reset now. 40 seconds on the Elder Dragon. They've got Baron powered recall, so it should be fine. But when you see that coming up, you know it's a little bit too tenuous. Too much to lose if you stay inside the base. Elder Dragon up in 30 seconds. Let's get back to it.
Yeah, absolutely. We can watch this one more time. C9 just have the right read. They can just finish it. So, Vulcan tries to preempt it by going way in, but Fudge kind of buys some time here. Danny, by the time he actually gets up there, Vulcan's already pretty much dead. Inspired dives deep, but he goes down in a hurry, and then all the move speed, all the support on the Berserker, there's just no getting away.
And there's just so much damage. These explosions from the Infernal Dragon Soul.
Yeah.
Berserker now on the hunt again. Bomb on his head, speed under his feet. He's the real carry here.
And EG are not in a position to fight for Elder Dragon. This looks like it's guaranteed Cloud9's. It comes up 16k health. EG are coming back down, but we saw Danny far away, still going through his own side of the jungle.
Yeah, I think they feel like they have to flip it, right? This game is getting completely out of hand.
The Berserker.
They're going to look for the play.
Can they get anything? Sven is stuck against the wall. Might have to burn his flash, but no, he's got Fudge to bodyguard. So they pull the Elder and say, screw it. We'll start now. Time, of course, is not on EG's side, as mid is going to be flooded in with super minions. Inspired with a jump out yet again, can't find the play. At least Elder will be hitting Cloud9. Ulti goes wide from Fudge, but will it matter? Spell Shield blocks the slow, only zap towards Vulcan looks good. Alistar ult's still up, but no flash makes it hard to get in.
Yeah, Cloud9 just have to buy time. They don't need to be the ones to force it. The supers are pushing mid. Impact is getting chunked low, and Inspired is seen on the other side. Mikhail's even finished as well for Jensen, so even a charm may not be enough.
Sweeper sees the ward, knows what's going on there. Will there be an engage, though? Vulcan in the wings has a blast plant, but he's on a ward. They're going for him. They're hasted in. Fudge gonna look for this one. Vulcan ults late after he's already too low. Headbutt means nothing. The fight comes in the bottom side. Their handshake brings back Inspired. It's 2 for nothing so far. Impact's gonna be next. They look for Sven, a support, a Pyrrhic victory. Not even that. TP is already going into the base. This is over. Cloud9 take down the defending LCS champions. The ace comes through for Jensen. 14-7, and Cloud9 are the second LCS team headed to the World Championship.
C9 are back, baby! Sending EG to the lower bracket.
What an incredible series from Cloud9. They're gonna finish it out, and done in style with the Olaf, with the Zillion, with a monster performance here from Berserker. Cloud9 pull off the huge upset, taking down the clear #1 team in EG. And Cloud9 have just stepped it up to a whole nother level. This team looks so much better than what we have seen from them before this entire year.
I love all the changes in draft from them as well. Bringing out the Ashe support versus CLG. Jensen says, nice pocket pick, Seraphine. I've got a pocket pick of my own. The Zillion. Massive win rate for him. Celebration well deserved. Fudge gave an interview last couple days with Travis Gafford where he said, we're gonna 3-0 EG. And people thought he was memeing. Those are no jokes. It wasn't a 3-0, but it was a Cloud9 victory.
I mean, it's just a massive win for them. And now, we are faced with a situation where it is TL in the lower bracket. It is EG in the lower bracket. Both those teams cannot make it to Worlds. 2 of the spots are already gone out of the 3. TSM down there looking to compete. CLG still down there. A lot of teams going to be stuck scrapping it out for that final spot. EG going to have to make a lower bracket run like they did in spring. But they came into the series in such a different spot, thought of as the clear favorite, thought of as the dominant team here. And it was Cloud9 that were, really more up and down. But it seems like they've found their form and they've hit their peak at the exact right time.
And Sven, the entire goal for him was Well, I'll roll swap support because there's the best chance I have of making worlds. There's not a spot for me in the starting lineup here with Berserker, and he's cracked, and I don't think the lineup good enough for me. So you know what? I will support Berserker. I will learn a new role in a split. Doesn't even get to play the opening couple of weeks. And he's headed to World Championship in his first split as a role swap. Man's good.
Stuff. Fudge swapping back to top lane as well.
Right choice for him.
Swapping out of retirement, you know.
Vacation swap.
Yeah, I mean, there were swaps all over the place, but it's so interesting because I remember when we were talking about this, you know, we were on Dive, we're doing our preseason stuff. We're like, well, there's so many ifs, you can't really put Cloud9 at the top.
But they're, you know, they're gonna curve up, right? Yeah.
And if it all works out, the potential of this team was enormous, and that's something that I think everyone agreed on. You know, and we didn't get to see them play at this level during the regular season, but it feels like they have now reached that potential where they're hitting at such a high level. I mean, the fact that Fudge, you know, played mid, now he's back to top, multiple solo kills here against Impact, you know, picking these aggressive matchups, punishing Impact in a way that people rarely can do. I mean, let's be honest, Impact is so solid. The team as a whole, I think, just looked incredible and really brought it to the next level.
There's one thing I know about Jack. He loves roll swaps. Cloud9 have had so many over the years.
We'll see if they can keep it going here. 2 matches to go until they win the LCS Championship. See what happens for them. Now we're joining Pastry Time and Jensen on stage for our Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you very much. I am here with one of the only men this week to not have to play 5 games in a best of 5. It's Jensen from Cloud9. Zillion, huh?
We had to run it back.
Did you see Björk? You're like, wait a second, that looks pretty good.
I mean, honestly, it's something we've been practicing for a long time, and it's something we always win with. We brought it out in the tiebreaker in the regular season. I was like, damn, like maybe we shouldn't have done that because now they'll know about it. But this was the perfect time to do it, and I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, for sure. You said when you came off stage, you felt relieved. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the competition in LCS this year was by far the toughest I've ever experienced. So I thought, you know, maybe this will be the time that I won't make it to Worlds. And I was really worried that, you know, there was a chance we couldn't make it to Worlds. So I'm just super relieved that we actually qualified, and now I can focus on the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, you actually have never missed Worlds, since I believe, since joining the LCS. So congratulations on making it back in. How does that feel to be back? I mean, you took a split off, coming back on Cloud9, and all of a sudden you're back at Worlds. How does that feel for you?
I mean, I'm super happy it worked out because I think I had some very rough games this summer, so I was a bit worried. You know, didn't want to let anyone down, and especially myself. So I'm just, you know, super happy that we were actually able to make it, and it was tough, but we're here.
We've come a long way from Yone in the very early weeks of the split. What's been like the biggest change for you? Obviously, you've been playing forever. Like, you knew the skill was always there. From, you know, week 1 to now, what's been the biggest difference for you in your play?
I think kind of just finding my ground within the team, how I want to play with the team, and just honestly just my own individual performance. I thought it was a bit lackluster, and I was worried with the break that it might have suffered a bit. But I think, you know, towards playoffs, I always ramp up. So yeah, I'm just happy that things worked out, and I think now I'm in a pretty good spot, and I'm just looking forward to the rest of the playoffs.
So after your first game, actually, or start of game 2, I talked to Max Waldo, your coach. He said feels like the best spot the team has ever been in. Do you agree? And kind of what's led to that, especially at such a perfect time now in playoffs?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're finally coming together. I think we finally figured out how to play with the team as well. I mean, this meta is a lot about like AD carry, and you know, I think we have the best AD carry, so that definitely helps. But yeah, it feels like we're finally like in sync as to how we want to play the game, both in like early, mid to late game. So things are finally coming together for us.
And then last one, obviously, you now qualify for Worlds. You don't have to worry about that anymore. It does mean you now have a date with 100 Thieves. Thoughts on that upcoming matchup?
Oh, 100 Thieves. Walk in the park.
Walk in the park?
Walk in the park. I mean, I think definitely EG is the best team and the toughest opponent we had to face. So, I mean, if we can 3-1 EG, like 100 Thieves, I don't even know what happened.
Better watch out, Jetta. Thank you so much for chatting with me, as always.
Sorry, what did you say?
Thanks so much for chatting with me.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
And good work today. We're almost done, but not yet. We are going to go to the analyst desk for the Bud Light Breakdown.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Bud Light Breakdown. Sorry, we're laughing because we were just joking around with Fudge, who's going to be joining a little bit later for a Pro-to-Pro. We're also attempting to get an interview with the EG squad set up as well. Jat, smartest guy in the room.
Dude!
Dude!
Whenever there's a chance to be the one person of 16 to predict
You
something,
take it.
you have to take it.
It wasn't a real prediction!
What does the graphic say, Raz?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
No,
Did you predict C9?
No.
No, you didn't.
You've been on them all year, and at the last moment, you bail.
I did.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
did. It sucks.
Okay, honestly, I thought it was going to be a very close series.
Yeah.
And it ended up being very close. Even this last game came down to a lot of clutch team fights. That would have pushed it to 5. So C9, I think, realized a lot of the potential that hadn't quite came together in a lot of their summer split games because the team arrived late and they've taken a long time to gel. And they put it together at exactly the right moment. And I don't think EG was quite ready.
I mean, it's very interesting to hear both from Max Waldo when he spoke to Pastry and then Pastry kind of reiterating here, you know, talking about the team being in the best form. Love that Jensen's calling out while the meta seems to revolve around 80 carries. They're fully confident in Berserker's ability to deliver, and he did that. And so, yeah, I mean, this C9 squad's exciting. C9 internationally has always, you know, been one of the top representatives for North America. And so with Worlds in NA, feels good.
Wouldn't be Worlds in NA without C9. I think the coolest thing from this series that I saw, not only that increased coordination, but Blabber had Inspired's number for the entirety of this series. It was through, Fudge and Jensen tracking it. Like, they did such a good job of making sure that he didn't have nearly as much impact as he typically does in EG's games. And what ultimately happened is that Blabber actually looked like he had better coordination with his lanes today than Inspired did with all of EG.
Yes, and speaking to that coordination, actually, speaking to that coordination, you mentioned the specific point about like Blabber's specific performance, but yeah, they were all in on basically protect the president on Berserker.
Oh, yeah.
And Berserker was amazing on Zeri, and they kept giving it to him, or at least like putting him in situations for him to succeed in, and I thought that was amazing. So like throughout the split, we've been looking at how Cloud9 had been playing around Berserker, or just basically playing in unison with one another, so they're on the same page. They've been talking about it whenever they have in interviews or when they were here on the desk, and this looked like they reached that goal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think this is a C9 series that you can really be proud of because it didn't necessarily look like they beat EG and kind of fluked it. It just looked like they were the dominant team.
Yes.
They looked better.
Yeah.
They did lose a game, but maybe that was the Seraphine being very strong in this patch, maybe undervalued coming into this weekend in playoffs. But they just looked better overall. And EG, I think, looked a lot worse than we expected. And I'm curious as to why they look so much worse. Maybe just C9 is really, really good. But I think maybe coming into next week, C9 is looking the best.
They say they feel like the best right now, right? And that's the whole thing with the postseason, especially when you have these teams that get those extra 2 weeks, right, before we get to see them play. Speaking of evil geniuses, I'm being told the Pastry Time is standing by with Inspired.
Thank you very much. I am here with Inspired. Obviously sucks to lose. How you feeling, man?
I mean, how I'm feeling not the best, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm curious. It's always an interesting conversation. I feel like every now and then in playoffs we have it. Obviously, high seed coming from the upper bracket. This is your first time on stage with the team. Do you feel like that helped the team or hurt the team, or kind of what's your thoughts on getting to see all the teams, but obviously getting to play later?
I mean, I think it was advantage for us that we saw C9 play before, but I feel like they kind of did a little bit different drafts than they did against CLG. So we didn't really expect the stuff that they were doing, or like we expected some, but not all of them. And I don't know. I think you can't really blame it though that the fact that we are playing first time on stage in playoffs it's like disadvantage or anything. I think they just came better prepared and they abused our draft mistakes very well. I think they abused the fact that we don't really play a lot of meta champs and they play all of them. So yeah, I think the drafting part was like really hard against them, and I think that's what costed us the game.
That's fair. Obviously, even though the 3-1 scoreline didn't necessarily reflect how close, especially a lot of those games were, how are you feeling, especially in that fourth game there? That did seem like there was a way in, even against the Zeri.
I mean, fourth game, before the series, I was always saying to Banzilian second phase, because Blabber really likes to play it, and they had already hyper carry. I think we didn't notice that we had like too much focus on Sejuani flex pick. We forgot about the Zillion existing, and they got Zillion second phase, and then I was not really sure what exactly we need to do to win, but I think we did pretty well in the early game. We got the rift, and then we should have been able to finish the first Drake, and I think, but it got stolen, and I think from that point, their comp started becoming a bit online. We need to play very well with our split push and be able to get the soul, but somehow they were just getting Drake and Drake after Drake, and if the teamfight comp is like so early able to get the soul, I think it was very hard to play. But even though I think that first teamfight that like decided the game when we were 2k gold up, I feel like enemy, I think Blabber like went very deep. I think if we just keep calm during the fight and just don't run into the Zeri that still has ult up and everything up. I think like Alistar flashed combo. I think Ari like went forward and flipped that he will land the charm. I think if we just played slower then maybe they will not get that big of a lead. But the moment Zeri gets a triple kill, I don't know how to win the game with Zeri Zillion.
Yeah, it's true. Obviously, plenty of stuff to think about. I know the team will do all of that kind of in the coming week. But kind of on that, obviously the team is not out. This is just an upper bracket loss. Your next opponent is TSM, and more importantly, obviously, the team needs to bounce back. How are you kind of approaching the next week of preparation?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I will need to think about it, what we need to change in preparation. I think it's kind of hard to change stuff drastically right now. I think we need to do like small adjustment, and hopefully we'll play better than we did today, because I think today we're also making quite a lot of mechanic mistakes. I think usually Jojo is the playmaker on the team. I think today he was kind of silenced. He didn't really do many plays. I think he maybe the pressure got to him, because it was like probably the most important series in his career so far. And yeah, I think there won't be too many drastic changes. I think we'll just focus on playing better.
Yeah. And then on the mental side, is there anything that you or the team does to kind of bounce back from losses? Obviously they suck, but
I mean, I lost a lot already in my career, so I will try to make sure that my teammates don't feel too bad, because we are obviously not out yet. And if we play well, then everyone will forget about this defeat. So I don't know. I will try to cheer my teams up, and try to do better next game.
Yeah, makes sense. Inspired. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we are going to now go back to Hai, who's pro to pro with Fudge.
Welcome back to Pro to Pro, everyone. I have Fudge here with me today. Congratulations on the win. So I have quite a few clips here for you. Most of them are good. We have one somewhat interesting one. But the very first one that I'm going to bring up here is that this is in game one where you're playing Camille into Ornn, and they go for this Herald fight where it's a 3v4 in your favor. You have the 4 and they have the 3. So basically my question is, after they fumble this fight and you get a lead, do you guys make an active game plan to try and change how you want to win the game? Because you do have a Zeri Lulu, but you're so ahead that you can start solo killing Ornn. So do you just tell your team, hey, I can carry if you let me play, or how does that go?
Yeah, so basically right after this fight, they decided to try to chase us down because their bot lane was moving, but they didn't really have Hecarim or a Zero ulti, so it was a bit confusing as to why they really wanted to fight. But right after this, I remember just saying, like, in comms, like, I have Sunder in base, I will destroy Ornn in lane, he can't lane 1v1, and I'll just slowly take his tower, as long as we keep finding vision of Hecarim. And if Hecarim can't gank me because I have no flash, that's basically Camille's like main weakness against Ornn, is that you can get ganked if you're far up the lane. So I just told everyone to just play a little bit slowly, try to find Hecarim, don't die to ganks, and if we play slowly in this game, I'll just slowly carry the game and get ahead in side lane. They can't really do anything because they don't really have insanely good engage in this game. And that's what happened, I guess.
Awesome, cool. That's glad to know that you guys can like change the plan or adapt considering what happens in the game. So then this is game 2. You're playing Fiora into Aatrox. I don't exactly know how this matchup goes. Is this a counter pick? Because you did get counter picked. They picked Aatrox and you picked Fiora into it. And then if it is a counter pick, are you supposed to be able to solo kill him like this?
Yeah, it's definitely a counter pick. I would definitely say that this matchup's not really playable for Aatrox. He can win at around level 5 to 7, but he can't really do anything past one item. There's no way of him landing many Qs on Fiora. And here, basically what was happening was Sejuani was hovering for about like 40 seconds, I think.
You see Sejuani.
And then I ended up seeing Sejuani right at this moment, which allowed me to kill him. Because he kept walking up despite Sejuani showing on a ward, which he probably didn't know. And it's obviously as soon as Aatrox is far up a lane against Fiora, he sort of just gets run down, can't really live.
Gotcha, cool. So this is also from that game. This is the interesting clip that I have. So oftentimes when people watch pro teams and plays, they wonder like how do throws happen? And this is probably the only throw you've had in the entire 4 games. Right. Game 3 you guys lost, but I didn't really see a place that you threw. But here is definitely a throw. If we open the minimap really quick, you'll see that you guys are trying to get a pick on the side lane and you're Wukonging us top. Can you tell me about what's going on in comms here?
as I play this out for you?
Yeah, so basically right here, Blabber said he's going to push out top wave, and obviously he's the jungler, so he has no teleport. And we walked up a bit too far bot side. They have, I believe, Shirelias on Yuumi and Aatrox to run us down, so it was pretty bad that we tried to sit in their bot side to do anything. We sort of just have to wait for Blabber to actually push top wave, come down, and then we can get bot side control if that's what we want. But I think we could also just push bot wave, I move up instead of us coming bot side, and then we can play for top side vision because of Baron.
Gotcha. So I'll continue playing this out. And I bring it up because I'm curious. Like, there's obviously like different things you could have done there. Like number one, Sven could have not just been there. You could not have gone for a pick. But looking back at this entire play, that you guys just died down bottom. What would you, like you were telling me about just now, what would you do differently? Would you try to take this fight later? Would you try to take it when they're doing Baron, etc.?
Yeah, I think what I should have done was after I pushed the bot wave into the tier 2, right at the start of the play.
I'll bring it back for you.
When Aatrox was under tower, oh no, Lissandra was under tower, I believe. I should be moving up with LeBlanc to mid wave to try to get control of topside vision. And as soon as I can get topside vision with LeBlanc and my teammates, we can sort of just control this entire red side jungle, and there's nothing they can really do, especially considering their red buff's coming up. We can get a free red buff, and they can't really fight us 5v5 in any way. It's only way they can really win is if they decide to. I guess we decide to run it down like we did. Obviously, I'm trying to outplay them. I'm feeling like the Shy right now, but I'm definitely not the Shy. Did not press W on anything.
Awesome, cool. Yeah, because I thought you guys could potentially like push mid and stuff instead as well. So it's cool to hear your thoughts on like what you would have done differently. So that's what I'll have for this clip, and then we'll move on to this next one that I have over here. This is game 4, and I'm bringing up this clip because at this point in the time, you guys have already won the game, in my opinion. You got a quadra kill on Zeri or a triple earlier in the game. You won most of the fights, and this Baron call is a really great call. You guys just rush it down and get it. So my question to you is, how do you feel about your performance over these 4 games? Earlier, you're saying you felt like it was good, but you could have done better. I actually was watching you play, and I couldn't really see like what you would have wanted more from yourself. I thought you did great. So.
I think in some of the lanes, I definitely messed up a little bit. Specifically this game, I think I could have played a lot better where I was wasting a lot of my mana. And with the tier bug on Sejuani, where you can't go tier in competitive matches, it makes it really hard to lane like extended durations against any of the bruisers that sort of just win trades. You used to be able to just poke them down with W, but now you sort of run out of mana if you use W and Q over and over. So I kept trying to trade despite not having enough mana to, and then I got forced to recall, went down like 15 CS, which I don't think I should be in this lane. I think in this lane I should just be even completely, and in team fights I think I should be way more impactful because of my ulti, like slowing all of them. They need to dive because they're playing Wukong and Ahri and Jax. And Zeri can just never die because of Renata and Zillion. So I definitely think I could have played a lot better in laning phase to go closer to even, which would make teamfights a lot easier.
Gotcha, cool. So that's all I have for you today. Once again, congratulations on the win. Thank you for taking the time here. That'll do it for us, and we're gonna toss you all back to the Bud Light Breakdown.
Thank you so much, Ty.
There it
Thank you,
is.
Fudge, and congratulations on the victory over EG. Booking a trip to Chicago, also booking a ticket to Worlds.
There it is.
Unbelievable.
I am so excited to see this roster continue through the postseason. Just given the fact that not only do they take down the 1 seed, obviously that's huge and hype, but the fact that they do it in 3-1 fashion when everything else has been close, I mean, it's gonna be great.
EG went 15-3 and 1-3 in this series. That's why it was so unexpected. I mean, C9 really did have to go above and beyond. I think the top lane matchup with Fudge was a huge part of the series, and I love all the insight he was able to give there.
It was like a great combination of that point that you had made, the top lane matchup, the creativity that he has there, and also the fact that the meta favors AD carries so much. If you are a damn good AD carry and Berserker is that, then it really is just put the power in his hands with Zeri and play around him, and we got to see both of that.
And it's really cool. Again, I can't stress enough, their draft strategy was interesting, and they put a lot of things mid, specifically the Ori and the Zillion, that also help protect your AD carry. So I've been wondering when we'd see like more of this come out in terms of not only pocket picks, but just more regularly. And then also shout out to Sven, who obviously is really strong on enchanters, but he talked to us on the desk previously, right, about how he role swapped because he wanted to make it back to Worlds, because he wanted to keep playing. Well, congrats, Sven. You qualified already.
Yeah, and I love this conversation around the picks that Cloud9 was able to bring out the creativity and draft, Olive, because Inspired echoed that in saying we did not see all of that coming. You know, we saw some of it, but they definitely had angles that we weren't seeing. We got caught off guard.
Yeah, it was definitely well drafted by C9, but personally what I was really impressed with was just their team fighting in general. I feel like they were team fighting really well. I was really impressed with how Fudge was frontlining on Sejuani specifically, and Fudge in general was just playing great, but naturally Berserker was also playing excellently. Every single member on C9 I felt was really locked in on these team fights.
And looking at this here, it's almost like C9 played more like EG than EG did. We saw at the very start of the day, Emily, you brought up the point about the AD carry matchup. Generally speaking, EG funnels resources, team comps, and play styles so Danny can shine in team fights. But they never got Danny Zeri. That was Berserker. They never gave Danny Zillion Renata to help support him. Like, this is not actually a very EG-style comp. What in this composition is enabling the Sivir to carry? Sivir is just helping the other people dive in. That's not what EG got to 15-3 on. So both of these players, Berserker and Danny, I think have the potential to be the best team fighting AD carries in the league. But the team comps were in favor of Berserker today to carry as an AD.
The other thing that's really interesting to me was how these things played out, right? Like, we touched on that first Herald, I think all the way back in game 1, how they slow rotated Danny and Vulcan up to match instead of like kind of posturing around it and leveraging it for plates. I cannot stress enough how well they were able to track Inspired, so he was not able to have the same impact on his lanes as he usually is. And that was a massive part of EG's like early to mid game. We talked about how EG maybe don't have an explosive early game, right? But they do weather the storm against those kind of early games until they have a really strong mid game and win it through team fights. And Blabber's influence and the way that they were able to track Inspired and keep him down was really impressive in the series.
Yeah, and I think the ability to adapt within the series is incredibly important. Evil Geniuses, we've always talked about, we've highlighted their strengths and, you know, quote unquote, their weaknesses, like what they, throughout the year, found difficult to work around in draft. And the fact that they have been really smart at being able to play around that. And I know that in the interview with Inspired, he referenced that as a weakness coming into today. He mentioned a few things like the prep, the team fighting, so there's a lot to unpackage there. But the one thing that is coming very clear, especially in a best of 5 where you are forced to adapt, teams will know what you want to play and will put you in a position where you have to be better at what you're not comfortable with. And I felt like Evil Geniuses really struggled in that fact.
And speaking of changing an adaptation throughout a series, our player of the series scores high marks in that category as Fudge picks it up. Two very different styles on display throughout, right? The first 2 games, the Camille, the Fiora, in which he's charged with being the carry a little bit more, over to the Sejuani and the Scion, even if he wouldn't find success on that Scion pick. This guy's back at home in the top lane, I feel like.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see. His carry games, they put resources on him, and he was incredible on the picks. On his tank games, his facilitating games, especially the one that we just saw, much like what you just said of Olive, just the fact that he was creating space for his AD carry and just walking up and tanking. He understood his role completely throughout the series.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason C9's team fights look so clean is Fudge was doing a really good job at making sure that when he was playing the split pushers, he was doing the maximum to be useful. And when he was playing the tank, he was really enabling his AD carries really well. And even though that didn't come to fruition in the 3rd game, in the 4th game, there were a lot of instances where he's starting the fight in a way that allows Berserker to hit without anybody really being able to get onto him.
Yeah, and it's also a highlight reel of how hard it was for Danny to play the game. In the first 2 clips, it was him jumping on Danny with Camille and then killing him with Fiora. And in this clip, it's him buying so much space, never letting Danny actually have access to anyone until he steps into lethal range and dies.
Yeah, and cannot emphasize it enough how well as a team they've played, right? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people going to be watching this saying, what about Berserker? Like, what about Jensen? What about Blabber? All of these guys played incredibly well, Sven as well, to find themselves this success.
Good save. What about
Like, I got it.
What about Jack?
What about Cecil, who was sitting there?
Open it up Twitter. What about the coaching staff? No, like.
What about that tablet?
There it is. That tablet.
Ben's tablet is the new Lemon notebook.
You really needed all of that for them to have a performance that they have had here.
Yeah.
So it's just insane that it was there. I wanted them to continue to have this level of success.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah, let's
the
go.
idea of like consistency has been thrusted on Cloud9 throughout the split, but I think this is real growth, and it's going to be fun to see this team continue to play how they're playing.
In just a moment, I want to have a conversation about the landscape of the postseason. Now,
boy.
before we get
Oh,
there,
yeah.
let's take a look at some stats. The Samsung SSD Fast 5. What we've done here this week is we've taken the times from the top, or the 4 upper bracket teams, I should say, to compare, just to get a sense of what our top-seeded teams in the postseason here get done.
Blabber Olaf.
Yeah, that'll never change, right? If he's played an Olaf game, his times are going to be the best.
Absolutely. So, of course, those are the two things, both Blabber and Sven. Just kind of talking about the strength of these players. What do you see?
Well, I see bot lane, 10K gold, that Danny's not on that list. Well, I mean, assuming fourth, right? So actually, the fact that he trails goes to your point, Jat, that it doesn't seem to support the way that they were winning throughout the split.
I think also important to mention support item transformation. Sven is way earlier than the second place on that list.
Yeah.
That's what, 35 seconds?
And a whole minute and 15 seconds ahead of Vulcan.
Yeah,
wow.
like that's insane. That is huge for the vision.
What's he
control in
not
the early
doing?
game.
He's not buying potions, not buying pinks. He's like saving as much money as he can in order to get to that as quickly as possible. I mean, it's an interesting
Harass.
Harassment 24/7. I feel like that's a small statistical note that 80 carries are running the show.
Yeah.
And that's what does make it weird that EG lost the series again. Like, we're getting over and over it again, but they didn't set up Danny for success.
Yeah, let's pull the bracket up. Let's have this discussion because our favorite, our postseason favorite, just fell, and they fell in the most lopsided series of the week from a only from a scoreline perspective. So, who's the new favorite? Like, who's the top? Like, what is your perception of the makeup of our bracket at this point?
First of all, I'm confused.
First of all, help me.
Second of all, Stocks and 100 Thieves. This is just so fun to watch. And it now makes the lower bracket that much more exciting. Like, that EG did it in Spring Split. They can do it again, but they would have to face either an empowered CLG, a Team Liquid that is probably pissed off from not being able to win that 5-game series after trying to run it back.
And then they're either rematching C9 or playing 100 Thieves that's pissed off because they just got dropped down. Like, the road
a lot of people are mad.
Difficult in the lower bracket right now.
Yes. God, I love this.
I don't know.
that's great.
There's a piece of me, Jat, that wants to jump on the untapped potential aspect of the Cloud9 roster and say, like, if they continue this trajectory, that they might actually be the championship-winning team.
I mean, every series went 5 games except for this one.
Exactly.
This weekend. So you could make that
by the numbers.
Yeah, it makes closers kick even more important yesterday because I think EG is better than what they showed today. So no one wants to have to beat EG to go to Worlds. That's actually, to me, the most compelling storyline. Like, we'll get the 3 teams in the finals, and they'll decide who wins on that weekend. But next weekend, we're going to see whether or not it's TL or EG or CLG that gets to go to Worlds.
Or TSM.
Only one
Or
TSM.
Forgot about TSM.
Don't sleep on TSM.
What happened to TSM?
Know your roots. Know your roots.
TSM subreddit, go to work.
From TSM to Cloud9, it really has been 10 years of the LCS.
And it does cast my mind back to the start of Split because I will always remember, like, you value what's on paper.
Yeah.
When we're talking about, the question of who's going to be the 3 teams that go to Worlds. And I didn't have 100 Thieves in my list, right? I thought it was going to be EG, TL, and it was going to be Cloud9. But then much like Jazz said, I jumped off that ship on Cloud9. I was like, they're not getting it together.
You flip-flop at the worst.
The man actually jumped overboard.
You were
He just jumped off.
You were
the C9
correct so
ship.
much.
For the majority of the split, and at the end of the split, I'm like, that's too much for me.
What I'm learning is that whenever Raz jumps ship, that's the time for everyone else to jump on that ship.
True. Right before my series.
Oh, there we go. Boy, Golden Guy. I don't believe in Olive. He wins.
I will say, we were saying untapped potential on C9.
Yes.
I feel like with what they showed today, they can't be considered untapped anymore. They just cleanly beat EG, cleanly in close. Because EG, we assume, is better than they showed today, but
we don't know.
You beat the person that's in front of you. C9 beat EG. They looked very dominant, and I would say they looked better than 100 Thieves.
You heard it here first. C9's been tapped. whatever that means.
Wow.
Ablalov, thank you so much for joining us today, helping us break down the series, getting in on that cast as well. That's it for this week of LCS postseason play. 19 games out of 20.
Wow.
We almost got it all. Cloud9 wanted to make sure we got an extra hour of rest. Thank you all so much for joining us. Don't forget, 4 more days of play next week. So Thursday all the way through Sunday. But on behalf of myself, the cast, and the entire broadcast crew, we're going to sign off for now. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next week for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
Big week. What a banger week.
Let's go.
And bottom scuttle going to be 3
Crowd number 3!
He is unstoppable. Cloud9 with a shellfish buffet. Over the wall he goes, stays alive. Fudge gets a stun. Down goes Inspired. Danny's got a kite, but Fudge is tanky. Shot again is a triple kill, and nothing else JoJo can do. 4 unanswered.
What's going on him? No Civ flash. Civ flash.
He's got half a health bar. It's going to be a smite fight pretty soon into the mix. Danny gets one in a chance. They trade back Aatrox. Viper's coming around. Wants to find it. The bounty is claimed. The smite comes through. Oh, Danny's alive. And Danny in the Baron pit.
I'm just looking at no flash. We can end. Okay.
They can't kill a single soul. Vulcan flashes. Berserker tries, but it's not going to happen. Quick stopwatch. Impact finds the stun. Impact will kill him off. And no one is left from Cloud9 to defend the Nexus. We got a series on our hands.
Jojo, take a few deep breaths, okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
Sure?
Yeah, I think he's fine.
No, I'm shaking, bro. I see it, yeah.
I think Jojo is fine. He's built different.
Built different.
They're still on it. Can we check? Down. I got it.
Oh my god.
Can we check?
It's going to be a dead Danny. Berserker not stunned. They get one back out of Impact. He's going to find his own goal. JoJo misses the charge, and it's going to be another kill. Never know without revives left. They got to win this fight somehow, but Danny is left. Berserker gets one. A single traded back, and he's still on the chase. A flash forward, but Berserker just will not die. This is over. Cloud9 take down the defending LCS champion.